big welcome this morning, ladies and gentlemen, to Red Star Raceway. It's an amazing day, as always, here in the Mpumalanga region. We're just outside of Delmas in South Africa. If you're joining us from all around the world, and Red Star Raceway, of course, is a purpose-built motorcycle circuit, but it's all cars today. Can you believe that? Yes. Extreme Festival Regionals are here for their third round of their championship, and it's fantastic to be back here at the Delmas circuit. Expect some big action amongst all the competitors. We are having a brand new sponsor join us, of course, in Ferro Energia, who are now the sponsors officially of Triple1 GT Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch combined. We've got the BMW M Performance Racing Series that are here this weekend. We've got Mobile 1 V8 supercars. We have DOE Start My Car Formula Vs. And we've got the Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. All that action coming your way pretty shortly. Cars are on track. And while they make their way around to the grid, let's catch up quickly with Luigi Ferro and find out his reasoning for joining us as part of the sponsorship of the Triple1 and GT Sports and Saloons.
Luigi, coming as a sponsor now for the Triple Ones. Pretty exciting for you to get involved with your company in sponsoring motorsport.
Yes, it is. It's exciting for Ferro Energia to be involved in motorsport with the Triple Ones. We're glad to be here. We wish everyone in Triple One the best.
Just a little bit of info about Ferro Energia. Just tell us what it's about.
Ferro Energia, we do mini grid solar systems, so for commercial sites. So we do mainly commercial installations to reduce your demand charges and load shedding if you live in a country with no power.
And about yourself driving, how are you looking forward to this weekend?
Oh, we'll see. It's the first time in Triple One, so exciting times. Let's see how it goes.
This is a happy little couple driving in the Triple Ones Voter Rus on down a category, a class should I say. How's that been?
That's a bit tough, Dave. I really had fun in the golf, but Mel's racing the golf this year and she's doing a wonderful job. So I'm in a Class C Polo this year, and it really is awesome. It's a nice bunch of guys we're racing with, and I'm sure we'll have fun at Red Star this afternoon.
Well, we look forward to that, Mel.
Yes.
Big car now, big boots to fill. How's that going?
It's a challenge. It's a patient game, which I'm not very good at with the turbo and not being able to carry corner speed, which I'm used to. But we're getting there. I'm still happy. It's getting better. I'm not really good at Red Star anyway, so every session so far is better, and hopefully it'll just get better. The weekend will end on a high, I'm hoping.
And a brand new sponsor in this category.
Yes, so Ferro Energia, Luigi Ferro actually races with us, and he's put his money where his mouth is, so it's superb. We've got some backing, we've got some new livery on all the cars, so it's looking good.
We're in Triple Ones, looking forward to the weekend.
Hey Dave, I've been looking forward to the weekend, so much so that I actually broke out in quali now, so I was chasing Mel down the line there, and it looks like I'll have to maybe get a yellow card in some way, so I was over eager, but all good.
And clearly good fun driving around Red Star.
Yeah, you know what has helped? I mean, myself, Adrian, and the guys have done a couple of those 24 hours. So, we've been around here a few laps. So maybe we had a little bit of an advantage over the rest of the guys. But the car's been great. It's been an 8-valve performance. The guys have chilled. They've really helped out, whatever. So all in all, it's been a good start to the weekend.
Keegan Nathan, welcome to the category Triple Ones. How's it been going for you this weekend?
I think it's been going great. It's taking a bit of a learning curve considering I've had to learn the track the other way around, but it's going quite good in my opinion.
And plans for the race?
Well, I'm planning to do quite well, but
his father's chirping in the background. You've got big shoes to fill, Keegan.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, good luck for the race, and we'll see you at the end.
Thank you.
All right, so you can see them lining up there for Ferro Energia, Triple1 GT Sports and Saloons. Paul, just give me a little bit of feedback in my cans if you can, bud. Don't have anything in the cans at the moment. I just want to get some feedback from there if you don't mind. And we are standing by with 37 cars on the grid. It's GT Sports and Saloons that will lead things out. George Economides and Philip Meyer. Then you've got Davi Olivier. And looking forward to JB Brett up the front end as well. Top end of Class A, we just spoke to her. It's Mel Spur. Mel Spur ahead there of Wayne Robb. Then you've got the Class X competitors of Chris Dale and Nikki Lombard involved there. Nicole Lombard just jumping in. And that's one of, or two of 4 ladies involved in this category. Great to see some women in motorsport as always. Class B was led out by Luigi himself in his Polo, the Ferro Energia Polo. Leads out the Class B competitors, and it's a long way down to Jonathan Fisser in second. He had to do a little bit of work with Wayne Labotsky, who we also just chatted to now. Looking forward to a good battle with them. Quintus Viljoen headed up Super Hatch. He was the quickest of all the Super Hatch competitors. Ishmael Baloy, and then it was Georgie Aldrich. As they're about to roll out now for race 1. It's an 8-lapper. Basically all the races today are 8 laps except for the second heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars and the second heat of DOE Start My Car Formula Vs. I know for the second heat of racing, Theo van Mark is going to be joining me for the DOE Formula Vs, and we'll probably have a couple of guest commentators coming to jump in at some stage as well with the BMW M Performance Racing Series here today. Red Star Raceway is 4 kilometers long. We are going in a clockwise direction. If you look at your watches or your clocks or your Casios or whatever timepiece you think of, you can see that we're going to be going in a clockwise direction, which is the usual case for the first half of any year here at Red Star Raceway. In July, it all changes. It all goes the other way around. So a massive welcome to everybody who's joined us on our live stream already. A big morning to all of you as well. Some of you might be joining us from a little bit east of South Africa, and then maybe a little bit later on in the day as opposed to good morning. So good day to you guys as well if you're coming from Australia or New Zealand or anybody in the far east there that's joined us for some live stream. We do have a lot of fans out there from those particular areas, and we're looking forward to giving you lots of action here as always. You'll see a couple of cars out there running dual livery. They should be having, of course, the single livery of Ferro Energia, our new sponsor, but I need to say some of them also pay by Volkswagen Challenge cars, so they've got both of those liveries on the car. Car 7 there is Nicole Lombard. Nice to see her getting some pace up for Class X there, second in Class X at the moment behind Chris Dale. Chris Dale, of course, is the easy one to spot. It's the Polo with the British flag emblazoned on the front boot, or I should say bonnet. And of course the car leading them out at the moment is one of the fastest cars we saw go up the hill last weekend at the Knysna Hill Festival from Suzuki South Africa. It's the Suzuki Swift Sport. It's the official safety car and pace car here of Red Star Raceway. So these cars on track are all based on time, of course, and it's great to see that we've got Triple Ones represented here. Triple One being the origin of this class. And the Triple One, of course, is a 1 minute 11 around the Swartkops International Raceway. That's where they originated from, of course. And looking forward to seeing them have a go now here at Red Star Raceway. They will adjust the times accordingly at every single circuit that we get to, because that's the idea of how we do things here with the Triple One Sports and GTs and Super Hatch. Car in shot there. Great to see some new machinery out there. Georgie Iceland. It says Volkswagen Golf, but that certainly looks like a Sirocco to me. I did hear during the week, unfortunately, I heard that Yannick van Rooyen has decided to hang up his helmet, and I believe he sold most of his Volkswagen Siroccos, so that possibly is one of those Siroccos out of the van Rooyen collection that has now made its way into the hands of George Iceland there in car number 18. There it is, as I said, the Swift Sport, our official safety car here at Red Star Raceway. But that was one of course, the competitors last weekend in the Knysna Hill climb. And if I look at the number 80 on it, it possibly is the one that was piloted by Thomas Falconer, who, of course, set an outright run record for Suzuki Swifts up the hill at last weekend's Knysna Hill climb. So a big welcome to Ferro Energia. They come and join us as our official sponsors now and partners of this category. Great to have a new sponsor and partner involved in the class. It's been been a long while since Car Care Clinic left the brand. Cars out there that will be participating and of course fighting for honours at the front end. One of them being Vota, the other one of course being Mel. But expect a huge fight here, as we saw in the previous round at Kyalami between George Economides and Philip Meyer in the People Group Porsche. It's Wealth Avenue and Martini Racing Golf 1 versus the People Group Porsche and David Willefeur there in International Motorsport Suppliers BMW. We are now coming around to take up the positions for the start. Lights out and we go racing. Economides gets the drop slightly there over the Porsche. And it looks like Darby might have just snuck through. No, he didn't. Oh, late braking from Georgie, and he goes wide into turn 1, cuts the nose off of the Porsche. He locked up into turn 1 there, did George Economides, but very lucky not to go off the circuit at all. Manages to hang on now as they get into turn 2. To a double right-hander, then goes into a double left-hander. There's a lot of switchback corners that come back on you completely here at Red Star Raceway. Through there, you can see the rest of the pack sorting themselves out there. Champion from last year in that mid-pack is Vota Russ in the Car Care Clinic Polo. He, of course, swapped things out with his partner in crime, Rob Clark, in the mix there as well. Good to see that. He also was participating last weekend at the hill climb, so good to see him back up here and in a slightly different steed to his Citroen that he piloted up the hill. There we go. Porsche versus Turbo Golf down the little short straightaway. Porsche gets the drop up until the braking point, and then late braking from that little Golf 1 sneaks Economides back into the lead. Miles Spur already putting the pressure onto the back end there of David Willefeur. And of course, as we come down here into that left-hander, it's a tight, almost 180-degree left-hand at the end of the short straight that takes them down into the dog bone section here of Red Star Raceway. And if I've spoken, or you've never watched Red Star Raceway before, there are a couple of sections in the track that you're going to basically get to know very quickly. One of them is here and the dog bone, and the reason why it's called the dog bone is the configuration of the circuit and the way it goes left right through there looks like a cartoon caricature of a dog bone. So that's why it's known as that. And you come through this very, very tricky double right-hander, uphill, off camber, that sends cars into the dirt just like we saw there, and catches a few guys out every now and again as well. Fortunately, able to hang on to that one. Can't quite see who that was, but there was lots of action through that right-hander that brings them onto the long, almost 1 kilometre straight here at Red Star Raceway, down the back straightaway. Ishmael Beloy in a bit of a fight there, as you can see, fighting it out there with Henk Lombard. Henk Lombard and Beloy going at it, closing things down there on one of the Siroccos as well. Looks like that possibly might be Georgie Iceland, who's moved up slightly. Lotters in the 38 Special, they're having a good run. They're completing the first lap in anger, and it's Economides from Philip Mel Spur has made her way up into third overall, got ahead of David Willefeur. Rob on her tail. So Wayne Rob in the Ford Focus trying to close down that gap. Mel just seems to have an advantage there. It's got the BMW as a bit of a buffer between herself and the second place Class A competitor Wayne Robb. Sullivan, Marco having a look there, just gesticulating to the Polo that he could be in the way. A bit of frustration coming out there. I think possibly some new drivers that are not used to being in full flight at Red Star Raceway just yet. This is Potgieter versus Kleur by the looks of things. Yeah, Lindsay Kleur closing up on the back end there of Pete Potgieter. Potgieter had a great run last weekend as well. He was in his Alfa Romeo Giulia, one of his favourite steeds in his arsenal of race cars. Lindsay Kleur fighting. That's about for 11th and 12th place on track, this little battle, and about to join them is Labotsky. So Wayne Labotsky, if I'm not mistaken, will be fighting for Class B honours there. Yes, indeed he will. I'm quite sure he's going to have the pace of Luigi Ferro, who's a long way up the road from him. Just caught Ferro in the foreground of that shot. And that's Chris Dell and Charles Veyers. Change up for the lead here, possibly. Yes, Philip Meyer's at the front. Philip Meyer hits the front and goes into the lead, going into the chicane. It's a right-hander, it's a left-hand flick, it's a right-hand flick, and then across the line to complete another lap in anger. 2 down and 6 to go. Economides has another big look into turn 1, puts the pressure onto Philip Mayer, who soaks it up for now. So that people group Porsche, it's a 924R. It's not the 944 Turbo Cup car, it's a 924R. So a slightly racier version than the standard 924 that's a bit further back in the hands of Chris Smith. Great to see that Philip has found some good pace here, and he's actually starting to pull away slightly there. George Economides doesn't seem to have an answer in that Martini Racing and Wealth Avenue Golf 1. Onto the short straight they go. There is Smith, that's the man we've just been chatting about. In the second of the Martini Racing Porsches. He's got Vota on his tail. Vota at this stage just going to try and pick up on the standings per class here. If we just change that. Go by class. Class A, it's Mal Spur, Wayne Robb and Charles Veyers. They are leading things out there. Class B is Luigi Ferro and Lobotsky, Elke van Vleuten and Chris Smith. And Vota's actually in third, so Vota's got to try and get through there on Chris Smith and then still catch the Bat Lady up the road. Trevor Stinger winning out Class D. GT, as you saw, is Philip Mayer. Super Ash, looks like it's just Quintus Viljoen and Ishmael Beloy fighting for honours there. That's how it stands at this point in time. Vota in third place in Class C. He's got to catch that Porsche ahead of him. At this stage, doesn't even look like he's got an answer to that Porsche's pace. So let's see how he goes here in this third lap to try and close that gap down. From Vota though. Better run from Mal. Mal at this stage sitting, as I said, in third place overall. Not getting involved in the fight between Economides and Mayer. Change up what he's trying to close things down here. Is that on Mike Barbaglia? It might be, yes indeed. It's on Barbaglia. It was actually Barbaglia's car that ran wide earlier on, just missed the pay bar car. So running wide out of turn 10. Some wheels on the dirt, but managed to just keep it all together. Charles Veyers having some fun and games of his own here as well. Close down. Nice fight there between Veyers. Looks like Craig Priestley's there with him as well. Priestley looking good, trying to close the gap. Veyers doing the same thing, trying to stay there with the back end of the Posi Drive car of Chris Dale. Left-hander. We get onto the short straight now. 4 cars in it. Slipstream City. Veyers tries to go on the inside. Going to use that inside line if he can. Yes, and he's got it down to perfection. No answer there from Dale. Charles Veyers just diving through. And just squeezing out the Posi Drive car. Or does he? Posi Drive car is going to have the inside line for the entrance to the dog bone. Might be able to hang on to the lead of that one. There with Luigi Ferro. Lobotsky's about to join the party. He's made his way through, got just ahead of Lindsay Kleur. So 1 position up there for him. 2 by 2 out of the dog bone. Priestley trying to find a way through now in Christel. Down at this stage, just hanging on, keeping him out. Runs a bit wide out of that bottom right-hander. Coming onto the main straightaway. Watch for the slipstream. No, he's not going to use a slipstream. Looks like Priestley's going to drive by on the right-hand side, and yeah, easily done in the end. Gets through. Is he good enough on the brakes though to keep out maybe another dive here from Bell? No. Bell has to just hang in there, so no change there. Christel slows up ever so slightly into the final chicane. We are halfway through. 4 done and 4 to go. That's how it stands. Philip Economides. Davy Olivier has now got back ahead of Mal Spur. Mal's got a little bit of an advantage over Wayne Robb. Luigi Ferro leading things out there in the second battle. As you can see now, he's got Priestley, Christel, Pete Porkins all behind him. And you can see coming through here, are those the quicker cars in amongst the back markers? Yes, they are. It was Davy Olivier going through there, I think, on Vota into turn 1. Is it maybe just the back end? No, just the Sirocco, I beg your pardon. Sirocco there, the 17 car, having a bit of a fight of note there here with Vota Rus. So Henk Lombard and Rus side by side as they go into what is turn 4. The Bat Lady continues to lead things out in Class C. Good run from her. Mal leads out Class A. Class B is Luigi. Class C is Alka. Class D is Trevor Stringer. And then you've got Philip Mayer at the front end. So that's kind of how it stands at this stage in terms of race action. Henk Lombard definitely giving Vota a bit of a run for his money. In fact, he's got through on Vota and got past him now. Smith closes down on the Bat Lady. Just behind that is Lombard, who's also closed that gap down. Now that he's got through on Vota Rus, maybe has his sights set on the Porsche and on the Golf 1. Great Class C battle here. Two ladies leading out their separate classes on track at the moment. One is the Bat Lady, one is just ahead of this category, or this car. They're coming up to complete another lap here. Chris Smith using the slipstream, trying to get through on the Porsche. Can he do it? He's late on the brakes into the chicane and gets through. So Smith takes the lead and drops Alka van Vletter down into second place for Class C. Perfect timing there from the Porsche driver. Gets through there on the Bat Lady. It looks like Henk Lombard wants away past as well. Further up the pack there. 7 car of Nicole Lombard under a bit of pressure as well. Triple 2, the orange Golf on her tail, of course, is Gary Commons. Commons now trying to get through on Lombard. Coming through the very difficult little section there where the switchbacks come left, right, left, right. And of course you get onto the little straight, gives you a little bit of breathing room. And try and use some slipstream ability if you've got it. Or maybe just a little bit extra straight line speed to squirt past. And that's exactly what Lombard has done. Nice move there from the Sirocco. Opening up a bit of a margin now. And getting away from the battle behind. Commons with some work to do. Fastest man on track at the moment. He's sitting currently in about 5th overall there, Wayne Robb. 2 minutes 12.569 was the fastest lap of the race so far. Economides has closed the gap down yet again on the back end of that People Porsche. The People Group Porsche. Philip Mayer still hangs on for the lead, but he's going to have his work cut out for him for the next couple of laps. We've got 1.5 to go for them as they come onto the short straight. Late braking now from Economides. Philip's just able to get on the brakes so much later in the Porsche. It's just giving him the opportunity to maintain his lead. No answer at all there from George Economides, although he did lead things out initially. As soon as Philip got by, there's just no answer. Then there hasn't been a return of the favour at all yet from Economides. Maybe he's waiting until the last lap. That's coming in a few kilometers' time. So up into the right-hander they go. Off camber, uphill. Both of them using the tighter line, running wide onto the rumbles and just keeping it there. Mal Spur still continues her fight for the lead of Class A. How far back is Wayne Robb? I just saw a glimpse of that Ford Focus. There it is. So Class A are heading into that right-hander now as the Economides machine tries to find a way through here on Philip Meyer, but can't at this stage. 1 to go now. Mal comes up through the right-hand sweep onto the main straight away. Wayne Robb going to try and close her down now. He's got to get it right over the next 1.2 Ks and then another 4 to go for the final lap. Someone running wide on the dirty stuff at the bottom end of the circuit through that right-hander. Someone going to push some wheels on the dirt there again. Philip Meyer, George Economides and Davy Olivier, your top 3 in the GT Sports and Saloons. Mal Spur ahead of Wayne Robb and Craig Priestley. And Lindsay Kleur, the top 5 in Class A. Voti at this stage hasn't had an answer to the pace of the Class C competitors ahead of him. And he currently sits in 3rd place behind Chris Smith and Alka van Vletter. Luigi Ferro from Ferro Energia, our new sponsor. Great way to start a sponsorship with this category is to take a win in your class for Class B. Looks like that's going to be the case. He'll be ahead of Lubotsky and Visser. So into the dog bone for the last time goes that People Group Porsche. And a little bit of traffic up front there. A couple of the super hatch competitors about to be caught by our leaders. Ishmael Beloy is one of them. It's possibly Mark de Toy in the BMW ahead as well. Mark sees him coming, gives him some room. Last Philip through. I think Ishmael will do the same thing here. He'll just hold his line and allow the Porsche through. A little bit of slipstream there from that Honda. He doesn't really need it. Oh, there's the car on the sideline. It's that Polo that was hounding. What was it earlier on? Problems. Oh, Mike O'Sullivan. Mike O'Sullivan was giving that Polo some hell earlier on. Now as they go into the start-finish straight, coming in the back of the Cobra. Checkered flags out. And a good win there in the end. Coming across the line at the top end of the field for Philip Meyer. So Meyer wins out. 2nd place is George Economides. Here's the 3rd place car. A little bit of wheels on the dirt there for Wayne Robb as well. There's Mal Spur just up the road from him. Yes, she is. Olivier in the 00. International Race Supplies BMW going to come through here. He had a post yesterday on social media saying it's not his favourite track, so he'll just try and survive the day. He's done that with a 3rd place in the first heat. Nothing wrong with that one there, Davy. Mel to the line now for the winning Class A. She beats out Wayne Robb and Craig Priestley. On the back of the Super Hatch class, Georgie Albrecht, he'll be winning Super Hatch T2. And then Luigi Ferro coming across the line for the win in Class B. First time out as the new sponsor. And he wins his class. He must be happy with that. Lubotsky will finish in 2nd behind him. And then Jonathan Visser. Class C, of course, Wouter Rus has now hit the front. So Wouter must have found something special in the closing stages because he's now leading things out according to our timing monitor. Ahead of Alka van Vletter and Smit. Those two had some problems somewhere out on track. There they are, behind Wouter at this stage. So Smit up in his 2nd place. And a good run there from him. In 3rd is, well, good run from Smit. He led the class for a while, but looks like Wouter's going to hang on for the win. Just waiting for him to come to the line. There he comes, Wouter Rus, Chris Smit, Alka van Vletter, your top 3 in Class C. Class D went to Trevor Stringer, who beats out Mike O'Sullivan and Rob Clark. He'll fight a little further down out of the top 20 as well. So there you have confirmation unofficially of our results as Stringer goes across the line. There you can see him just ahead of Clark and O'Sullivan, or O'Sullivan and Clark, other way around, I beg your pardon. Yeah, there we go. There's Maiko, and there is the second of the Hondas, Rob Clark. So well done to all of those competitors. Unofficially, of course, we've got Mel Spur, Wayne Robb and Craig Priestley, your top 3 in Class A. Ferro, Labotsky and Fisser, your top 3 in Class B. Vota, Roos, Smith and Elke van Velde, your top 3 in Class C. Stringer wins out of O'Sullivan and Clark for Class D. And Philip Meyer wins overall and the GT class ahead of George Economides and Davy Olivier. Quintus Viljoen takes his win in SH1, and the SHT2 went to Aldrich. Super Hatch A was Beloy and Mark Totoy. In Class X, Chris Dale winning out over Ronald van Rensburg, and Nicole Lombard on the podium there as well. Fantastic start to the day's racing here at Red Star Raceway. We've got lots more action coming your way. Don't forget, it's 5 categories of racing today, and they're all going to be battling hard for honours on track. Up next, we'll be heading into the BMW M Performance Racing Series, classes A, B and C. They'll be on track shortly, and we'll be back with commentary in a few moments' time. So as they make their way onto the circuit now, the BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C about to get on track for their first time. Before we get into racing though, we caught up with a couple of the drivers yesterday to find out what their plans are for today's action.
Bob, Class A, so around, yeah, a bit of a handful this car.
Yeah, absolutely. Battled a little bit this morning. Not driving it perfectly, but hopefully this afternoon we'll get it right, and then for quali tomorrow, hopefully be on pace.
And the trick around here, tell us?
The what, sorry?
The secret of a fast lap here.
Yeah, I think it's to be consistent and smooth, which is difficult.
Especially when a car like this is making that kind of horsepower.
Yeah. So we don't have it on full power. We turn it down, and then we have a boost button, the steering wheel for the straights.
Okay, it looks like you guys are doing a bit of work on the car.
Yes, after our Samola event, the small turbo took a little bit of punishment. So we're getting a bit of smoke and we're losing a bit of boost. So we decided to change the small turbo, and yeah, we should be good for the race.
And you're enjoying Red Star?
Yes, I am enjoying Red Star. Very tough on the cornering with a heavier car, especially the diesel and the exhaust system weighs the car down. So our tyre pressures and our tyres are giving us a bit of problems. But other than that, yeah, we'll just manage and do our best.
So making their way to the track now are classes A, B and C of the BMW M Performance Racing Series. 17 cars in total, so a slightly diminished field to what we normally see in M Performance Racing Series, but there were a couple of cars that of course had some damage from Kyle Army and might not be quite up to scratch and back into race trim just yet. However, we are still expecting some fantastic action, as we always see from the BMW M Performance Racing Series. Ryan Nike and Bob Neal set the pace ahead of Leon Lopesha. Those are the top three in the field, and of course they are all from Class A. Fabio Fedetto not quite on the pace of those top two, but Andreas Meyer, the German, certainly threw a cat amongst the pigeons there, putting his car third quickest in qualifying. Fourth quickest, I beg your pardon, behind Leon Lopesha. Then Nick Macris and Renier Smith ahead of JP Norkia for Class B. Oz Bagioni not quite on pace as well. He's got some work to do in Class B. Class C was Benny Late, who was quickest over Reinhard Miller. And then Jan Everstein fighting with Hein van der Merwe. Gary Martins, I beg your pardon. Guy Martin, I'm thinking of TT already. Gary Martins, Andre van Vuren, Varish Ganpath, and Bernard de Gouveia will make up this field of classes A, B, and C of the M Performance Racing Series. Now remember, a couple of these guys also were involved in the hill climb last week, particularly Gary Martins, fastest and only diesel competitor out on the circuit. And once again, he'll be the only diesel competitor here today in the M Performance Racing Series. So looking forward to a good clean start here. Rolling start for classes A, B, and C. Nike putting some serious pace in here in the early stages, and just showing a little bit of prowess there over Bob Neal and Leon Lopesha, the usual contenders in Class A. So Ryan Nike is definitely getting to grips with racing saloon cars around South African circuits, that is for sure. So they roll them out down towards turn one. It's an 8-lap race coming away now, the M Performance Racing Series. And it's a battle between Nike, Neal and Lopesha, possibly Fabio Fedetto into that mix as well if he can stay with those front four cars. Look out for the German Andreas Meyer, Nick Macris taking on Renier Smith and JP Norkia for Class B honours. A little bit further in that pack we'll see the fight between Benny Late, Reinhard Miller, Jan Everstein and Hein van der Merwe, and possibly Gary Martins getting into that one as well. So we stand by now for them to come under starters' orders. They've given them a full long length lap. They usually bring them around on the short circuit for the warm-up lap. This time they've decided no, they're going to run them the full length of the circuit because they're running, of course, clockwise here at the track. So it's a full warm-up lap, led out by the Suzuki Swift Sport official pace car here of Red Star Raceway. Leon Lopesha wasn't at the previous round, so he's got a little bit of work to make up and ground to catch after missing out the Kyle Army round. So they start to get into race formation now. Ryan Nike, Bob Neal will be just inside of him there, looking to try and hang on to the front end of the junior driver, Leon Lopesha and Fabio Fedetto. Make up the first two rows. Then Class B will be led out by the German, Andreas Meyer, Nick Macris, Renier Smith with JP Norkia. Just looking at that 57C car as well. The Valve Hospital car seems to have a bit of a problem there. So we'll just keep an eye on Neil Reynolds. Didn't make it out for qualifying. He's not on the qualifying list at all. And looks like he's going to come in have some fun and games. Coming have some fun and games with me as well will be, of course, Nick Herbst. He's going to join me in commentary. He's just popped into the studio there after his qualifying session, so we'll welcome him into the studio. And you joined us just in time there, Nicky, because I was kind of hoping you were going to make it out, and then I didn't see you coming. So we're about to kick things off here for race 1 of BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C. Ryan Nike, big surprise on the front row.
Fantastic times this morning, Greg. I couldn't believe seeing the time from yesterday and how they dropped. Today. And let's watch this start here.
So as the lights go out, we go racing and down towards turn 1. Nike trying to get the drop over the rest of that pack. Watch out for Fedetto trying to get into the mix there with Class A. Looks like it might be, it's Bob Neal into second, Fedetto to third, and it's Nike who has got the whole shot. So he's managed to capitalise on that pole position and maintains the lead over Bob Neal. Now Ryan Nike, of course, has slowly but surely got to grips with the series. New man to the series, new man to racing as well. Hasn't been around for a long time in racing cars, but he's not only participating in BMW M Performance Racing Series, he's in the Gazoo Racing Cup as well. So getting lots of time on track, and it's helping him slowly but surely become a good contender in both of the categories.
We got to see the car for the first time at Kailami, and everybody will probably join me in saying this is a beautiful Class A race car over here. We saw huge pressure there by Andreas, the German, putting pressure onto that Class A car from Fabio Fedetto. Where's he made up to now? Still behind him. Will he make a move into the corner coming down from that little main straight?
Well, I know that Lee Thompson has been working hard on Bob Neal's car to try. Oh, the German's off. The German is off, heading down into that very tight left-hander. I don't know if he's going to get up that banking though.
That's quite steep there.
It's quite steep, and you can see him just trying to get the power down on the rear-wheel drive car there. And
he's moving.
Slipping and sliding. I was a bit worried about the splitter on the front of the car though. It's a low front end of that car, and he's very lucky to get up that little incline. It doesn't look like a huge incline, but when you've got a low car and a splitter on the front, it can catch very easily.
Did you see what happened there, Greg? Did you go down the inside there? I mean, we were talking about a move happening into that corner. I'm not sure if he went through the inside, and tyres are still cold, brakes not warmed up yet, and maybe just overcooked it.
A little bit too hard on the outbraking manoeuvre attempted there, but needless to say, that's going to leave Nick Macris at the front end of Class B. So not a bad start there from our Greek friend. He's had a fantastic season so far, had a really good run at Kailami, but look where the Germans ended up. He's ended up almost at the back of the pack of all the Class C competitors as well.
That's our championship leader there, Greg, so this is going to be welcome news to next, specifically Class B, but I'm certainly not going to be unhappy with that result, trying to chase for the Class Honours as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to certainly help out your aspirations of getting to the front end overall by the end of the season. Little fights happening in the Class C now, as you can see, slowly but surely being closed in there. The 48 car also becoming part and parcel of that, with Renier Smith in there too, but I think Macris has got a little bit of work to do there, possibly to maybe just close things down and find a way past. Benny late at this stage.
Nick is struggling there, so that's the Class C pack putting a huge amount of pressure there. I see there's that Neil Reynolds car, that stricken E46 out there.
Now the one thing I mentioned just before you got here was I was chatting about the fact that I didn't see him on the qualifying list that I got. So he must have had a problem. They tried to sort it out, get the Valve Hospital car back on track, and it didn't work. And he's parked on the sideline. So that's a big pity there for Reynolds.
Yeah, really unfortunate. They had some teething issues throughout the entire practice and qualifying session. We were holding thumbs for race 1 over here, but it really hasn't gone to plan.
Well, as they head to where everything happened, we're about to see some more action down into that corner.
Look at the defensive maneuvers going down that straight. That's Neck falling back, so I think something's wrong with that car.
He's got a massive problem. 3 cars into one corner, and that's Gary Martins on the diesel trying to squeeze through there. As they come out of that one, I believe Paul might have a little replay for us of exactly what went wrong. Yeah, you can see he went up the inside, tried to find a way through there, and I think it was on Fedetto he was having a look on the inside of, and couldn't quite make it stick. As you said, possibly cold brakes, cold tyres, not enough grip into an almost 45-degree left-hander there.
It's great awareness from Fedetto in that M4. If he had turned in a little bit early, expecting both of them to make the corner, that could have been an ugly accident.
Very lucky to survive that one. The German is back on track though, trying to close things down. Curvin air conditioner's car, putting the pressure onto the back end now of Gary Martin. So Everstein in the mix there, trying to find a way to the front end. Not quite on the pace just yet.
Looking very racy.
Andre van Vuren is in the Curvin car, beg your pardon. So he's onto the back end of Martins, and he's made a way through and gone ahead of Jan Everstein. So a bit of chopping and changing.
Big drama in Class B there. So we got Nick Macris, who was poised to take the a class lead now, but he's also falling back with what seems to be a mechanical, probably a power issue. So that's going to leave Class B, I believe, open to Rainier Smith.
Yeah, Smith leads out Class B. Baggioni in second and Nick Macris in third. In fact, he's going to drop by the wayside, probably all the way down to about 6th or 7th place now, as we saw him being overtaken down into that left-hander at the bottom of the short straight. So a little bit of problems there for Nick Macris. You can see him dropping down through the field there. He's already down and almost off the 16 cars we got on the timing monitor on the left-hand side.
Our Class C leader's got some work to do. Gary's sitting behind both Benny Late and Hein van der Merwe, and also Reinhard Miller, who now leads out Class C.
And he's basically stayed there. He stayed out of trouble. So once the pack got split slightly by the off-track excursion, I think early on, there is Miller, speaking of the Amtech car, onto the short straight, and look at he's got a great advantage.
Running a neat race over there, so he's not going to see any pressure from Hein van der Merwe at the moment. A little bit of dust being kicked off there. Guys are really putting some pace through there. We see Andreas the German getting past some of the Class C competitors now. I wonder if he's going to be put back into the point scoring positions in Class B.
That's what he's hoping, and that's what he was hoping to do the last time they went down there where he got it all wrong. He didn't quite get up on the 373 there of Andre van Vuuren, but van Vuuren saw him coming, and of course he doesn't have to give way to him. It's every man for himself out on track, even though you are fighting for different classes. It's up to the Foster car to find a way through on the slower cars, and if that slower car is not as slow as you thought it was going to be, it's going to make your life a little bit more difficult, which is going to hurt the chances of the German staying in contention for that top spot in Class B.
That's right. There's no hard feelings or respect or privilege given to when you're in track position. So he's going to have to make his way past all of those competitors one by one, and every single one of them is going to be a fair battle.
Ryan Nyker just set an incredible lap, 158.231. And if you look at what he did in qualifying, he did a 156.8. So he's fastest on track at the moment in Class A. Fastest on track at the moment in Class B is Rainier, doing a 2:03. That's the massive differential there between Class A and Class B. But more importantly is, look at Leon Loubser. Loubser is putting huge pressure onto the back end of Bob Neal. Bob Neal's soaking it up in that Lee Thompson Racing Prep BMW. And I can tell you, I was about to say, Lee Thompson has put such amazing effort into that car. And whether or not Bob Neal's going to be able to hang on over Leon Loubser, we'll have to wait and see. Loubser, remember, is trying to make up for lost ground. He wasn't at Kyalami.
Great pace we're seeing on his Class A competitors, and this looks like going to be a move from Leon down the inside. Who's going to have the power to get into that corner and make up the spot? Looks like Bob's holding him off for now. I'm not sure how long that's going to last. It looks like Ryan's made up a lot of space, giving himself a really comfortable gap right now. But like we've seen, it's not over until the fat lady sings.
100%. Another important factor there, of course, is Neil fighting with Leon are going to slow each other down slightly. So that's a little bit of advantage, and you might just see them come through the foreground of the shot there. There they go. That's the gap. So he's out of the dog bone, heading into the right-hander, uphill right-hander, off camber, and that's probably at least 4 or 5 seconds up the road.
I'm interested to see what the lap times are going to look like right now. The past lap, we saw basically 1 second splitting the Class A competitors, doing 59s around this track. Guys, this is incredible pace from these cars right now. And to see the gap that has been made up by Ryan Nyker in that E92 is incredible. So let's see what kind of lap times we see from the duel that's happening between Bob and Leon.
If you can get under 2 minutes around Red Star, then you know you can drive a race car, I can tell you that much.
You're pedaling.
Is absolutely hauling. I know that the bikers sort of try to get into sort of the low 1 minute 50s if they can. So on a 4-wheel machine, slightly heavier machinery that you're playing in, getting under that elusive 2 minute bracket is an incredible driving and a great effort. Speaking of good driving and great effort, look at the effort being put in here by the 33 of Everstein. Jan Everstein has closed up dramatically on the back end of Van Vuuren, and the Curvent car is under a lot more pressure. The German has been able to get through on both of them, and he's now got his sights set on Gary Martins.
Everstein's got some great pace. He's been practicing on Wednesday, and the car's been looking absolutely hooked up, and he's been driving really well. Setting the pace, however, in practice and qualifying, completely different to race situation. So, fighting against the turbo cars right now, he's really going to have his work cut out for him.
Amazing to think that a week ago, I was about to say, I'm giving the commentator's skirt there. Sorry, Gary. I was going to say, a week ago, that car was being slung up the hill at Neisner and did an amazing job to be in the mix in his class. I finished up on the podium there as well, the only diesel-powered car. But needless to say, I was about to say he's doing so well, but the pressure came from the German, and he unfortunately flinched slightly.
A lot of grass being built up into that front grille of the Grease Monkey Motor Garage M2 diesel over there. I'm hoping that's not going to impact cooling too much. There we see Jan again looking at any opportunity to get past that E90 turbocharged race car.
It's a fantastic run here from all these cars, and as they get into
Is that the Amtech car slowing down?
It is. It's Renier Smith slowing down. The leader of Class B has pulled to the left-hand side.
That's Miller.
Is it Miller?
Miller in the blue car.
Beg your pardon, it's Miller. I was looking at the wrong class there. My bad.
He was leading our Class C.
Class C, yeah. Class C's leader, Reinhard Miller. The Amtech car there, Reinhard Miller now handing the opportunity to Hein van der Merwe to take the lead. Benny Late, and now Gary Martin's gifted third place without having to do too much work on the circuit.
The story's been turned upside down today. We've had our Class B championship leader and our Class C leader pulled off out of the race contention right now and opened the door wide open. And I will see who's going to be able to keep it together. We've still got a couple laps to go. Who's going to be able to keep it together on this Red Star Raceway? De
Gouveia having a good run. He'll move himself up into 5th place overall now for Class C with the demise there of the leader. So a nice run here from the chairman. He's hanging on for a possibility of still finishing up in the top 5. Front end though, Ryan Nike has disappeared from these two. But Bob Neal has soaked up a huge amount of pressure being applied onto the back end of him there by Leon Loubser. Speaking of pressure, Everstein continues the pressure on the back end of Van Vuuren. This is for 11th and 12th place on track, but of course it's a fight for the mid-pack of what is Class C.
Great job to Mr. Van Vuuren over there, to hold up against this pressure right now. Jan is absolutely relentless with putting the pressure on and taking looks at every single corner. And that's just simply not easy to have that in your rearview mirror happening time and time after again.
The German's ticking them off one by one. Can he possibly still find a way to the front end of Class B? He's got Baggioni. I don't think he's going to catch Renier Smith, but certainly Oz Baggioni's well within his sights and well within his grasps for the next 2.5 laps to make it up onto the second step of the podium after that off-track excursion. Big move and a touch! Oh! Everstein getting frustrated, trying to find a way through there and just tagged the curve end car.
Got yellow flags into that corner over there.
Now let's see whether or not that car can get going again, because Van Vuuren looks like he might have stalled it on the spin. Van der Merwe comes through there, leading out our leader of Class C, of course, now. Benny Late behind him. And there comes the German.
We'll need to see if Andre Van Vuuren's able to get that car going after that little incident with Jan. There's a couple of cars now stricken across the racetrack. We looked at Neil Reynolds. We had the Amtech racing car of Reinhard Miller. So a couple more, and we might see a second.
We'll have to wait and see if that car gets going or not. It's actually just over our shoulder here, and I think he might have got going. Oh, there he goes. He makes his way down towards turn 3. So lucky to get that car fired up again. The curve end air conditioners machine back up on track, and looking now for a chance to make up as much ground as he can in the next lap and a half. The German's made up huge amounts of ground.
He's made up some good ground, but I must admit I was expecting some faster pace. Andreas set an incredibly fast lap time during qualifying. I believe he did a 2:01 this morning, so incredible pace in that race car with him. So I was expecting him to get through this Class C pack onto the back of Class B a little faster. I wanted to sustain some mechanical damage in that first lap incident.
He might have possibly even some grass on the grill, as you said, could be affecting the heat of the car. Is it maybe cooking? You can see how much grass is on that front grill. So it's just affecting the airflow.
And he's slowing down now. I certainly think there's a cooling issue right now. To have that kind of pace versus a naturally aspirated car on the main straight, he's definitely suffering with a power issue at the moment. I wonder if he's going to be able to make it to the end.
Well, hopefully he can. They've got, according to us, 2 laps to go. So 2 more of these to be sorted out before we wrap things up. And he's probably just thinking to himself, I wish I could just go for a quick splash and dash and guys can just pull all that rubbish out of my radiator grill. That would help out a huge amount. Bob Neal continues to keep out Leon Loubser though. I wonder if Leon's hanging in for maybe a last lap go here, and so that there's no opportunity for Bob to come back at him.
Greg, what's happened to our timing sheet? I see Bob Neal is indicators in the lead. Have we lost Ryan Nike?
I think we may have.
Is Ryan Nike showing at 11th position? Has he
dropped down somewhere? Ryan Nike, is that Ryan going into the pits there?
No, that's Gary Martin's.
Gary Martin's going. Well, he was about to go in the pits and then decided no. Limp mode has come back into motion and he's got going again.
And he's going to jump right in front of Andre Van Vuuren. So that's going to be an interesting first corner.
I was about to say, why is Bob Neal at the top? We went to the picture of him, and as I saw that, I saw Bob Neal hit the front end of Class A. So Nike must have made a mistake somewhere on track. I'm not quite sure where. Or he's gone into pit lane with a bit of a problem. So that's such a pity there for the young man. He was having an absolute blast. We are going to try and find him according to...
So that's it, Bob. Bob contending now for the win.
Yeah, this is 1 and 2. 1 and 2 on track. Fabio Fedetto way down in third, not really going to be involved in the fight for the top step of the podium. There you can see Neil Reynolds' car. That is the chairman in the background. But I don't see Nika's car anywhere on the shots that we've seen so far.
How close is Leon Lopes right there behind Bob Neal?
Yeah,
this is going to be immense pressure on these last lap.
That is exactly what we want to be seeing. The pressure being applied, huge. And cutting through the field there slowly but surely.
That's Oz Budgioni getting past Fabio Fedetto. So similarly, I wonder if there's a mechanical issue there. That Class A car I wouldn't expect to be having an overtake against it on the main straight.
No, certainly not. And of course, Budgioni now trying to close things down on Renier. So the fight for Class A up for grabs here as we see it. Down into the left-hander. Short straight completed. And as they get into this one, it's going to be very, very close for this last lap.
They're coming up essentially what we would call back markers, but that's who was leading Class B. That's Nick Muckris they're coming up behind, and I wonder if he's going to be able to let them past or whether this is going to cause or present an overtaking maneuver for Leon Lopes.
Lopes is going to look for an opportunity if one opens up, that's for sure. Now they definitely are backed up by him slightly there. Muckris will hold the outside line. Oh, he goes inside actually. I thought he might hold that outside line, but remember the outside line is the race line, so he tucks out of the way and allows that Delmas Mining BMW prepped by Lee Thompson Racing to come through. And now it's do or die. Watch for the slipstream here. Possibly Leon Lopes are going to have a go. By the top, no, he's not going to have a go. Not with that kind of pace. Look at the pace there of Bob Neal coming onto that long straightaway. The back straight is almost a kilometre long, and he just pulls away with ease to maintain the lead. And Class A win here, going to go to Bob Neal.
What an incredible outcome. Can you imagine what this car looked like after squad calls? This car was in pieces, absolutely destroyed, and Bob's just taking the victory here at Red Star. Great race.
Oh, fantastic effort there as well from Leon Lopes. Good to have him back in the M Performance Racing Series. Second place will certainly bring him back into contention. The German, it didn't go quite according to plan there for the first heat. Maybe in the second heat he can turn his luck around. It is certainly going to help him out because remember with the reverse grid he might have a slightly higher grid position than where he's finished up right now overall. And of course in Class B that'll be for third place that he's going to be getting there. It'll just be Nick Muckris ahead of him if Muckris can sort his car out. Fedetto still for third place in Class A, heading up towards the line. He's still got the short straight and the chicane to negotiate. And then further back on that one, it's Hein van der Merwe who's possibly still going to hang on. And I think he is going to hang on for the win in Class B ahead of Benny Late and Everstein.
So it's really paid dividends to stick into it, and even with some mechanical and whatever issues the cars are struggling, there's just incidents galore across the track. So if you can keep it together and still get the car across the finish line, there's some really valuable points in that. You can see Andreas the German with that first lap incident pulling through third.
Good run there from Varish Gunpath as well. He'll finish up just outside of the top 5 in his class. So yeah, nicely done in the end. If we look at unofficially the results as they stand, Bob Neal, Leon Lopes and Fabio Fedetto, we're not quite sure what happened with Ryan Nika. He got down to a 1:58.1, so his lap times are certainly on it. Something must have either broken on the car or he had some kind of an issue that he had to bring it into pit lane. We didn't see where he ended up out on track. Renier Smith took the Class B honours ahead of Budgioni, and Andreas Meyer survived to get back up to third place after that off-track excursion. Muckris stayed out and still got points for fourth. So even if you've got an ailing car, staying out there with a big field like this might be worth it.
I'm sure there's going to be a smile on their face. It's probably not what they were expecting after feeling what those cars were performing like. But yeah, perseverance.
Hein van der Merwe, Benny Late and Jan Everstein, your top 3 in Class C. They beat out De Gouveia. Van Vuur and Gary Martin's eventually down in 6th place, just ahead of Varish Gunpath. So Nick, that's the first one done and dusted. You got to get out there and go and have some fun. What was it like this morning in qualifying?
It was good. We obviously were a little bit tentative with regards to the oil that was left after the Class ABC qualifying. But the guys did a great job. They've packed it nicely with concrete. So to be honest, we didn't feel a significant drop in grip coming into that really fast last corner. So yeah, great qualifying. Kobus put in a fantastic lap, took pole, and George just ahead of me. So really looking forward to a jam-packed fight and battle because we've got a couple cars in really close contention there in Class D.
Well, good luck for that one, buddy. We'll see you a bit later on. Next up, of course, we go to Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. We'll see you in a few moments' time with some commentary. So as you can see, that's our program for the day. Up next, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. They got an 8-lapper ahead of the DOE Start My Car Formula Vs, partnered by CIM Lubrifuel. The second of the BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D and E. That's the second race of their day. First one for those two classes. And then it'll be Paybar Volkswagen Challenge, all combined on the track at the same time. Small lunch break at about 12:30. And then we do heat 2 of all of the above. So in a few moments' time, we'll be out with Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Stand by. So at Red Star Raceway for round 3 of the Extreme Festival Regional Championships You can hear in the background the rolling thunder of Mobil 1 V8 supercars about to make their way onto the track for the first time today. It's an 8-lapper for their first heat, a 10-lapper for their second heat later on this afternoon. Let's catch up with a couple of the contenders and see what their plans are.
Mobil 1 V8 supercars, Warren Lombard. I was watching some of the practice. These cars look like a bit of a handful around this track, eh?
Yeah, definitely. The corners are really tight and long corners, stuck in first gear, which these cars don't really like. They'll get up to 150, 160 in first gear, so it's a bit tough. It's a bit twitchy back and forth, but it's the same for everyone, which is a nice thing.
Are you competitive this weekend?
I think so. The car's good. Everything seems to be good. I've been fastest in both practices, so hopefully we can carry it out right through the weekend.
How's it going this weekend?
Look, we went out for the second practice session, which was our first session for the day, just to get into the rhythm. Red Star's always quite a technical track, so you just need to freshen yourself up. And yeah, we're going to go from there. The track's changing with the temperature as the day goes on. The real story will be tomorrow morning for the qualifying. Cool temps, so it's anyone's game at this point, and we'll make it work. Just want to say a big shout out to Delmas Racing and to my team for putting in the effort and getting us here to the track. It was quite a long stretch, so thank you.
So Rolling Thunder making their way around now for their warm-up lap. Julian Familiaris putting it on pole position this morning. So a man to watch out for at the front end. Expect a big battle, as we saw at Kyle Army, though, between himself and Thomas Reeb. Warren Lombard will be in the mix there for the GT1 class. GT2s, it's Larry Wilford, Alki Kampan and Stevie Herbst that are the cars on track there. The Fuchs and Schick Mustang, or Falcon I should say, of Larry Wilford tucked in behind the Pep Boys Automotive, and Gavin Wilkins prepped Mustang of Warren Lombard. So Gavin Wilkins Racing prepped Delmas Racing Corvette that leads things out. And the back in new livery there by the looks of things, a new spray job for the PPG car. Nice to see it, slightly different version of that PPG machine of Stevie Herbst. Number one grid car, Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina. Thomas Reeb on the second row, so it's Chevys 1 and 2 there, the Corvette of Julian Familiaris, as I said, on pole. Qualifying, of course, slightly quicker times to what we've seen in the BMWs from this class. We've got a 155.1 from Familiaris, 56.0 from Thomas Reeb, and a 57.6 from Lombard as your top times from the V8s. And of course those probably will tumble quite dramatically in race trim. We'll wait and see if they're able to get up to those qualifying times or even faster in the race trim that they start this first heat of 8 laps in. So it's basically a Corvette at the front, a Corvette at the back of the Mobil 1 V8 supercar field. One Lumina, 2 Mustangs, and a Falcon in the mix. Difference between GT GT1 and GT2, of course, is basically just the power differential of those engines, and also that the GT2 class runs on old rubber. They don't run on brand new machinery rubber, just to keep the costs down for the guys in racing. They decided to come up with some kind of format to allow them to at least have some fun with the GT2s and continue racing. But a lot of guys are complaining with the cost of tyres. It's affecting them quite dramatically, so they decided to give up some of the older rubber from some of the teams that still had old rubber and let those guys race on the old rubber, evening out the playing field with the fact that they're all on old rubber. Familiaris though will lead out as they come to the line, waiting for those lights to go out. He drops the hammer, tries to get away from Lombard, who goes alongside. And Thomas Reeb, I think, might just fall into just on the inside line. Yeah, hanging in for second place. Could start out of Wolford as well. He starts in fourth, leading the GT2s as they go out of turn 1 into turn 2. Familiaris though has pulled a little bit of a margin already. Closed down under braking there by Thomas Reeb as they start the first of 8 laps. Alki Kampan pulling slightly away now from Stevie Herbst. And Lombard, of course, the Pep Boys Automotive and Gav Wilkins race prepped car. High-Tech Mag Repairs, of course, is one of his sponsors as well. And he'll also be looking to try and turn his luck around after Kyle Army didn't quite go according to plan. He definitely wants to be at the front end of this fight. And he's watching Familiaris get away as he's stuck behind the hard charger in second, Thomas Reeb. Reeb had a fantastic outing as well at Kyle Army, so he'll be looking to maintain the kind of pace he found at the previous round of this championship. Kampan lost some ground now to Wilford. Gaps are opened up now, almost equidistant apart in the front 3. And a little bit of a bigger gap down to 4th place, but leader in GT2, Larry Wilford. Mobil, of course, celebrating 50 years in South Africa, and fantastic to have them still involved with the V8 supercars. Chevy 1 and 2 as they finish the first lap in anger. Familiaris disappearing away at the front end. He's had a fantastic start to this first heat of Mobil 1 V8 supercars. Familiaris already into the 55.8s. And incredibly, that's from the rolling start. So 55.8 is only 7/10 off his qualifying time of a 55.1. So certainly showing us what he's made of. Reeb 57.6. Warren Lombard 58.3. Alki Kampan, looks like things has moved his way up slightly there ahead of Larry Wolford and Steve Herbst. That's how it stands at the front end for them. So the Corvette, prepped by Gavin Wilkins Racing out of the Dimatair Racing stable of Julian Familiaris. That seems to be the car to beat you in race number 1 so far of Mobil 1 V8 supercars. Big gap opening up between himself now and Thomas Reeb. Reeb also starting to pull a small margin over Lombard. Larry Wilford maintaining the lead in GT2s. It's a big margin he's got over Alki Kampan. Tom wanted to pick up Alki at the lead of the race. I'm not quite sure if that was right or not. We'll just have to check on track. Lombard closing in as they come to the chicane now. Trying to get onto the back end there of Thomas Reeb. Reeb seems to just have just enough in the bag to keep out the charge from that Pep Boys Automotive Mustang behind him. It's definitely Alki Kampon as he crosses the line now in the lead of GD2. Larry Wolford's dropped down a second, so must have had some kind of an issue out on circuit. Here he comes to the line. Lombard late on the brakes into turn 4. Trying to find a way through here on that Mobile 1 grid car. Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reeb. They break at about 150 meters to go before the left-hander, and it's a tight left-hander. It's a first gear corner for these cars. These cars are capable of doing 140 in first, remember, the GT1 cars. So they'll basically be playing around first, second and third gears, maybe third gear on the back straightaway, but it's mainly first and seconds around this track. Lombard, has he got an answer here to the Chevy Lumina ahead of him? None of them are going to answer to Familiaris. Look at the gap that Jules has pulled now. It's 4.5 seconds on the last pass. It's probably moved up to close to 5 seconds now between himself and his closest rivals, Reeb and Lombard. 3 down, 5 to go. So lead Corvette crosses the line as the tail end Corvette goes into the dog bone. Really an answer yet to any pace that's being set out front there by Julian Familiaris. But there's certainly a lot more aggression coming from Lombard now. Possibly now that he's got the heat in those Pirellis. They're going to start to feel a little bit more tacky and maybe give him some better drive out of the corners to find a way through here on Thomas Reeb. Reeb will be feeling the same kind of maneuver though, because he's also got probably some newish style rubber on for Red Star. It's not an abrasive surface, Red Star Raceway. It's actually very good on tyres, so some of these guys might have banked some tyres from the previous rounds to use for Red Star Raceway, knowing that they're not going to have to get too much tyre wear out of their cars. Alki Kampon running ever so slightly wide just before he came into turn 5. He gets the Mustang down onto the short straight now and continues to open up a big advantage. Almost 20 odd seconds ahead of Larry Wolford. Pushing and he's trying hard, but to get up to the back end of that Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobile 1 Grid Chevy Lumina is easy, but to get past him, not that easy. Reeb makes that car very wide. Halfway stage reached and Julian Familiaris clearly out front and clean and clear. Literally the entire main straightaway ahead of second place and third place. We watch Larry Wolford down in the dog bone. Big move on the inside by the looks of things there, coming from Lombard. Didn't quite make it stick though. Larry Wolford maintaining second place in GD2's 5th overall. But this is Lombard versus Reeb. And Lombard now certainly looking a little bit more aggressive, showing a bit more intention as to getting through into second place now. Ooh, a little mistake there from Warren coming out of turn 4. A little bit understeer from that car as he came out of turn 4. Now out of 5. Way down towards turn 6. Sharp, almost 45-degree left-hander. Car comes literally back on you down to first gear for the Mobile 1 V8 supercars. Herbst across the line. He starts the second half of the race now. That's the gap. He's into turn 1. And our leader possibly coming out of the dog bone and into the double right, yeah, onto the back straight. Second and third out of the dog bone now. Lombard losing a little bit of ground through that dog bone section to Thomas Reeb. So the Chevy seems to have the ability to be a little bit more nimble through the corners than Lombard's car. Wilford into pit lane. So Larry Wilford rolls into pit lane and out of race number 1. Reeb continues to soak up the pressure being applied from behind from Warren Lombard. Oh, he runs wide. Oh, he runs wide out of the chicane, and that opens up the door. Lombard says, I'll have that, thank you. So with 3 laps to go, Lombard goes to second. Lombard up in the second place after a small mistake there from Thomas Reeb into the final chicane. It's changed up here pretty dramatically with 3 to go. Lombard now into second place. There's no way they're going to have enough time to close the 10.5 second gap that they've been given by Julian Familiaris, unless Familiaris has some kind of an issue, which is highly unlikely. Not the way that car's firing. Not the prep on all 3 of these front cars, I think, are all done by Gavin Wilkins, so they're going to be pretty reliable machinery out there. Lombard onto the short straight in second. Tries to get the hammer down and get away from that third place car of Reeb. Now that Reeb has made a mistake, maybe Reeb. Oh, Lombard makes a mistake. Lombard puts the wheels on the dirt as well, so bit of pressure here from these two. Putting pressure on themselves, never mind on their fellow competitors. So Lombard now comes out of the dog boat in second. He's got a couple of seconds gap there over Reeb, but he's lost out that amount of ground to Julian Familiaris. Familiaris goes into the final chicane as Lombard comes onto the back straight. That's a huge advantage that Julian Familiaris has got now over the rest of this pack as he starts his penultimate lap. Reeb got it all wrong, just ran wide onto the dirt, opened up the door, Lombard snuck through. Now comes across the line. Lombard in second, 11.671 seconds behind Julian Familiaris out front. And 2 seconds back from that is Thomas Reeb. So the champion doing it all right here. He took that number 1 plate away from Mackie Adlam last year, and he's now looking to retain it on a similar vein to what Mackie Adlam did 6 times in a row in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. There's a good possibility that Familiaris might catch the back end of the field as well by the end of this one. Steve Herbst could possibly be caught and passed by the leader by the time we get to the checkered flag. He might just have enough in hand to stay on the legal amount of laps and not be lapped by the leader. Lombard comfortable in second now, maintaining good pace, keeping that 2-second-ish odd gap over for third place at the moment. Also the massive advantage of Kampan and Stevie Herbst. As I said, unfortunately Larry Wolford had to retire the Fuchs and Schick Ford Falcon. Final lap started now for Familiaris. Lombard's certainly going to be happy with the pace, I'm sure, of this car, but remember the second heat is a 10-lapper. It's an inverted grid as well, so you'll probably see Steve Herbst and Aki Kampan on the front row, with Reeb, Lombard and Familiaris starting from behind, and hopefully they can get Wolford's car sorted and back on track. into the short straight now for the last time. Goes Familiaris. Maintaining some great pace here. Literally been consistently in the 56s all race long, but got down to a 54.1 as his fastest lap of the race. So not a bad effort out there from Familiaris. Similar to Superbike times around this circuit. On the purpose-built Superbike track, of course. It's only been a couple of seasons now that we've had the chances to drive race cars around this track, but it is fantastic that we are able to because it's such a good track. So Reeves got no answer to Lombard. Lombard's got no answer to this man. Julian Familiaris onto the back straight away for the last time. Heading to victory lane. Into the chicane for the last time goes Julian Familiaris. Gavin Wilkins prepped Racing and Dimitar Racing Corvette wins out Heat 1 of Bubble 1 V8 Supercars. It's going to be over 12.5 second gap to Warren Lombard in second. That is a massive advantage. Second place goes to Lombard after Reed made a small mistake. And the door was wide open for Lombard to sneak through for second. Eventually 13.5 seconds back on the leader. Reeb a further 2 seconds on that and finishes in third place. GT 1, 2 and 3. GT 1, I should say 1, 2, 3 is Familiaris, Lombard and Reeb. Alki Kampan, he's still coming out of the dog bone, so he's got a little bit more of the track to negotiate before his race is done in the Mustang. This is going to be, I think, Aki's second victory ever in a Mobile 1 V8 Supercar race. The Mars of Larry Wolford gave him the lead of the race, and since then, he did not put a wheel wrong. So up into the final chicane now goes the Mustang of Aki Kampan for the win in GD2. Steve Herbst is going to be further back from that. And that will wrap up our Mobile 1 V8 Supercars race number 1 here from Red Star Raceway and round 3 of the Extreme Festival National Championships. Up next we'll be going to BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D and E. And then the first heat of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge will be out after them. We're looking forward to some action though coming shortly from the DOE Start My Car Formula E's. They will be up next and on track pretty shortly. We'll be back with commentary here from Red Star Raceway, just outside of Delmas in Mpumalanga, South Africa. DOE Start My Car Formula V's making their way onto the circuit for their first heat of action today. An 8-lapper coming your way shortly. Let's go and catch up with a couple of competitors in pit lane and see what their plans are for today's action.
Currently leading the championship, so no pressure really here.
I mean, there's always pressure. You had a good start to the season. Now we're just trying to keep the momentum going.
And this track, tactics here?
I mean, I've had quite a few nice races with Gert. Tactics, I don't really know. We just try and go for it and see what happens.
Well, good luck to you, and make sure Gert doesn't beat you. You want to keep that.
Gert's not here this weekend.
We've got the whole Hills family here with me. Brandon, looks like you guys have got a bit of work to do on some of the cars.
Yeah, it's just a pity that this car my brother's car, Vaughan's car, was overheating a bit and going a bit slow down the straight. So, been working, trying to get the timing done, changing the dizzy, the usual.
And do you trust Peter Hills to actually work on the car? Looks like, Peter, just show me that part there. You don't even know what it is. Tell us about it, Peter.
I'm not sure what this thing is, but it's got gears at the bottom, yeah? So it looks like, no, Dave, to tell you the truth, we are just trying to change everything so we know we've got new stuff in and hopefully it goes now.
Process of elimination. But Peter, from your point of view this weekend, looking forward to it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think we can go a bit quicker than what we were in practice, but yeah, we're there.
And Vaughan, your side?
Yeah, I was actually looking forward to a great weekend. It hasn't started off that well. Had 2 sessions already, car's been overheating, feels a bit sluggish. So yeah, as the guys mentioned, we're busy trying to eliminate all the issues and hopefully the next session's better.
So let's see if those plans are able to be put into fruition now as they make their way around the track. One significant missing car out there, but hopefully going to be in studio with me for race 2 is Theo Vermaak. His car, of course, participated last weekend on the hill climb, so didn't have enough time to change the configuration of the car since getting back to Johannesburg for the DOE Start My Car and CIM Luby Fuel Formula V's. Lionel Janssen and Carl Watt are on the front row. Raising effort there from Carl Watt to sneak through for Mangaza Racing ahead of Peter Hills and Sean van der Linde. Van der Linde also finding some great pace at Red Star Raceway to get up into the second row of the grid. Brandon and Vaughan, the 2 Hills brothers, in 5th and 6th place ahead of Marcel Bluchnoot, and nice to see Jaden Trump slowly but surely getting to grips with things here as well in the DOE Formula V's. He's ahead of Jaco Smit and Chloe Stewart into 10th place. Joni Geisa, Helder Gavea, Reynard van der Linde and Clinton Kane make up the 14 cars about to go to battle. They have a standing start, remember, so they'll come to the line and roll into position for the first start of an 8-lapper for them. And remember, their second heat later on this afternoon is a 10-lapper. A slight different variation there between the V8 supercars and Formula V. Everybody else all on 8 laps for both heats of the day. Top of the show, I mentioned the fact that the circuit was purpose-built for superbike racing. But when you've got Formula V's on track, they're kind of like 600cc motorcycle-esque style racing, up close and personal. A little bit of rubbing, a little bit of touching here and there, and that's kind of what we expect to see in this first heat of Formula V. They are all under starters' orders now. Everybody taking up their positions. And looks like we've got about to get a green flag at the back of the pack. And we do. So standing by for that start line procedure. 1 minute board. 1 minute changes to 30 seconds. 30 seconds changes to 5. Lights will go on, and when they go off, we are racing. And it's a good drop off the line there for Lionel Janssen. Looks like he might have had just a slight advantage over Carl Watt as they head towards turn 1. Inside line there from Watt, trying to squeeze out Janssen. And yeah, not quite up to the maneuvering that I thought Carl Watt would go for. He goes for it in turn 2 because he had the inside line, but Lennard Janssen kept him out. So Janssen running some new livery on that car this year. You'd normally expect to see him in the all red car, Securities machine. On very much Aston Martin style colours there for his racing this year. And leads out over Carl Watt. Carl Watt also ahead of Peter Hills. Peter Hills looks like he's kept out Sean van der Linde. Yes, he has. And then the 11 car. What a start there from Vaughan Hills. Outgunning Brandon as they get onto the short straight. So the first 6 cars pulling away ever so slightly from Marcel Bluchnote and Jaden Tromp. Brandon Hills on the inside and just squeezes out his brother Vaughan. So Brandon moves up one place and back into position where he had started. He was ahead of course, Vaughan in the qualifying this morning. So Lennard Janssen can make hay while the sun shines. 2 close rivals in this category, not here this weekend. Jaco Schricks, another significant missing feature at the front end of this race. As I said, Theo van Mark will join me in commentary for second heat later on this afternoon. But Jaco Schricks not making it to the grid either. CIM Libre Fuel car, Marcel Bluchnote there coming through for what is 7th place on track ahead of Trump and Smith. Tony Stewart behind them. Just watching for the progress here. Brandon closing things down on the back end of Sean van der Linde, trying to get up the inside into the chicane. So they can complete the first lap in anger. Seven to go, 1 done. Carl Watt keeps out his Mangaza Racing teammate Peter Hills for now. Can he keep him out the whole race though? Because Peter Hills is a wily competitor when it comes to this category. And he'll also know how to use that slipstream to perfection. There's 2 opportunities on this track where the slipstream can certainly help you out. One is down to turn 6 where they're headed now. If you get out of turn 5, turn 4, 5 and 6 first. Let's get turn 4 done first, Greg, before we talk about turn 6. It's the right-hander at turn 4, then it's the big left at turn 5. And if you carry enough speed out of 5 and get into the slipstream, could possibly have an outbraking maneuver attempt at the end of the short straight. Not close enough though from Peter Hills on the back end of Watson. Not close enough from Brandy. Whoa, in the background someone's run wide. Is it the 17 car? It's Chloe, yeah. Chloe just getting a little bit too hot into turn number 5. And has she gone off with somebody else? Or is that, no, that's Vaughan Hills pulled to the sideline. So Vaughan's got some problems. He's pulled to the sideline and he's not happy. He parks it on the sideline. It's on the exit of the tight left at turn 6. So Bluchnote ahead of Trump now with the demise there of Vaughan Hills. This is where the slipstream needs to be used, but they're not close enough to use that slipstream, both Brandon and Peter. Closing is down there on Carl Watt. Brandon has got through on van der Linde. Cross the line one more time. Much changing at the front end. Lennard Janssen going down to a 2:07.9 on that lap. Crosses the race so far. Carl Watt in second, Hills in third, Hills in fourth. So Brandon Hills closing things down now onto the back end of Carl Watt ahead of Peter Hills. He's there in the 4 spot. Sean van der Linde in the 5. In car number 6. A little margin to Marcel Bluchnote. Down the short straight once again. This time Brandon Hill's looking to try and close that gap down on Carl Watt if he can. Peter hangs on, just watches the two of them scrap it out. It'll slow them down slightly, so he might be able to just bridge that gap and join the party. But no worries whatsoever here for the leader, Lionel Janssen. Janssen with about 0.7 of a second margin over Carl Watt at the start of this lap. Looking to eke it out ever so slightly more. That's the fourth of the Mangaza racing cars. They're stricken on the sideline. That was Vaughan Hills at the wheel of that car. He's had to pull out for an issue on the car. Brendan now onto the tailpiece, and oh yeah, a lot closer this time onto Carl Watt. He pulls out but has to go around the outside. What you'll see here though is the outside becomes the inside for the second part, but watch for the late apex he's going to look for here on the drive out. He'll get good drive out of the chicane and now look to try and get into turn one and possibly make the move stick. Carl sees him coming, goes defensive. Goes defensive and keeps him out, only just. So good maneuver there from Brandon Hills, but now Carl Watt has to stay defensive. Inside line for turn two. Might compromise his drive slightly on the exit point. That's where Brandon's going to look to try and pounce. Not here. Maybe setting things up now as they come through 3, down to 4, out of 5, and turn 6 is where he'll try something, I'm sure. If he can stay up close and personal with Carl Watt, there's the possibilities of a change up here for second by the time they get to turn 6. Peter Hills has joined the party as well, so all 3 of the Mangaza Racing teammates fighting for honours here. All 3 in the slightly different livery of each of those teammates' cars as well. The light blue car of Watt, the bright yellow car of Peter. No, but Brandon, beg your pardon, and Peter in the slightly darker blue colour. No team orders in Mangaza Racing, that I know. It's literally every man for himself while they're out on track. Sort it out on the day, sort it out on the track, come back and high fives in the teams. Further back in that one, we're also seeing, is it Jaden Trump? No, it's the 73 car. Clinton Kane at the back of the pack, that's right. Clinton Kane at the back of the pack there. And a little bit of a in-house fight at the back of the pack as well. Return of Chloe. Chloe trying to come back into the mix there too. Sean van der Linde's lost the gap now to the Hills boys and the Mangaza Racing trio. And the braking this time. Carl a lot further ahead of Brandon than what he was in the last lap. Last time they came into that chicane. 4 down, 4 to go. Halfway stage reached. No answer just yet though. From Brandon Hills to Carl Watt. He's had a look on a few occasions, but Watts kept him honest. Kept him out. Not giving him any room to play. Brandon needs to have that nose cone right underneath the gearbox. If he can, man up in front of him. If he wants to have a go here into turn 6, he's not close enough. That slipstream won't help him on this pass. He has to be a lot closer than that. Maybe just trying to set things up coming out of the dog bowl now. He seems to have good handling in the car, so maybe through the dog bone section here, he can close that gap up again and have another go at Carl Watt into the chicane. If he just stays up close and personal, that's what he needs to do. Nose cone must be tucked underneath that gearbox as they come out on the double right. Just slightly uphill, slightly off camber as well, the corner they're about to hit now. And it forces the car to go extremely wide on the exit point. So Is he close enough? Let's watch and see now. Brennan going to try and carry corner speed through here. Exactly what he does. Great corner speed, actually. Lionel Janssen leading things out there. You can see the gap he's got now over that second place battle. Brandon Hills is close enough. He's in the slipstream. Pulls out and has a look. Can he drive around the outside? I don't think so. Or maybe he can. Wow, incredible stuff there from Brandon Hills. Around the outside, is that Yannick Geyser getting out of shape in the background by the looks of things as well? Yeah. He's made a small mistake out on circuit. And Jaco Schmidt was the man who actually went off too. So Jaco Schmidt getting a little bit out of shape as well. What a move there from Brandon Hills to drive around the outside of Carl Watt and make it stick into the chicane for second place. So Watt down to third. Peter Hills maintains fourth. Can Hills find a way through as well now? Spoil Carl Watt's day slightly more. Clinton Kane comes to complete another lap. He's on the back end of the earlier spinner there, Jaco Schmidt, by the looks of it. Geyser and Tromp just up the road fighting for honours there. That's Yannick Geyser. Dave Austin just behind him. And then it's Kane. So it looks like we're going to be finishing up pretty much as they are right now. There's not a lot of changes to the front end of these Vs. Oh, and there's a spinner. Is that Jaco Schmidt spinning out? Looks like it is. I think Jaco Schmidt might have spun out there in the closing stages. And what a start, yeah? It's a great start to the race there for him, but not a great finish. He messes up a little bit here in the closing stages, and unfortunately he's fallen completely to the back end of the pack now, has the 113. So Jaco Schmidt making a mistake and not getting it all according to plan. But now as they come across the line now, we're going to be starting 2 to go for the leader. Lionel Janssen with a huge advantage. It's come down slightly though since Brandon Hills got up in the second place. Carl Watt is trying to go there with Brandon Hills to try and close that gap down. He didn't have the pace to do it himself, but Brandon Hills certainly does. I think with only 2 laps to go, there might not be enough time for that differentiating factor to come into play here. It's 207s and 208s literally back to back from the first 2 cars. So very evenly matched in terms of lap times and lap pace, which means that they're not going to be able to bridge that gap. That is for sure. Peter Hill's still trying to hang on for a chance here to get onto the podium at least and possibly beat out Carl Watt, his teammate. He doesn't have an answer just yet, but he's certainly going to give it a try. Lionel Janssen has done nothing wrong this entire race. And pretty spectacular drive here from the Bull security car. As I said, in some new Aston Martin style colours there, as opposed to his normal red rocket he would be in for the Bull Securities team. He's trying to hang on now for this final lap and a half of DOE Start My Car Formula V's powered by CIM Lubrifuel. As I said, a couple of significant cars not here this weekend, one of them being Jaco Schmidt, not in the mix at all. We lost Vaughan Hills early on. There you can see his car stuck on the side. And the other one, of course, is Theo Vermaak, who will be joining me later on this afternoon for commentary in race 2 for the 10-lapper. Peter now going to try and close that gap down. Can he maybe just try and get into that slipstream and do a similar maneuver to what his son Brandon was able to do earlier on over Carl Watt, their teammate. Able to drive around the outside of this Formula V into the chicane. Pete certainly... Oh, there's a problem. Missed gear. Yeah, Carl Watt missed a gear there. You can see him just shift it into second and try and get the power down. That opens up the gap, and Peter says, thanks very much, I'll have that. Didn't expect to be gifted it, but that's what happens Wrong gear going into the chicane, and Hills is up to third with a lap to go. So Peter Hills now into third place. Carl Watt down to fourth. Long gap to Sean van der Linde in 5. But if you give Peter Hills a chance at the podium on the last lap, you're not likely to get that position back again. So we got Mangaza's 2, 3 and 4 on track. Lionel Janssen has taken the battle to them though in that Bull Securities machine. And that's the gap he's got. Look at that. You know, that's more than capable of being managed right to the line. Late bit of braking here from Brandon Hills will close him down slightly, but it's not going to give him a chance to overtake. There has to be something going wrong with this car or a problem out on track for Lionel Janssen for him to lose this over the charging Mangaza Racing squad. So he makes his way now through the dog bone. Last time we see that car in shot, sure Vaughan Hills will be working frantically between the heats to get that car sorted for the 10 lapper of second heat later on this afternoon. So back straight and the checkered flag on standby. It's the last lap here for Lionel Janssen, and he's pulled a decent margin. Again, he's actually pulled a slightly bigger pack margin there over the contenders in this category. It was 3.6 seconds over the line ahead of Brandon Hills as he comes to take the checkered flag. Is it going to be even more? Flags out and Lionel Janssen gets it for Bull Securities. Brandon Hills will come through for second place. And Hills finishes up ahead of Peter Hills, who just hangs on to keep out Carl Watt for the top 4. Sean van der Linde will be coming through the chicane there for 5th place. Good drive from him. And Marcel Bluchnout finishes the top 6 there for him. Jaden Tromp also first time into the top 7, I think, for Tromp overall. He'll win out over this man, Yanni Geyser. Geyser's going to keep out the almost Lotus-style colours there of Dave Austin. This is Tromp coming to the line. And there you have it. Wrapping things up here for Formula V's. Up next we go to BMW M Performance Racing Series, classes D and E. And the boss man, Bernard de Gavea, will join me for some commentary in a few moments' time. We'll be back shortly. So we got BMWs rolling out for the second heat of their categories. It's D&E now going to be joining me in commentary as Bernard de Gavard. But Ben, before we get into race action, we managed to catch up with a couple of the competitors. Oh, there are no interviews. Okay, we got no interviews for this one. I thought we had interviews for this one. We caught up with a couple of guys earlier on. But it's a nice field once again in BMW M Performance Racing Series. We've seen classes A, B, and C out on track. Not a bad effort there for you in the first one. How did it go?
Yeah, that was a great. It was. I was hoping for more cars. We are 30, or I think 38, 39 cars somewhere there in total. I was hoping for 45 plus, but there's a few guys that didn't make it to the track. Cars aren't ready after Kailami and stuff. So hopefully the next event we'll have in the 50s again. But myself, it went well. A bit lonely at the back. So had a bit of a scare this morning. In quali, I didn't see the oil that JP left all the way down the back straight, and when I hit anchors, there was no anchors. So I managed to pull out and miss for Rish. That was a close call. So bit of a scary one, but it was all good.
But you're here and you're racing, and so all these guys.
Yeah, and I managed to finish. So it actually, unfortunately for some guys, they pulled off, fixed their cars, came back on, or stayed off. So I managed to actually go up into, I think, 4th. So it wasn't too bad for me.
Nice effort from the first side of things as well to have Leon Lopescher back at the front end too. He wasn't at Kailami, but also big work being done there by Lee Thompson to get Bob Neal's car into it.
Yeah.
What happened with Ryan Naka?
I'm not actually sure. All I saw when I was going around on track, his car was parked in a fence. But I must say, well done to the man. 156 in quali.
Yeah.
That's flying, so well done.
And I think he got down to a 154. No, that was the V8.
That's V8. I think he did 58 in the race.
That's right, yeah. So that's some decent pace around this for a Class A competitor. So we've got classes D and E about to go at it now, and as they've finished up in qualifying, it's all about Kobus Boma and George Economides on the front row. They'll be led out by that Suzuki Swift from the hill climb. Fellow commentator from race 1, Nick, is on the second row. He said he wasn't too concerned about that, although Roland Hopkins had given him a good run for his money. And then in Class E, it's Tian van Rooyen, new man, who has put it alongside Eddie Rodriguez for this first start.
Yeah, and I see he wasn't far from breakout times. He was, in practice, he was 0.1 away from breakout, so he's quite close to going to Class D. Just the thing right at the end is Craig Herbst. He's a Class D car, but unfortunately he missed qualifying and he only arrived 10 minutes ago. So well done to him for repairing the car. Unfortunately, we couldn't put him at the back of D because the grids were done and it was a bit too late. So he's starting right at the back of the entire field.
So watch out for that Victron Energy car of Hapsy to make his way through. But needless to say, I think we're going to be in for some or two big battles here. Very evenly matched cars on track at the moment, which is always a good thing to see. You mentioned the breakout times. They've got to be careful that they don't go into those if they want to be in contention.
Yeah, so originally our rules state that winter times is May, June and July, so the breakout times is 0.5 quicker. So we decided to change it because of it's being so hot lately. We're actually running summertime, so they're on the normal breakout times.
Okay.
And so far, doesn't seem like anyone's actually broken out, so it was a good call.
Not a bad effort out there, that's for sure. So if we look at the field, we've got some E30s, E36s, E46s, M3s. The nice thing about this category is that if you've got a BMW, it doesn't matter what kind of BMW it is, you can come and play. And of course, if you want to come play, we'll get into the official track day that M Performance Racing Series is running at the end of this race. So stay tuned for that if you're a BMW fan or if you want to become part and parcel of a really awesome track day with this club.
Yeah, so actually here, if I recall correctly, there's no turbo cars now in Class D and E. The only turbo car was Dewald Smith, but he's there in that box shape just in front of Tian.
Yeah.
Something happened to his M3 and he luckily brought a spare car with, so he's in his spare car.
Not a bad spare car to have, eh?
And he's got a number of cars there, and it's quite a cool car with exhaust coming out the number plates.
Yeah, exactly. Love it. Also like the gold wheels on that too, hey?
And then you've got Uncle Mike, 70 old in the hairdresser's car, the little Z3. He's
that's a new one for him, eh?
No, they've had it for a while. It's just been parked. They used the motor for another car. Now they put a motor in it. So, yeah, it's like a spare car for them.
I think he might be in for a bit of fun and games there, that's for sure. Yeah, so you say the hairdresser's car. I'm going to say it was Pierce Brosnan's first choice as his first James Bond car.
Let's call it the 007.
Yeah, it's the 007 car or 100. The other way around there. It's 700 as opposed to the 007.
Yeah.
Yeah, he started with the Z3, then went to the Z8, and then, of course, that got chopped in half by a bit of machinery that didn't quite agree with the BMW. But needless to say, we got a great field of cars here. 18 of them in total going at it for classes D and E for BMW M Performance Racing Series. Good to see Trevor Long. He didn't have quite the day he wanted at Kyalami. He had a bit of an up and down day there.
Yeah, his diff blew on him, so he's repaired the car, and great to see him back on track.
Tian behind that, and of course the standard option. We've got the track taxi back on track as well. And I think Matty Wadley's going to be in for a good run as well. He managed to get up into that top 3 overall in Class E, so certainly going to give the track taxi a good run for its money and hopefully be in the mix for a podium at the end of this one.
Yeah, and hopefully if my plans go according to plan, I'm going to have a nice guest driver into that car for the next event. So let's see if that pulls through.
Like to hear that. Hello, how are you? How are you doing, Lawrence? Our cameraman there just giving us a shout out, showing us that the cameras are all working. We are now under starters orders. That Suzuki Swift Sport will pull into pit lane and will hand Kobus Boma the duties of maintaining. Now, George Economides has already had a hard-fought battle in the Ferro Energia Triple1 GT in Sports and Saloons, and he's now going to have an even bigger one with Kobus Boma in the pepper spray machine. So let's see what's going to happen as they come to the line now. Lights are out and we're racing. Boma gets the drop. Oh, yeah, he gets a huge advantage over Economides. He just set the pace perfectly, and he leads into turn 1 with Economides on his tail. Good start there from the third place as well. Nick Cap's just being squeezed out for 4th. But up into turn 2, it's the Pepper Shield car out front that is now looking to try and get away from this pack and hopefully keep them all at bay.
I must say, hats off to Kobus in front. He also broke a diff at Kyalami. He flew in a diff, didn't arrive in time, managed to find some second-hand one somewhere, fitted it on the car on Wednesday. Thursday took it for wheel alignment, and he's at the track. So well done to him putting all that effort.
And look where Craig's got to. He's made up about 4 or 5 positions off the start as well. So the slightly quicker Class D car into the mix there in the mid-pack of Class E. Hasn't quite got to the front of Class E just yet, but not a bad start there from the Victron Energy machine. Trevor now trying to close things down on the short straight for the first time. Wadley, a little bit out of shape there from Wadley as he came onto the braking point. Now as they come down into the turn 6 inside line coming from Economides, Boma will try and hold that outside line, which will become the inside for the first part of the dog bone, and he does that to perfection.
Yeah, I think the top 4, they're going to have a ding-dong battle now. Ari's also trying to join the battle, and Shane, he's also improving. He's done a bit of work on his white and blue car just behind Ari in shot.
Yeah, Ari, I think, has certainly got a chance of being in the mix here with these guys, trying to close the gap down on Hapst. Nicholas Hapst in 4th. You mentioned, look at that. Krobler having a much better run this time out. But a bit of pressure coming from the 101, or the 301, I should say, Fatty. Fatty's there as well, so he's got to be on the defensive and on the attack at the same time. Not always the ideal position to be in.
Yeah, they're both running 330 motors in those cars, so they're pretty much equal on power. But it looks like Ferdy's going to try and take him on down the long straight. I think he's got a bit more power.
But a lot more downforce, which might be actually a disadvantage on that straight with that big wing. It would have slowed him up slightly. No DRS engaged there, but Krobler managed to hang on. First lap done, 8 laps in total to be completed. So we've still got 7 more to go, and this nice pack getting through the first couple of corners and the first 4Ks unscathed. No one going astray, no one going off track. That's always a good sign. So 18 cars still in it.
Yeah, Class D is pretty much reliable cars. They last the race and they have lacquer battles in between, especially in D, and then also the top end of E. They have a nice battle there as well. But Boma, what's happened to Boma? He's fallen back.
Now, Boma's fallen back there slightly, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. He must have had some kind of an issue somewhere on track and didn't see exactly where that happened, but certainly something went wrong. It's Economides leading things out. It might have been going into turn 2. Oh, Ari diving up the inside of Neck. Nick just able to keep him out. I think it probably down into turn 2. He maybe ran wide and had to come back on again, because it's always a very late braking corner to stay ahead, and he was under a bit of pressure from George Economides into turn 1, so maybe a mistake there from Boma has now dropped him out of contention.
Yeah, Ari's also still doing quite well. He moved up into Class D at the beginning of the year, and he's improving all the time, so well done to him as well. And there's Nicholas in front, and Shane's under pressure again from Ferdy, and Corbus, I think, is trying to attack Trevor Long now to get back to the front.
He just wants to get back to where he was earlier on. Not always easy to do that. Tiaan van Rooyen, also a man who's certainly getting to grips with the M Performance Racing Series after joining it.
I think he came from driving a Porsche 924, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
That's right. He's certainly a man to watch out for. In fact, if he's running, he's got an onboard camera that clips to his helmet, which is quite awesome to watch. If he's got some of that footage, we might be able to get some of that later on and watch that on some social media channels. So watch out for that. But look at this now. Things starting to open up slightly. Cobus Boma coming straight back at Trevor Long as they come under braking for the final chicane. Van Rooyen behind them. More importantly is having a look at the way that the things are lining up in the classes. George Economides now is plain sailing out front. There's not really any answer whatsoever from Roland Hopkins or from Nick Abst to Economides' pace out front. And Boma has got about 7 cars to make up before he gets there.
Yeah, but he's managed to pass Trevor Long already, so he's moving up.
He's got through on Long, but he's got, what do we got? Van Staden, Krobler, Van Heerden, Abst, and Hopkins. Those are not easy cars to find.
And
Economides. And then he's going to get to Economides, exactly.
Yeah.
So 6 cars to make up before he catches the leader, and I don't think that's going to be able to be done within the space of 6 laps. Not when they're so evenly matched.
Yeah.
You look at the lap times there. Look at those.
I think if I'm
13s and 14s down to 7th place.
All the guys in the top 5 or 6 all running 330 motors, all pretty similar, except the Boxy, he's a 325. So they're all pretty similar power outputs in those cars. So it'll be a good race all the way to the end.
I'll certainly keep an eye on Boma's progress. That is for sure.
The taxi's coming under pressure from the Victron, so he's trying to move back into the Class D guys. He still hasn't got there. Craig Herbst.
As you said, great effort there from him to get the car back here in time just to start the race.
Unfortunately, we just couldn't get him into his grid position in time. But
you won't worry, he's out of track, he's racing.
Yeah, I think he's happy.
He doesn't worry about that. As long as he's racing, it's not a problem for him. And I think that's what a lot of these guys are. You know, they're not.
We're not professionals.
Exactly.
We don't have pit crew, and we fix our cars ourselves. And well, some of us, I don't really know much about cars.
I don't know who fixes your car.
I'm a bean counter.
But they're certainly not you. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, but thanks to Shane. Shane actually he does my car.
He does
In picture there was Car, and she had a bit of an off at Kalami, and they've now resprayed the rust bucket. Now it's a nice grey colour, so it's got proper paint on it now.
Good job. So inside line there from Craig, moves up 1 position ahead of Matty Wadley. Slightly wide. A lot of cars do that on the exit of that corner.
Yeah, well, thank goodness they've added a stretch of tar there. Before there was nothing there, so a lot of guys used to go off there.
Yeah. A little bit of runoff, a little bit of rumble, strip up on that outside point. And certainly helps out a couple of these cars when they do run wide.
And the's Miller time. Oh, Johan Miller.
I was about to say, you haven't seen him for a while, eh?
Yeah, he's enjoying it. He came from drag racing and he's loving circuit racing.
So he's learned to turn left and right now as well.
He doesn't just go straight anymore.
Yeah, Miller up into 14th overall, just ahead there of Sakudu.
Sakudu's also a new guy to the series. He came from karting, so he's trying out. He's racing with us to try and get a national license eventually. So he should be racing with us for the whole year and hopefully more into the future.
So he'll be looking to possibly move up into maybe one of the Polo Cup or Gazoo Racing Cup classes, I'm sure. Get some experience here in the BMW M Performance Racing Series is not a bad thing to do. As you said, there's Ninaba. Good to see her.
We've had a few guys go through the race series. Roland is.
Hopkins out of shape properly. Onto the grass.
I think he's in Randfontein or what? He's going all
what
over
happened there? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So,
he's in the Wild Wild West, not the Far East where we're racing right now. So, that Richard Scrap Metals machine getting out of shape onto the short straight, allowing both Herbst and Ari through.
But now he's coming back at Ari, so let's see if he's not going to make it.
Well, he can't if he puts it on the dirt all the time.
Yeah.
Those Dunlops are not going to love the dirt, that's for sure. Particularly when you've been off track on both sides. So maybe he's got to give it a lap, get the tyres back in clean and up to temperature again. But unfortunately, he's lost out a lot of ground. That's moved Nick up into second place now.
But he's got a long way to catch George. So, and George, he's quite quick with that car. He's a Swartkop specialist, but good to see him out at different tracks.
He certainly is known for his abilities at Swartkops, but he's also been pretty good in the past at Red Star Raceway. We saw it earlier on in the Triple1 Sports and Saloons. And, he was in a big fight at the front end there with the Porsche of Philip Meyer in his Golf 1. Similar livery to what he runs here in the BMWs, but always good to see Economides fighting hard, and he's certainly a top contender in any category that he races in. Trevor Long also starting to build back at Kobus Boma, and also joining possibly onto the back end there of Van Staden. So halfway stage reached and 4 to go. We got Economides, Habst and Van Heerden leading things out in Class D. And it's Tian van Rooyen by the looks of things who leads out in Class C.
E,
sorry. E, yeah, I've got to remember.
I was going to say, if it's Class C, I should be on track.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Better way of doing it, Greg. Let's just put the classes up on the screen. That's probably an easy way of watching how things are turning out there.
Kobus Boma's now overtaken Ferdy van Staden as well. Now he's going to try and chase down Shane Krobler. What position is Shane in? About 5th.
Yeah, fifth in class.
So Kobus has moved up into 6th position already. Ari's still putting on pressure there onto Nick.
Ari wants by.
Yeah, jeez.
Ari wants by in a big way. Nick Habst running colours at a BMW, I think did about 1990 or 1991. They ran a competition worldwide where everybody around the world had to send in their special liveries to BMW.
Odd cars.
It was odd cars, that's right. Yeah. And I think that odd car livery looks pretty good on his car. It's something completely different, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, totally different from a full-on black car that he used to.
Yeah.
Well, that specific car was black. So yeah, nice change up for him. And great to have new sponsors on board, individual sponsors as well, backing the guys up. He's got the CIM sponsorship now. His dad's got the Victron Energy, and there's a lot of other guys with their sponsors. It's great to see guys backing up.
I think it's testament to what we're seeing from a live stream point of view and the reach that it's getting. People are seeing the value in it and seeing the value in terms of running sponsorship on the cars and getting that value and the leverage back again from that sponsorship. Here comes
and it's
a move.
Great also to see new drivers joining. So
a
few
100%.
more that want to come and join the busy building cars. So I'm quite proud of that the way the series is going. And there was a move by Kobus Boma. He's now past Shane Krobler.
Yeah, moving himself up into the top 5.
Yeah.
So Boma into top 5 after that mistake earlier on.
I'm sure he must be kicking himself for whatever he did in that second lap, but at least he's moving back up.
He knows he's got the pace. It's reverse grid for race 2.
Top 5.
Top 5
so
gets
he
will get him pole.
So yeah,
that's where he needed to be.
If he stays there, he'll get pole. Correct.
That's probably what his goal was, to at least get into that top 5 and stay within the chances of that reverse grid working in his favour.
Yeah, but remember, he had pole for this race, and look where he landed up. So it doesn't guarantee you nothing.
Maybe you'll learn from his mistake.
Yeah,
that's the important thing. Shane Krobler certainly going to learn from his mistake as he tries to close it back down again. Ari running. Oh, Ari's got a problem.
Spinning.
Ari's got a problem there. You don't spin out like that. Not usually. Something went completely wrong there for Ari.
Overcooked it, I think. Maybe he got on the loud pedal a bit too fast.
Maybe.
But now there goes Kobus Boma's pole, though.
Yeah, there you go. He's to second.
Yeah.
So Economides in the Fina colours.
It's also a lovely looking car that he's got there, well prepped as well. I think his guy that preps the car is called Craig. So also a very well prepped machine.
Preps all his race cars, and they're all very much at the front end of each of the battles that they fight in at regional level at Extreme Festival here at Red Star Raceway. We're seeing the same from Economides, now ahead of Habst. And it's Ari van Heerden who spun out, who now loses 3rd place and promotes Roland Hopkins back up into 3rd.
Miller's now
into 4th.
Miller's now trying to chase down the taxi. He's looking for a lift there, looks like.
Possibly looking to squeeze by if he can. Yeah. Let's keep an eye on that little battle as they come out of the dog bone. Hopkins still hanging on.
At least he's recovered. He's now in 4th. He's got gifted that position back.
Yeah.
So he's recovered well.
So a little off track earlier on. Tian van Rooyen still hanging on to the lead of Class E. And he's got about 4.5 seconds over Eddie Rodriguez and Matty Wadley. So Tion really has got to grips with his car pretty quickly. And he's quite confident in it as well.
And good to see Eddie as well. He's also new to the series. He joined this year. I think he missed the first round, so from the second round he joined us. Also a brand new build by Triple1 Motorsport, and also doing well. So well done to him. But who kicked up dust there though? I couldn't see. Someone kicked up a bit of dust.
It might have been Matty or Eddie Rodriguez in the background just putting a wheel on the dirt. But Tion hangs on. So the gap is like you'll possibly see second place coming in now.
Yes. I think they've caught up to him, and Miller's passed Matthew. Miller's managed to get past.
Miller's managed to get through there on Matty Wadley as they came across
on the straight. He likes drag racing, so on the straight.
Yeah, there you go. He's good in a straight line, man. Oh, Matty Wadley's got a massive problem out of our window there. He actually just spun out of the chicane. He's got back on track again. And that's possibly why. Maybe the pressure there coming from the drag racer.
Or maybe he wanted to pick up somebody on the side there.
Oh, maybe he saw somebody on the sideline. Headed to the Shell garage for a quick refuel.
He actually did that just now. We just drive the car to the garage, not a problem. But now Miller's now chasing down Eddie, so he's right behind him now. Eddie's fallen back a bit.
That Hydro Trans machine is definitely on a big move here in the closing stages. He'd love to be top 3 overall, and he's made his way up there. Now I wonder if he can maybe even get higher up and possibly close down on Rodriguez by the close of this first heat.
And Craig he's now at the back of Class D. He's now in his position, well, in his class. So he's moved all the way through Class E from the back.
Yeah. So ticked them off one by one, found his way through. And now looks at...
Oh, that's Devil Smith. He's gone off somewhere.
That's turn 3, I think it was, right behind us.
Okay.
Right behind us here, turn 3. So Hapst in second. He hasn't got an answer to Economides.
I actually thought they would be closer together. They're normally quite close, but he has been catching him. He's slowly, but yeah, it's a bit too late, I suppose.
But I think maybe you might even see that Economides might have rolled out slightly as well. Let's have a look at his lap times. 13s. Oh no, Nick's actually picked up the pace. Nick's doing 12s. So it is Nick that's putting the pressure on. Consistent 13s out of George Economides. He might have to just up his pace slightly for this final lap. They're about to start it.
Probably had it too easy, and now they're catching up. And he's not too far behind now. Eddie keeps going quite well into the long straight.
He doesn't like that off-camber right.
Yeah.
So there's Economides, your race leader, heading into turn number 2. As he comes out of that one, you can see he's got a little bit more pressure than what he's experienced all race long. Coming from Nick Capps for second.
And he's caught up quite nicely. He's now right up, almost up to his bumper.
Just close that gap down a little bit more. He might be able to use the slipstream on the back straight on the final lap.
They've actually managed to get away from the third person. Who's in third? Roland
Hopkins, yeah. Perhaps running wide, slightly different line. Late exit point of turn 3. And late exit point of turn 5 as well. Trying to carry corner speed and get the drive onto the short straight.
I see Ari, he's fallen quite far back. He's like in between the Class E guys after that spin. I wonder if he had any other issues since that spin.
Maybe just had to wait for them to come past to get onto the track in a safe position.
And he was fighting for it
almost there.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, it might have given him a little advantage on the restructure of the grid with the reverse grid in race 2. Ari would be finishing. No, he won't. He won't be in that top 5. So it won't help him at all.
Devil Smith also fallen back. He's just in front of Karen. He's also in Class D, so he's fallen back second last. And so far we've got all cars on track, 19 cars.
Yeah.
No one's having issues so far.
No one's had an issue in Class D and E here today.
Great run by them.
Good run onto the back straight. Oh, a little bit too good. I was about to say, Haps was pushing hard, but he pushed a little bit too hard. And off track onto the dirty stuff. That's going to give Economides the win without any problems at all. So Economides coming through the final chicane.
That's easy for him.
As they kick through there for the last time.
You can just chill past.
Yeah, just put it in neutral and cruise across the line.
Well done, George.
Economides takes the win. Haps in second. Quite a way back there to Roland Hopkins for third. Still on here between Miller and the 7-7 of Eddie Rodriguez.
Kobus managed to get up into fourth, so not a bad
nice recovery
comeback.
from him. Nice recovery.
And Craig Herbst into seventh, from all the way in the back. So well
that's a
done
nice
to
run
Craig.
as well. Tian van Rooyen, hand out the window. He takes the win.
We just got to now go check if none of them broke out. That's the only issue.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sure you're going to bring us that information.
Miller got past Eddie.
He did. Miller time. Nicely
party
done.
tonight.
Nicely done. So he comes through for top 10 as well overall. That's a nice run there from Johan Miller.
So he got past the track taxi as well. So
yeah, but that was because he went off there in the chicane. Here comes our
James
007.
Bond. Yeah.
Mr. Bond.
Mark Bond. Mad Mark Bond.
Yeah, Mad Mark Bond.
And he's flashing his lights.
I like it.
I think
I
it's
like
road
it, Robler.
legal, that car.
That's the way to do it.
And here comes our Harry.
Harry surviving.
And in front of Ole. And Devolt, the last of the batch.
Well, the Rato, nice run there from him. And Ishmael as well. So that wraps up our first heat of racing for classes D and E. BMW M Performance Racing Series. Confirmation, of course, Economides, Haps and Roland Hopkins, your top 3 in D. Tian van Rooyen, Johan Miller and Rodriguez, your top 3 in E. But I believe we've got something coming up next week.
Yeah.
It's pretty spectacular. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, 19th of May, as you can see on your screen, Swartkops. It's our track day, BMW Car Club Gauteng. It's our Expel track day, so it's we are sponsored by Expel. And we basically, it's as you can see, we have Porsches, we have all brands of cars, race cars, road cars, Cobras, anything we welcome. They split into different classes. We got road cars, we got fast road cars, slow road cars, fast race cars, slow race cars. We split it up into 4 different groups. So that's how we started with the racing. We started with the track
as a club,
days, and we moved on, and we have this race series that just exploded.
Well, don't forget, on the Saturday, it's Extreme Festival National Championships.
Correct.
First and foremost. And then on the Sunday, a couple of cars must stick around to be part of the track day.
Or get all the spectators that watch, pull in on the Sunday and bring your car and come have fun.
That's what I look forward to doing. There you go. Up next, we've got Payball Volkswagen Challenge. We'll be back shortly here with race action from round 3 of the Extreme Festival at Red Star Raceway. So up next, we've got Payball Volkswagen Challenge. Heard as well that we've got a couple of interviews to get through. As soon as they make their way onto track, we'll pick up on those. And also just, Paul, I don't know if you got to see, I can send you the link maybe, a message that came in from Michael Zaferio, the man who had the big crash at Kyalami. Of course, he's well into his recovery after that massive crash, and actually yesterday got a chance to go and stand on Kyalami's racetrack where the incident took place. I don't know if you want to maybe see if you can squeeze that in somewhere. So cars making their way out to the circuit now for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Race 1. Classes A, B and C all combined, and let's see what the plans are for some of our top contenders.
Gene Ross, Class A in the Paybar VW Challenge. Looking forward to the race this weekend?
That's going to be a lot of fun. Got a bit of pace to find to catch back Wayne and Bevan, but I think we're going to have a good weekend and try our best to catch up to them.
It looks like you got a bit of a head cold to deal with as well.
Yeah, it seems like a few of us got it when we were down at the hill climb, but yeah, slowly feeling better, but hopefully by tomorrow it's all gone.
Martin de Beer, the B class of the Paybar VW Challenge, always one hell of a dive.
Yeah, no, you know, the guys are always busy in Class B. You have to watch out for them. It's a busy class, so yeah, looking forward to it.
And tactics during this race, what do you think? Just try and hold the inside line, it seems to be the way around here?
Yeah, keep it on the inside line, and yeah, just to get to learn the car. I did a lot of changes on the car and the setup, so yeah, just out here to have a feel of it, and we'll see how it goes.
I dropped it to you on WhatsApp, Paul. If you didn't find the link, maybe we can quickly squeeze it in. It's only a couple of seconds as well, so we might have enough time to do that because they've still got to do a full warm-up lap, of course, behind the safety car. Okay. Yeah, perfect. That sounds like a great idea. Okay. So we'll catch up with that interview with Michael Zafirio, of course, after that big crash at Kyalami. And I know that Mikey's watching because Dad Feather sent me a message saying that he's enjoying all the race action. Pity he can't be here. Remember, he was actually leading this championship overall before Kyalami, so certainly knew that he was in contention for running at the front end of each of his classes. So big thanks to Feather for sending that. And of course, here's a clip and a video that he sent me as well. Good to see that the recovery is going really well for Mikey, and of course everybody here from Extreme Festival, not only from Paybar Volkswagen Challenge, are sending him all the very best as he watches from the sidelines, and I'm sure he's itching to get back into a race car as quickly and as soon as possible. But I got to just say, I can't believe how well Mikey's done in terms of his recovery, in terms of what we were given information on his scenario after the big crash at Kyalami, just coming out of turn 12, and of course as he exited turn 13, massive loss of control as he went onto the grass and then spun straight across the circuit, slamming into the wall, and fortunately he was extricated from the car rapidly by the Kyalami medical team, sent off for medical as quickly as possible. And as I said, Feather has sent me a whole bunch of pictures now and a video, of course, of him. And it was great to see that and getting an opportunity there to, of course, see Michael's recovery as quickly as what we got to see it. And we wish him all the very best from everybody here, particularly myself and our team at 60 Seconds and Two Wheels TV. I'm hoping to see him back in a race car as soon as he's able to get back there, because certainly a top contender in his class, that is for sure. Was leading when the crash happened, but unfortunately that's how motorsport goes sometimes. It is a cruel beast. But the most important part about that entire scenario is that Mikey is out of hospital and on the mend, and we wish him a very speedy recovery. But let's concentrate now our efforts on his fellow Paybar Volkswagen Challenge competitors as they get ready to go now for their first heat. If we look at the way things go in terms of the standings, Wayne Masters and Bevan Masters were the front row of Class A, and there you can see them lined up ready to go. Mighty Mfana and Ian Walker the Stalker having some great qualifying, moving himself into the top end of Class B for Melovelo Cycles and Cycles United and the Oakley car. It's Dioval Teron and Stuart Mack with Mo Karodia for Fast 5 Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing that make up the top 5 of Class B. Class C, Judd Berthold putting it on front. He was also one of the cars involved in that big crash. Is it the Classic being pushed off there? Or was that, I think that might have been Mo Karodia's car being pushed off the circuit. Good possibilities. It could look like one of the Classic cars there being pushed off the track. Hope that's not the case. As I said, Berthold and Gossman ahead of Chris Tate and Carl Peterson. And then Mitch Kutsia just ahead of Dino Schmidt. Miguel Diaz, unfortunately, didn't quite go according to plan there for him in Class A. He'll be at the back of the pack of Class A. But what you'll find is with this race start, there's a couple of seconds apart between classes A, B, and C. And then we get going with race 1. An 8-lapper for both heats of racing here for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Just waiting for a green flag at the back. Our starting procedure about to kick off now. And watch the left-hand side. There's the 2-minute board goes up. Wayne Masters, Bevan Masters, Marty Mfana, and Miguel Diaz. Walker the Stalker ahead of Tehran, Mac, Karodia, and Kutsia. Piazza Musso in there as well in 6th place for the young lady as the lights go out. That's Class A on their way down towards turn 1. Literally a few seconds apart will be the start of Class B. And as Miguel Diaz sneaks up the inside, he tucks in behind Bevan Masters, who looks like he might have got the whole shot. He has. CPS Warehouse car outguns the Performance Masters car. Looks like there's a bit of a move on here as well, coming from Dierval Tehran to try and squeeze on the inside of Ian Walker. Walker's got the outside line, and Tehran does exactly the same maneuver as what we've just seen there from the Class A's into turn 1. Class C's on their way, and it's Gossman who's on the inside of Judd Berthold. Is it going to be a similar maneuver from all 3 classes? It is. Every single category, second place has gone to first, although it's a little bit harder there for Gossman, as Judd Berthold is not going to give up without a fight. Berthold trying to hang in there, but can he keep it all together? No, because inside line for turn 2 is not his, and he runs slightly wide, and he'll have to tuck in behind Andy Gossman for Class C, although he goes inside of Gossman into turn 3. Class C battle, what a start to that one. Berthold versus Gossman. Masters versus Masters. Bevan beats out Wayne to turn 1. And Miguel Diaz looks like he might have just squeezed through there for 3rd. Marty Mfana trying to come back. There go the Class B and C competitors down towards that very tricky left hand at the end of the short straight. Masters and Masters into the dog bone for the first time. CPS Warehouse versus Performance Masters. And it's Miguel Diaz, yeah, still in 3rd place at the moment with Marty Mfana tucked in behind him. There's 3-4 cars in Class A with a slight advantage now over the Class B competitors. But as I said, we saw in Class B possibilities there of Ian Walker being outgunned, and he's not only been outgunned by 1 car in Dierval Tehran, he's also been outgunned by Stuart Mack. Mack gets the front for the first time. So Stuart Mack now leads out Class B. Maybe a little argy-bargy there between Dierval Tehran and Walker the Stalker, unfortunately, who has now dropped down to 3rd. So the Melovelo Cycles machine down into 3rd place with Ian Walker at the wheel. Gossman pulling away slightly now from Berthold in the Class C battle. Look at this mid-pack though starting to heat up. That's what I love about Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. All the way through Class B, you're going to see some epic dices. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Jacques is in the mix as well, as our Class A competitors have completed their first one. Class B heads across the line just ahead of me now in the commentary booth here in the 2-wheels truck. Berthold side by side with Smith. Oh, with Tate, I should say. And yeah, Christopher Tate just squeezing into 3rd as they come across the line. So the youngsters fighting hard there for honours in Class C. That is what we kind of expect to see in Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. And usually we're not disappointed with race action in the Volkswagen Challenge that Paybar sponsors. Masters and Masters out front. So it's Wayne Masters trying to close down on his brother Bevan. CPS Warehouse car fighting hard with that Performance Warehouse Polo. through now into the dog bone again. We go back to Class B. Max still ahead there of Tehran. It's Ethan Kutsia up ahead of Charisse Piazzamusso. Charisse putting the pressure on to Ethan Kutsia for 4 and 5 on track in Class B. And looking for a chance now to get through if she can. That JLT Polo is not always an easy car to find a way past. Gossman pulling away now from Berthold and Tate. That's the fight there for Class C, top 3. That's the one that I'm sure Mikey wanted to be involved in. He'll be loving this little dice, watching his fellow rivals go at it from the sideline. For now, as they come onto the back straight, couple of cars running onto the dirty stuff off that extended bit of tarmac. I love when racetracks cater to racing drivers' whims and needs and extend the surface that they're allowed to race on ever so slightly. And even when they do that, the racers still ask for more and push their cars even further off the side of the circuit. Wayne Masters now closing the gap, having a look on the inside of turn 3. Can he find a way through there on Bevan? Bevan keeps him honest. Gossman hangs on ahead of Berthold. Tate's dropped back slightly now. If I'm not mistaken, dropping back slightly into the clutches there, possibly of Peterson. I was going to say, yeah, Peterson up in the 4th place. Mid-pack of Class B, Shrin Rajpal in the Dubcore car. He would certainly have been loving life last weekend, seeing his Dubcore teammate Rob Prius make his way up onto the top step of the podium at the hill climb in that big monster Golf that they sponsor. But today, Rajpal sitting in 12th place overall, and at the moment down in what is 8th in Class B. Anthony Lessing gets a slightly better line and goes around the outside of Charisse Piazzamusso, who was ahead of Ethan Kutsia for about 2 corners. Unfortunately, it looks like she might have missed a gear there, and she drops back behind Ethan again and loses out to Anthony Lessing as well. So a couple of changes in that front end of Class B. Top 3 remain the same. Kutsia stays in 4th, but behind him it's a bit of a bun fight, and every man and lady for themselves out there. Again, running off the circuit there, not what Charisse Piazzamusso wants. Has she possibly got a puncture? The car is certainly not turning like it should. And maybe there's a bit of an issue there for Charisse Piazzamusso with a slow puncture, or some kind of issue that's ailing her big time. She's now dropped behind and into the clutches of Josh Wilford, and Rajpal about to join the party there too. Once again, this is Kutsia under pressure. And Kutsia, oh, change up for the lead possibly, yeah. Back to Class A. And Class A, it's CPS Warehouse versus Performance Masters. Bevan versus Wayne in the Masters family. And Wayne this time gets better drive out of turn 3. Inside line for turn 4. And takes the lead for the first time. So Wayne Masters has taken nearly half the race distance to get back at his brother Bevan. But he's now got to the front. He is still in the 3 spot. Mighty Mfana still in the 4 spot. Mighty being closed down though, possibly by Stuart Mack. Just watching the gap there between him and Mack. Will it come down and possibly spoil the day there for Mighty Mfana for an overall position on track? Shouldn't do, because the Class A competitors have got a slight advantage in terms of straight line speed. Mack hangs on for the lead of Class B ahead of Dewald Tehran and Ian Walker. There they are, in shot, top 3 in Class B. Dewald just hanging on for now. Walker trying to close him down, staying ahead of Ethan Kutsia, staying ahead of Lessing. Lessing has closed the gap though there on Ethan Kutsia. So that 4, 5 and 6 place battle about to heat up. Josh Wilford joining the party as well. Great to see the progress there of Joshy. He's really getting better and better behind the wheel of this car every time he climbs into his race car. Gossman has lost out big time here. Something went wrong with Andy Gossman. And has moved Judd Berthold to the front of Class C's battle. So is it? Yeah, it's Judd Berthold ahead of Andy Gossman, then Christopher Tate. No, Tate in second. Tate is second there, so they're not picking him up on the timing monitor. Chris Tate in second place in Class C. Gossman's probably run off, outbraking himself somewhere. And he's lost out a car to Peterson as well. So Peterson in third place, Gossman down to 4. Watching Jacques Hayes exit the chicane. Getting to the halfway stage of the race now. Yes, indeed, there it is. 4 done, 4 to go. Aldrich behind him. Tanane Kube behind that. Arjon De Beer and then Nicole Lombard. Martin De Beer and Judd Berthold. We chatted to Martin at the top of the show. Charisse Piazzamusso battling with that car in the second half of this race. Something has not gone according to plan there. Rush Paul though, certainly on a move. Trying to stay there with Wilford. Wilford's closed the gap down, and you can see how much that's helped him. Because he's got Lessing and Kutsia right in front of him, and they're looking to pounce. Here they come. It's that little battle. Looks like Walker going to have a go here at Dieval-Turon as well. The Melavelo Cycles United and Garmin-sponsored car looking for a way to get through and finds it. Dives on the inside. Does he run wide? Oh, he does. A little too hot there from the stalker. Ran into that very tight left-hander, hot on the brakes. And I think Dieval realised that, gave him room. Said, there's no way you're going to stop that car. What it has done, though, it's just dropped him straight into the clutches of Ethan Kutsia, Lessing, Wilford, and Srin Rajpal. So Ian Walker now with a lot of work to try and catch up to Dieval-Turon again and keep out the 3 youngsters behind him. Ian Walker still in with a chance of a third place in Class B if he can keep those 3 cars behind him now after that little mistake coming out of the left-hander off the short straightaway. Bevan back out front, gets ahead of his brother Wayne. They've been chopping and changing all race long so far, and they've still got 3 to go. So they come through into turn 2. Out of turn 2, inside line will be for turn 3 for Masters. That's Bevan in the CBS warehouse car. He'll keep that outside line, which turns to the inside for turn 4. Make his brother try and drive around the outside of him in turn 4. That'll give Wayne chance of getting the inside line for turn 5, but he's not close enough. Slightly different line though for Bevan. Oh, it opens up the door. With that different line out of turn 5, that opened up an opportunity, and Wayne said, I'll have that, thank you. But watch Bevan. He gets better drive with that slightly wider apex he took out of turn 5. The better drive keeps him in front into turn 6, the tight left-hander. Wayne sneaks up the inside. Bevan will hold that line. He knows the inside line is the right-hand line into the dog bone. He locks up into the dog bone slightly, a little bit of puff of smoke from the Dunlops. And just sweeps around the nose of Wayne going into the second part of that dog bone section. Mack in control of Class B, controlling things admirably out front here. It's a little wheel on the dirt into the tight left. Dieval-Turon still ahead of Walker. Walker ahead of Kutsia. So that's first place Class B. Second place Class B, waiting for him to come in a shot. There he is. And then third place right there as well. Looks like Ethan Kutsia and Walker pulled slightly away now. Oh, Lombard out of shape. Nicole just gets it out of shape there, unfortunately, and goes off track. Ethan sliding out of the exit of the dog bone and just squeezes that JRT car on the inside of Ian Walker's machine Can Walker keep him out? No, he can't. Ian Walker has to back out of that one. Tucks in behind. He thinks it's here. Going to try and carry pace onto the... He's lost pace. There's a problem there on Stalker's car. Walker the Stalker with a problem in the closing stages. Can you believe that there? For the Mellow Velo Cycles United machine. He pulls off track completely. Thinking possibly there might be a problem with the engine though, so just getting off the track so no oil or lubricants get put onto the circuit. So good thinking there from Ian Walker, but that's the end of race 1 there for Walker the Stalker. 2 to go for our lead cars. Mack has got a huge advantage over Diavolteron, Kutsia, Lessing, Rajpaul and Wilford. So Shrin has found a way through on Josh. Bevan has still not been able to break that battle with his brother. Give himself a little bit of breathing room. Once again carries good pace onto the short straight, but on a similar vein and a similar line to what Bevan ran last time. Wayne takes that line and sneaks up the inside in the Performance Masters Polo. Did he miss a gear coming out? Yes, he did. Missed a gear coming out of that tricky left-hander. And once again, Bevan hits the front. Oh, they're starting to slip and slide out there. It is pretty hot here in Mpumalanga. We've got an ambient temperature of about 28 degrees Celsius outside. Track temperatures over the 30 degrees Celsius mark. And now into what is a lap and a half to go for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Race 1. As Dunlops are starting to feel the effects of a hot surface that they've been racing on. Stuart Mack controlling Class B. No worries at all there for Mack, actually, since he's at the front. Run still for second. So leaders down into the chicane for the penultimate time. Watching to see whether or not we're going to have any opportunity here for maybe a late bit of race pace from Wayne Masters. Back markers could come into play. And sometimes they usually they do. Tate still in with a chance in Class B. I beg your pardon, in Class C. He's second at the moment. The yellow, black and white car ahead of him. Slightly more yellow than his car. Is Judd Berthold. He leads out Class C. So Berthold, Tate, Peterson, Gossman, and Zafirio, of course, were the contenders for Class C at Kyle Army before that big crash. This is a 90 plastics machine of Judd Berthold. We'll start the final lap in the lead of Class C. As we watch the two Class A competitors, it was actually the same shot there, heading towards turn 6. There they are. So Bevan fighting hard here, properly with his brother. And Wayne not going to give it up without a decent fight. Locks up into turn number 7. Enters the dog bone in the lead of the race as our Class C competitors go past me here in the commentary booth. Watching a fantastic battle as well here between Lessing in the 22 car, Josh Wolford and Shrin Rajpaul. Wolford's back up ahead of Rajpaul. Bevan hangs on, heading onto that back straightaway for the last time. Couple of back markers to negotiate there for him as well. So will that come into play? We'll have to wait and see. They're coming up, I think it's on, who's that right at the back? Alan Pereira. And inside line from Masters, he sneaks through. Perfectly done in the end. Bevan hangs on. Wayne is going to have to settle for second. So it's Bevan Masters for the checkered flag for race 1 of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Class A. Wayne Masters alongside him. What a great finish there between the two of them. Eventually ending up 0.2 of a second between them. Diaz and Mfana stay the same, no changes there. Stuart Mack, as you can see on that back straightaway, heading towards the final chicane. Looking to wrap up Class B here Perfectly done in the end. A 5th place overall for Stuart Mack. Not really troubled whatsoever here. And had to find a way through initially on 2 cars. Delmas was one of them. Ian Walker was the other. The initial contenders in Class B. But now as they come into the line, slipping and sliding. A couple of competitors still trying to finalise their positions. B is sorted. Mack taking it from Ethan Kutsia and Delmas, Rush, Paul and Lessing, your top 5. This is Class C. The 127 Caesar Plastics Polo of Judd Berthold. Going to hang on over Chris Tate. Christopher Tate and Carl Peterson will make it the top 3 in Class C. And that's exactly how it's going to finish up, barring anything going wrong here for these 2 cars in the final chicane. Just watch Nicole Lombard go across the line. She was 16th overall. She's going to finish up just ahead of the Class C battle. Recovered nicely to still finish up in that top 10 in Class B. Here are your top 4 in shot, with Gossman going to be the 4th place Class C contender as he crosses the line. So confirmation of that, Bevan Masters wins out over Wayne Masters, Miguel Diaz and Marty Mfana, your top 4. That's Class A's top 4 as well. Then we saw Stuart Mack, Ethan Kutsia, Delmas, Shren Rajpal, Anthony Lessing and Josh Wolford beat out Jacques Hayes, Aldrich, Tanain Kube, Martin De Beer, Arjun De Beer and Nicole Lombard. That was for Class B. And then it was Berthold, Tate, Peterson and Gossman, the top 4 in Class C. Wrapping up the first heats and completing our first heats of race action, we've got a small break in proceedings for a little bit of a circuit cleanup, and we'll be back just after that break, probably in about 5 to 10 minutes time, I would say, and we'll be going straight into the second heats of the day, and that'll be starting, of course, with action from the Ferro let me get that right, Ferro Energia Triple1 GT Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch combined. We'll be back shortly here from Red Star Raceway and round 3 of the Extreme Festival Regional Championship. Welcome back to part 2 of the Extreme Festival Regional Championships here. It's round 3 at Red Star Raceway. And our official safety car there from Suzuki South Africa, the Suzuki Swift Sport, makes its way to the front of this pack of Ferro Energia, Triple1 GT Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch combined. Philip Meyer, George Economides and Davy Olivier are the first 3 cars to make it to the line. As you can see there, right behind them is Class A's winner from race 1, Mel Spur. Wayne Robb going to be joining her, I'm sure, in the Ford Focus. And then we'll look out for Craig Priestley and Luigi Ferro as well. Luigi Ferro, of course, winning out there on the right-hand side, Class B's battle in race number 1. Michael Krobler just making his way around Chris Smith. And the rest of these competitors making their way around now to take up their positions on the grid. So the wins were for Philip Meyer, Mal Spur, Luigi Ferro. In Class C it was Wouter Roos. Quintus Viljoen won out the Super Hatch T1, and Super Hatch Class A went to Ishmael Beloy. Class D eventually going to Trevor Stringer, and Class X to George Iceland, a little bit further back there ahead of Keegan Nathan. So that's how things started out for the Triple1 Sports and Saloon car category. Got 8 laps of action coming from the Triple1 Sports and Saloons, now sponsored by Ferro Energia. We've got 2 more races of BMW M Performance Racing Series. We've got a second heat of DOE Formula Vs. We've got a second heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars and a second heat of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge to come your way this afternoon to wrap up round 3 of the regional side of the Extreme Festival. Remember, National Championship Extreme Festival makes its way back to Red Star Raceway, not until later in the year, but great to see them heading back next week to Swartkops International Raceway for their 3rd round of the championship. And then, of course, you've got the BMW M Performance and BMW Car Club of Gauteng track day on the Sunday at Swartkops as well. So a double weekend at Swartkops if you're into motorsport. National Championship Extreme Festival on the Saturday, and then you can bring your own car and actually have a drive around with the car club of BMW Gauteng on Sunday. George Economides is getting out late, eventually getting to the line though. That Suzuki Swift Sport about to roll out to get them underway for race 2. All of the final heats of the day are 8 lappers, except for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars and Formula V. They will all have 10 lappers, but the rest of the packs are going to fight for the 8 laps. So it's 32 Ks of action for each of those categories, or 40 odd Ks, depending on if you're doing the 10. Extra 8 Ks of action if you're doing 10 laps here at Red Star. Running in clockwise, as you can see. They always run clockwise in the first part of the season here at Red Star Raceway, and then from July it flips around and goes the other way around. They run the circuit both ways, both clockwise and anti-clockwise, to give you a slightly different look and feel of the racetrack. quite sure what the delay is on the grid, but there's a small delay. A couple of cars just getting final adjustments made. Looks like we might be getting a green flag shortly at the back of the pack, and that'll send that Swift Sport on its way. Time to roll now for the warm-up lap. Rolling start for this category, remember. Nathan will take up the back end of the pack there in car 21. They go down to turn 1. Just waiting to get everything sorted out here for the start. We get a full lap under safety car. You see the guys swerving from left to right, trying to get some heat into that rubber. Looking forward to a big battle once again here between the Golf 1, Porsche and the BMW. And then it'll be Polo versus, Golf versus Ford Focus. Get those cars right, Greg. There is a Fiesta in there as well. It's Craig Priestley's one. Polos and Golf 1s to the second pack. Plenty more Volkswagen products further back from that as well. A couple of Sirocco's thrown into the mix. 2 Hondas, a nice big AC Cobra. That Cobra will be looking to get a little bit higher up than what they finished in the first heat. Got a BMW 1 Series in there. Honda Civics as well. That's the array of cars that go to battle now for the second heat of Ferro Energia Triple1 GT Sports and Saloons. Got a Peugeot at the back there as well. Forgot about that one. Oh, actually, I think there might be 2. Paul, you're right. Stringer and George Aldrich are both in Peugeot 207 GTIs. Nice crowd that's come out as well. Lots of them are kind of supporters of the cars that are racing. But the gallery's not too badly packed. And there was some entertainment provided, as always, on the sideline for Extreme Festival. We had a couple of drifters on the skid pan earlier in the day, and they've been entertaining the crowds a little bit as well, in between the race heats. And that entire pack for 35 cars now. A couple of guys that didn't make it out here, of course. Lucas Poseidonite is a notable car missing from this pack in the Toyota Lexus, and the second one of that, of course, would also be JB Brett, who had some problems in qualifying, didn't quite get onto the grid for race 1. But how's that? The entire back straight is just cars. That's what you want to see at Red Star Raceway. A full field of cars about to go to battle. So the Swift Sport just speeds up, lights out. At the same time, Philip Mayer does the same thing, trying to catch Economides and Davy Olivier out ever so slightly. Not quite sure if he'd be able to do that. Unbelievably, my iPad has gone on the blink due to the temperature inside our commentary booth. So there we go, down towards turn 1 we go. And it's Economides who gets the whole shot. Similar to what he did in the first one, he was a bit more pressured in the first heat from George Economides' point of view. And it was a bit more pressure coming from Philip Meyer. But everybody else seems to have got through there relatively unscathed. A little bit of puff of smoke coming from the brakes there from Economides' car. Just moving the other iPad out of the sun, because it's got quite hot here all of a sudden. And with the heat, of course, the gauges and bits and pieces we use for commentary are starting to take a bit of strain, including my iPad that's just overheated and stopped working. So here we are. It's race 2, and it's Ferro Energia, Triple1 GT Sports and Saloons, and Super Hatch all combined. Top 3 from the Class GT. Mal Spur managed to hang on ahead of Wayne Robb and Craig Priestley for the lead of Class A. A fight on there. Mike Barbaglia getting in the mix there as well, right from the word go, running slightly wide. Another car also ran wide just ahead of him. I think that may have been either Charles or Pete Potgieter. Just getting it a little bit out of shape. A couple of guys just clipping the curbs here and there as well, putting some dirt onto the circuit, which is not going to help out in terms of traction. Mal, Wayne Robb, Priestley, Ferro, leader of Class B ahead of Veyers, Pete Potgieter, Lindsay Kleur. Then it's Chris Dale. Seven car out there, of course, is Nicole Lombard, I think. In the 7 car. Yeah, Nicole Lombard in that Volkswagen Sirocco. Oh, off track for the 70. Chris Smith in the 924 Porsche, just not getting it right there, and doing some off-track excursions. There's your Class B leader, Luigi Ferro, for Ferro Energia in his Polo. Staying just ahead there of Charles Veyers. Potgieter on their tail. Potgieter's got Lindsay Kleur all over the back of him, and Chris Dale not too far behind that. Dale's got Lubotsky closing him down, hunting away past in the Shield Golf 1. And then behind that looks like that was Mike Barbaglia in the paybar car. It was. So Barbaglia also into the mix there for this front end of Class B. Rus leads out Class C at this point. Ferro, Fisser and Krobler are your top 3 in Class B. And so the Class A battle is Mal Spur, Wayne Robb and Craig Priestley. And then behind that we mentioned Lubotsky, Barbaglia and Lindsay Kleur. They're actually fighting for Class A honours. They're in the mid-pack of Class A though. GT class still out front with Economides leading from Meyer and Davy Olivier. Pressure coming onto the back end there. By the looks of things of Trevor Stringer as well. Then you go back to the Hondas, fighting with that big Cobra. Change up there in Class A Super Hatch as well. I think Mark Toy might be leading that out. There is Stinger. So Stringer in the Peugeot. It looked like it might be Rob Clark as opposed to Mike O'Sullivan, the first of the Hondas. I might have just missed that O'Sullivan. I'll keep an eye out for him. Toy putting pressure onto the Cobra, but the Cobra down the back straight will probably have the legs on that little BMW, and it does. Get onto the back end now of Clark. Keegan Nathan onto the back end of Mark Toy as well. Nice little fight out here as well in that mid-pack as we see Lombard closing things down, trying to find a way through on Barbaglia, and looks like she's done that. Barbaglia in that paybar car just losing out to the PSA Volkswagen Sirocco. Nice little rivalries in this class. Great family affairs in this class as well. You've got Vota and Mal, partners in crime, fighting in different classes. Usually have Jonathan and Mark Dutoy, and of course their black brother from Trans-Africa Racing, Ishmael Beloy, all fighting hard. But also just, right through the categories of the day, there are lots of family affairs that are being taken care of. We saw Terry Wolford not able to get into his car today, and Larry jumped in and took advantage of driving in the Mobil 1 V8 supercars. Hopefully he'll be back with a fixed Ford Falcon in the next heat. And of course one of his grandchildren involved in that little battle as well. Josh Wolford we saw fighting in the Paybar Volkswagen Challenge, so we'll keep an eye out for that one in the second heat later on. Driving for the Super Quick team. Spur under a bit more pressure this time from Wayne Robb. He's a little bit closer to that car care clinic Golf. Remember that was Vota's car last year. Vota and Mel deciding to swap out for a bit of a challenge. Mel into the slightly quicker Golf. Doing a superb job so far in Class A with a bit of pressure now from Wayne Robb. And of course Vota, who was hanging on for the win in Class C, eventually got it in the end in the closing stages of race 1. International Race Suppliers BMW, that's the gap between 1, 2 and 3. Economy's into the left on the brakes was Philip Meyer, and that's third place in Class GT for Olivier. Harvey did state he's not a big fan of Red Star Raceway, so he'd do the best he could to get the best result. Oh, problems on the sideline there for one of the cars. Can't pick up on who that might be. What's that, 93 by the looks of things. I'm sure I work out who that was actually. It might have been Quintus Fillion actually. 0013 car. Didn't quite get a number on the side of the car though, so certainly one of the polos out. No worries at all so far for this man. He's had a fantastic day so far. First one he just lost out to Philip Meyer. And if it was Quintus Fillion, because he was also leading the Super Hatch class, that Super Hatch T1 class. This time Philip Meyer with no answer to the Turbo Golf out front. And of course that's just following on from the win that Economides took in Class D in the BMW M Performance Racing Series as well. Oh, the Cobra off at the bottom. Yeah, Mario Oakham just got it out of shape there properly. Trying to recover and get back on track. Who's that getting the red and black flag there? 2-1-2. Or was it 2-2-2? It might have been 2-2-2 there. Gary Kipner, it's definitely 2-1-2. Jonathan Fisser under the scrutiny of the COC for possibly some ungentlemanlike behaviour on track. It's a black flag with orange dot, just says that you're under the COC's watchful eye. So maybe using too much track and pulling too much dirt onto the circuit, or possibly for some rough driving. Rubbings Racing style driving. And if so, you have to now just watch your antics, otherwise you could get an all black flag and that's the end of your race day. You definitely don't want that. Voti still hanging on at this stage, still leading things out in Class C ahead of Alka van Vletter, the Bat Lady. Mike O'Sullivan, Trevor Stringer and Rob Clark are your top three in Class D. And Aldrich now taking over the lead of the Super Hatch with the Toy and Beloy behind that. Ferro, Fisser and Krobler the top three in Class B. Class A, as we've seen. Mel Spur still managing to maintain the lead over Wayne Robb and Craig Priestley. This is her partner in crime, also in the car care clinic Volkswagen, but this is the Polo, Mel's old car. Looks like problems there for the Auto Express machine. Yeah, 22 car slowing down dramatically there. I wonder if that possibly is Gary Cummins that was having some problems there. Triple 2 car just slowing down dramatically. As they've got 3 laps to go, Wayne Robb closes on the back end of Mal. A bit more pressure onto Mal Spur here in the closing stages of race 2. Turn 3, going defensive. She's going defensive. There's a possibility that she knows Robb and Priestley are closing down on her pretty rapidly. And then back straight away goes the fight for Class D and Class A of Super Hatch. Class D of Triple Ones and Class A of Super Hatch. Toy leads out Class A, a long way ahead of Ishmael Beloy. Mike O'Sullivan's pitching into turn 1 there as we watched Rob Clark come onto the straight. It's the gap there amongst the Hondas. Back to Class A's leader, George Economides, Martini Racing, and Wealth Avenue sponsored Golf 1. Somebody spinning out, or was that Veyers? That might have been Charles Veyers who spun out. It was Charles Veyers spinning out into the hairpin down at the bottom of turn 6. That is going to drop him out of contention there, I think, in the fight he was in. Veyers was there with Lindsay Kleur and Wayne Lebotsky. Now going to be finding himself dropping right to the back of the pack. Stinger still hanging on, Stringer Stinger, and still in second place behind Mako. Clark in third on his tail, and closed down rapidly there by Mark du Toit. Du Toit on Clark looking for a way to keep du Toit out. Lucky number 13 on the side of that race car. It's always boded well for him. At this stage, he's third in class. His stablemate, a similar Honda Ballard, up the road from him. Looks like problems there for Lombard. Looks like Nicole Lombard in the Sirocco pulled to the sideline on the back straightaway. Nurse that car back to possibly pit lane, staying out of harm's way and to try and avoid dropping any lubricants if there are any coming out of that car. Inside line from the 96 of Mario Okamp, recovering nicely, trying to find a way through there on that 44 Peugeot of Georgie Aldrich. He wouldn't really have an answer to the V8. It's in the power end of that AC Cobra. Cobra, if I'm not mistaken, is the stable of Tony Martins at one point. All the AC Cobras here in South Africa. Economides is down into the final chicane. This is second place, Philip Meyer, coming into that chicane. And they'll be starting their final lap. So 1 to go. Economides has basically controlled this from the front, literally from the word go. He opened up a relatively clean margin, even though he's still smoking those brakes and tyres into certain corners. It's mainly into the right-handers when the force is put onto the left-hand side of the car. Tends to lock up slightly, but hasn't stopped him from progressing rapidly to the front and staying there. Philip had an answer to him in race 1. They're going to share the honours here in terms of race wins. Share the championship points that are up for grabs as well. And there are a lot of notable missing drivers from the front end of GT this weekend. Leonard Martin being one of them, ACD Velcom man. So economies with a little bit of traffic to negotiate. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. The marshals here have been very good with their blue flags, warning the slower cars when those faster cars are coming. Ishmael Boloy will know exactly where to place that car to stay out of harm's way. And they're coming through on Keegan Nathan as well. Oh, Economy's held up slightly there. Just threads the needle in between the two cars into the right-hander, uphill onto the back straight. He's got more than enough time in hand though, not to worry about that. And although the gap has come down quite a bit there, not enough for Philip Meyer to capitalise on. So Economy is through the chicane for the last time, heads to the checkered flag and takes shared honours here today for race wins between himself and Philip Meyer. It's his second win of the day though for George Economides. He'll be happy with that. Philip Meyer comes through, beating Ishmael Baloy and Keegan Nathan to the line. We wait for Willie Fury. He'll be the next car across the line for third place in the GT class. Here's Class A. Mel Spur heading down into the chicane for the last time. Just going to keep it smooth. Funny stuff into that front chicane. Stay ahead of Wayne Robb. Double win on the day for Mel Spur, possibly moving her to the overall lead of the championship in the Ferro Energia Triple 1 Sports and Saloons. Priestley will finish up in third behind Wayne Robb. Looks like a bit of a change up in the closing stages there as well for Class... down there quickly. Yeah, in Class A. Lebotsky got through on Kleur. Charles Vaz dropping by the wayside as we saw. There's a problem there for him. Ferro, I think, is still going to come through to take the win in Class B. Do we have a change up there? No, it looks like it might be Michael Krobler. Michael Krobler might have got through. No, Luigi did go through. So Luigi Ferro beats out Michael Krobler and Marty Mfana for third place in Class B. So that wraps up our second heat and final race of the day there for the Ferro Energia Triple 1 GT Sports and Saloons, including Super Hatch. And from there we move on to the next part of the day's proceedings. And of course we've got lots of race action still to come your way here today from Red Star Raceway. Looking forward to a big battle in the next one. It's BMW's classes A, B and C of the BMW M Performance Racing Series. We'll be back shortly, myself and Nick Habs, to take you through race 2. Welcome back to Red Star. If you've just joined us here, I also saw a whole bunch of comments coming through that eventually popped through. Must have been a bit of an issue with our live stream. I didn't pick up on all those comments, so apologies for not picking you all out as I usually do. But picking on somebody in a brand new liveried car that caught me out completely. You didn't tell me you went with the BMW art car, bud.
I'm glad you recognize it. We'll call it inspired, but yeah, it's been a dream for a long time to have something look as good as that art car, and I finally got the opportunity with this new livery.
Oh, so, nice to see CIM joining you as well, hey, bud?
Oh, fantastic. We've had such a great partnership with them for such a long time now, and they approached us at the beginning of the year, just after the season had started, and we're presented with an opportunity to say, how do we do more? How do we get some more exposure? You could see all their banners and gazebos and the branding everywhere. The new CIM logo, have you seen it? It looks really good. It stands out. It's nice and strong, and the product's as good as ever. I've been using the CIM oil in my race car, and it gets absolutely abused, and it doesn't miss a beat.
That's awesome.
It doesn't miss a beat.
Oh, look, you're not the only one putting it through its tests. You've got the likes of all the Formula Vs that run it as well. They've got that partnership that's powered by CIM Lubrifuel.
Right.
So it's looking really good, and I think that's bodes well for the future, because that's what we need. We need more sponsors getting involved, and we need more people getting involved. Chatted to Bernard in between, and of course now with Nick Herbst alongside me as always for classes A, B and C. It's also testament to what's been happening on our live stream. The people are seeing value for money here.
Absolutely. Now, this BMW Car Club goes from strength to strength. We've had tough economic periods and times that really aren't conducive to motorsport, but this club has a recipe that just works, and you'll see it in our membership. The membership simply grows, and that's why at every single race we're fighting to have more separate races, because we've got so many classes. It attracts the best of the best. We've got a spot for everybody in every different level, and it really is just a fantastic category.
I did love the fact that we had like nearly 60 cars on the grid at Kyalami, although our camera crew and producer hated it.
What a
to try and find all the classes and the battles in all the classes was not an easy thing to do, I can tell you.
I think you had to behave like an auctioneer to try keep up with the video. You're following one car, and 1.5 seconds later you've got one of the other 60 cars to follow.
Correct.
So you've got to have such a speed and knowledge of the car. So kudos to you guys for keeping up with that.
Yeah, we tried to. We got it right. I think Dave got it down to a fine art eventually in the second heat. But yeah, with 60 cars on the grid makes it a bit more difficult. We now got 15, 2 cars out. Reinhard Miller seems to have a bit of an issue. Neil Reynolds had a bit of an issue as well. Hopefully Reinhard was able to get his car sorted. But I know Neil Reynolds literally got to the back of the pack and then never made it out at all. He is there now. You can see him parked on the left-hand side, the blue and white Valve Hospital and Krobler prep car. And I'm sure that the Kroblers have got into that car to say, listen, what's going on? Where's the gremlin?
They've done some, looking deep into, what's going on, and we're holding thumbs to make sure that has at least a finishing race and hopefully a strong race. It was a relatively simple problem with the Miller racing car, the Amtech vehicle, just a blown fuse on the main power cable. So nothing really motor or mechanical or fuel. Just
how much is that? About R7.50.
Little R7.50, and that gets you back in the race. So
can you believe it?
Little Boermarker plan. They've got that sorted and replaced and back into the race. But I mean, he was leading Class C, so a real disappointment for that to cause despair.
Not like the old days, like Group N days, where they used to go and find the guy that had the closest hire car available and take the part out the hire car, put it into the race car, race the race, and then go and replace it back into the hire car and take it back to Avis.
If you can't rob from the daily, what is the point of the daily?
Exactly. Well, there you go. So we made a plan. We've got both those cars back on track. So 17 cars will start again, and they'll be behind that Suzuki Swift Sport pace car, the official safety and pace car here of Red Star Raceway. Nick, we saw in first heat, nice little battle between Bob Neal, Loebscher. Baggioni wasn't quite there, but eventually got to the front end and had to fight it out a bit with the Class Bs. But it's inverted now. So they've all got to do it from 5 cars back, those first 5 cars in each class.
Such a change for race 2, and this is why we love it. So invert the grid in the top 5, and you're going to see guys have to come to the party. There's no, give me if I've got a fast time and I will get the luxury of an easy race. You now have the hard work to do. At least 4 positions to make up from position 5, and that really is going to sort out the men from the boys.
Bob Neal alongside possibly the German also could be a big factor. Andreas Mayer had that problem on lap 1 in race 1, where he went off at the hairpin. Had to come back on and then fight his way back through the field. So he has been gifted a front row start with that mistake that he made, actually. So it kind of turned his luck around ever so slightly with this inverted grid. So that might play into his hands quite nicely. But then, of course, he's got to still fight it out with, the likes of Benny Late. And, of course, Osbagioni was fighting hard in Class B too. And then watch out for the return of Nick Macris. Hopefully his car is now firing like it should have. It wasn't quite on pace in the first one.
Yeah, again, another simple issue. Apparently just a popped off charge pipe, keeping that boost in. So he was running a naturally aspirated car at the front of Class B, so that would have been hugely down in power.
It's about 17 Rand that.
And then obviously with
the clamp.
17 Rand at least.
Yeah.
So it's getting really expensive for racing these days.
This is an expensive race day here this weekend.
And then Andreas confirmed, with that off on lap 1, unfortunately the cooling was compromised. So it meant that putting down the power was just not an option. And had to nurse
so we were right in calling all the grass on the front that was affecting the cooling of the car.
100%.
Unbelievable how that works, eh? On a normal car, you don't have sort of a mesh grille of note. The new BMW's got massive grills, so they get huge amounts of air intake to keep those cars cool. But when you look at that touring car that he races, the intake area is very small. So if you got that clogged up with grass, and 2 laps later the grass has not been able to get away because of the pace you're running all the time, you're going to have problems.
I see the MTech.
I saw, Miller with a problem.
I suspect that repair hasn't gone well. It's a guess, but it looks like probably suffered another failure due to that electrical gremlin. So that's sad to see.
The MTech car out. Also, return of the man who was king initially in the start of race number 1, and let's see what Ryan Naka can do from a little bit further back. I was chatting to Bernard in between during your heat, and he was saying how impressed he's been with Ryan Naka's progress and what he's been able to do in this BMW. Remember, he races in the Gazoo Racing Cup as part of their 86 league, and hasn't really featured there. But I think more time in a rear-wheel drive is certainly going to help him out in the 86s because they're also rear-wheel drives.
Can't doubt that some seat time in a really powerful, incredibly well prepared BMW race car is only going to do wonders for his racecraft. So we saw in race 1 he was looking after a very well managed race. Unfortunately suffered some form of brake failure towards the end there, but he had it completely under control and managed. It was great we didn't see any injuries. Coming back from Kailami and young Mikey, specifically with that issue, that was very scary. It's great to hear that he's out of ICU and back at home. But yeah, these things can happen. So you can have a very comfortable race, under control, managed, and then 1 second later, it can change.
It all goes wrong, yeah, for sure. We actually mentioned during the Payball Volkswagen Challenge and gave him a shout out. And Feather has sent me a video, which we're going to play a little bit later on as well, of Mikey just saying hi to everybody and giving a shout out to everybody for the massive amounts of support he's had since that big incident at Kailami. So Swift Sport will up the pace slightly, turn the lights out in about 3, 2, 1. There he goes. And he'll start to move up, and it'll leave Fabio Fedetto to control the pace from the front. Now Fedetto's way ahead here. I'm not quite sure what's happening. There's a bit of fun and games here between Leon Loebscher and Bob Neal.
I'm looking a couple cars back. The Class B guys on semi-slicks, they typically get them to temperature really fast. So with Leon and Bob having Andreas right behind, I'd be pretty worried coming into corner 1 that you just haven't got the full grip yet. So I think they're going to be wanting to know that they can get at least a bit of a breather and carry on with their Class A race. Fabio hopefully will be able to manage the first corner now and get a good start.
Well, with the rolling start, he can dictate the pace and he can set the acceleration pace as well. And the safety car didn't go in. I think that's because Miller is on track somewhere in a dangerous position, and they are over our shoulder, over your left shoulder, and Nick, you'll see out the back. They're actually recovering that vehicle and moving it out of harm's way. So
I see.
Looks like we're going to start under safety car. So this first lap under safety car will still count, but it's starting the race under safety car now as well.
So Fabio will have a second chance now just to reevaluate strategy, see what to do. I'm sure the guys, specifically the Class A cars, will take the opportunity to build more heat into the tyres. Those things are just, you don't switch them on in a lap. So they've really got to build the temperature. These are proper race cars, so a lot of preparation takes some time, and with such a big field, this is not small. You need space, you need time to get these things up to temperature.
It would be really cool at this stage, and I'm only just talking from a race aspect and of course an entertainment point of view. is if we had onboard radio communication from each team to these guys, because I'm sure the COC would be telling the safety car, listen, take the shortcut. Don't take the long lap round. Let's give them the shortcut and let's start the race. But now a full lap under safety car, once again, brings into the strategy of each of the teams. You guys tend to run your fuel to the ultimate limit, or the minimum limit at least, to finish a race.
Can't afford any extra weight. So
and if you haven't filled up enough to take into account maybe a couple of additional laps out there, it could catch you out.
And this track is particularly hard on fuel levels. With all the twists and turns, you're throwing the fuel around left to right. There's a couple of guys, obviously in the higher classes, running fuel cells and surge tanks and very high-duty pumps. But there's many guys running a standard fuel tank, and that big left-right saddle is having that fuel moved across left to right under high Gs, and unfortunately you run a little bit low.
And also with that high G, as you said, force being thrown around left to right inside the petrol tank or whatever fuel cell they're using, sometimes the electronics fail to pick up that there's actually fuel in the car, and that can cause you to sort of have a bit of a limp mode or possibly just bog down slightly in a position you don't want to bog down in.
A number of cars experience exactly that in race one. We won't go over the details over there, but fueling for this circuit over here is just so different to SWAT Corps and Kyalami and all the other racetracks we become familiar with.
So you kind of want to chuck a little bit more fuel in there just to make sure.
You really have to. So this one, it's just not worth it to wind up at lap 6 of 8 and suddenly you've got no power up the next one.
Yeah, and it's just bogging because they can't pick up that the fuel is actually there when it's there and when it's needed because of the left rights and the switchback corners that happen here at Red Star Raceway. Well, the pace is picking up ever so slightly, so I think we're going to be good to go here for a race start for race 2. And at this point, that's the chairman sitting at the back, sitting behind Nick by the looks of things.
I think they've moved their car. I'm hoping to just what is a safe location. I'm hoping that's the case over there. No further movement on that Aptec racing car, so I hope it gets in a safe position and we can get on with the race.
In the middle of turn 4, probably about 500 meters off the track. Possibilities there that it's in a safe position, and that's all they needed. Just get the car out of harm's way, and then we can go for a start. Now, a man who's definitely looking for a good start is that man that's in picture right now, the German, Andreas Meyer. He will be looking to try and hang on to the back end of Bob Neal and possibly Leon and catch the rest of Class B out if he can.
He's going to have an important race in his hands right now after the slightly lower point scoring after race 1 and that first lap incident. His championship contention is obviously going to be weakened by that, so he's got a big job ahead of him. He's going to have a number of charging cars right behind who want every chance to take that victory, and he's going to be looking to secure and look after a lot of points.
Okay, so hopefully I get it right this time. Let's watch for that Suzuki Swift's lights to go out, and the acceleration picks up. Now Fabio had them in quite a little predicament there coming into the chicane, and he seems to have got a similar kind of start here. I'm wondering, he's looking in the rearview mirrors going, why are Leon and Bob not on my tail and alongside me? Because they should be. The formation allows them to come and take up their normal 1, 2, 3 on the grid, but they're hanging back slightly there, so I'm not quite sure what the strategy is there from Leon. Leon, I think, is maybe trying to keep Bob out, and he's more worried about Bob than he is about Fabio.
Making a little space to get the run into corner 1 and not having to wait for Fabio to be a clear space ahead of him.
Well, lights are about to go out. We're about to go racing, and here we go. Race 2, BMW M Performance racing parts, and it's classes A, B, and C in full flight. Vedetto will get an easy hole shot there. It was gifted to him by Leon Loubser and by Bob Neal, who hung back slightly. But almost instantaneously, that gap is closed down pretty rapidly by Leon Loubser, trying to get onto the back of Fabio as they go towards turn 2. Looking just behind that is Neal there. Yes, he is. Then it's the German, and he's got a small advantage over Baggioni as they come into turn 3.
Looks like we've had a clean start. We can't see any cars off the track at the moment, but let's see what happens in the next couple of corners.
A nice run there as well from Gary Martins. A little bit of smoke out of the valve hospital machine there, so not quite the start that Reynolds wanted, but at least he's still circulating. He wants to try and stay on track and try and salvage as much points as he can after a DNF in race number 1. So let's see what Neal can do in that car. But onto the short straight, here comes a hard-charging Bob Neal.
So we'll see most likely the change of lead happen now. There we go, Leon Loubser taking the lead in the race. Bob Neal's going to follow closely behind. So it looks like Fabio's going to unfortunately have to get out of that and be released relinquished to third. Oh, look at that from Leon.
Leon makes a mistake, runs wide, puts a wheel on the dirt, misses a gear. Eventually gets it back into the right gear, but that gives the Lee Thompson Racing Delmas Mining machine a chance to get to the front. So change up for the lead happened into 6 and then immediately into 7.
Incredible. You know, Bob had to defend that first race for such a long time, and you would imagine that he was going to experience the same kind of agony in race 2. And fortunately, by mishap or not, Leon's gifted the race win, or sorry, the race lead right now to Bob. So he's going to have that hard race 1 work ahead of him right now.
Well, he soaked it up for almost the entire race in race 1. So let's see what he's got now. Let's have a look and see if maybe they've turned the wick up slightly there on Leon Lopes's car. We know how fast that BM is in a straight line usually. Maybe he's not going to show his true intentions just yet. It is only lap 1 about to be completed of 8. So maybe just hang tight. Happy with the pace that Bob sets. Get them away from the rest of the pack. And then leave it until the last minute and get past.
So Andreas leads Class B. And we've got, it looks like Ozbagioni following a second.
It's a nice little battle there as well in Class B. We'll just bring up the timing for us if we can as well. So we can have a look and see how that's going.
Just as close as race 1, so Leon continued to put massive pressure on Bob there. Fabio keeping that third position from Andreas Meyer. We've got a tight 3-car way battle over there with Renier at the end. Oz in the middle, and it looks like Neck has got ahead of Oz. Probably over that start-finish rate.
So Neck Macris has certainly got a car that's working a bit better than it did in the first one, that's for sure. Hopefully he can keep it like that all the way through.
Very tight line there from Leon, so he's really putting the question into Bob's rear view mirrors and side view mirrors every single corner.
Just making sure that he knows he's still there. And he's having a look.
Look at the defensive move there from Bob. I wonder if there's any chance for Leon there. Ooh, this is looking juicy.
That was tight. Very tight there. And
Bob goes wide.
Bob does exactly what Leon did. Runs wide under pressure and loses the lead. So just pressure being applied there by Leon Lopesha. Paid off nicely on a similar vein to what he did earlier on when Bob applied the pressure on him.
Race 1 repeat, just changed the positions. So Leon back in the lead over there, and now Bob has the hard work to see if he can either force a mistake, or is he going to find an opportunity to grab the lead.
I think Bob Neal's not going to give up without a fight, that's for sure. They are very evenly matched, these two cars, coming out of 2 separate stables of preparation, and certainly both of those stables are well known for building fast BMWs.
Got to be so careful going off the track like that. We saw what happened to Andreas's car, the German, after that first lap incident, compromising performance of the car due to all that grass build-up in the cooling system, the front grille of the vehicle. So you can't afford for that to happen, too many times. Even if it is going off the track for a meter or 2, you could ruin the rest of your race.
Rest of the pack heading onto that back straightaway now. Gary Martin's trying to close things down there as well on that little battle just up ahead of him. Macris holding on to that little battle for now. But it's pretty tight stuff there between himself.
Looks like Neck is struggling again. So Neck is not fighting with the Class B guys. It's Hein leading Class C with Gary Martin just behind him. So I wonder if Neck has suffered another type of mechanical issue. It looks like Gary Martin's going to take the inside line. He'll pull past Neck Macris there.
Neck will stay out there, I think, and try and circulate to get the points in the bag for his class. Bernard Gagavao goes through as well. So there must be some kind of an issue there on Neck Macris's car. As you said, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Just trying to get our timing to work again. It looks like it's gone down again, but if we get it up and running, we can then pick up on exactly what's happening out there in terms of positions. There we go on the left there. Thanks for that, Paulie. Leon, Bob and Fedetto, your top 3 in Class A. Meyer, Renier, Smith and Ozbagioni, the top 3 in Class B. And then we go down to Jan Everstein by the looks of things, leading out Class C.
Yeah, keeping it fairly neat, not as much drama as we had in race 1, but still early days. The track and the ambient temperatures only be getting hotter and hotter, so the absolute abuse and mechanical trouble that the car's going to be going through is pure agony. So let's see what happens and develops over the next couple of laps.
Well, you chatted to me just before we went on air about the fact that you run 3 onboard cameras inside your car, and only one survived the heat of the cockpit. So it just shows you, we're running almost 30 degrees Celsius ambient temperatures here. Track temperatures will be close to the 36, 37 degrees Celsius mark. Inside that cockpit will be way over 40 degrees Celsius.
It feels like you're cooking meals for a restaurant. So in my car, I've got a side exit exhaust that goes through the interior cabin. So if you're not a fan of heat, not the race car for you.
No, but I'm a fan of the art car. So love the livery, buddy. Love the livery. Right, so here we go into the chicane. Bob Neal trying to close that gap down. He's just bridged it slightly. Maybe he's going to wait now. Maybe he's going to let Leon set the pace. Somebody has to. And as they come to complete.
No breathing room over there. You know, Bob is right there, ready for any opportunity to take that lead. So that, you know, the pressure remains over there. So these Class A guys are really keeping each other honest.
Lap 3 completed, 5 to go. Hein van der Merwe now under a bit of pressure. Sav Speed car feeling it. Oh, that Grease Monkey diesel is superb. It really is. It was magnificent to watch him go up and down the hill in it as well. But I tell you something, he's maybe in for a bit of a run for the front end here.
Defensive move there from Hein. That Grease Monkey Motor Garage car is running really nice, really nice. I mean, we used to see a little bit of black smoke as we get onto the gas, but nothing. It's really clean at the moment. So you know, unless you can hear it, you wouldn't tell us that this is a diesel.
No, that's the big difference there. Hardly any differential factor there between the diesel and the petrol running cars. We're watching Andreas Meyer now.
He's got some company there. That's looking a little closer than it was a couple laps ago.
It was,
so
certainly.
So that's Fabio right behind him. That'll be Renier then probably putting pressure onto Fabio. So our timing screen hasn't shown the change there, but Andreas has got ahead of Fabio, and Renier will be putting some pressure on that last Class A car from Fabio. Looks like he's just made the pass into the hairpin.
I think what we've seen here now is a little bit of the delay that happens usually around 2 o'clock at Red Star Raceway. The internet kind of goes a little bit slower than normal, which is why we've got a slight delay on our timing monitor as well. But yeah, certainly a change up there. And Renier finding his way past and getting ahead of Baggioni. So he now looks to close things down on Andreas Meyer. Baggioni dropping back. Everstein, Hein van der Merwe and Gary Martins still in with an epic battle as well, which will only be sorted when that checkered flag drops.
So that'll be Jan Everstein leading out Class C over there.
Yeah.
So that's from Hein van der Merwe. I thought Hein was leading Class C. So that the current Class C honours
double check that for you quickly. What's going
currently
on
with Jan.
Just go to classes. Yeah, Everstein, Hein and Gary. That's your top 3 in C.
Last lap from Jan Everstein at 2:09. Last lap from Hein van der Merwe at 2:11. So if Jan continues his pace, he's going to walk away.
Also got to worry about what the breakout time is. Is Jan pushing into that breakout time, and could he possibly...
If I remember correctly, breakout time was around the 5-6 second mark, so I think they're still a little away from them. We can see even our Class A guys, they're about 1 or 2 seconds, maybe 3 seconds off the pace from race 1, so you can see the effect of the temperature right now.
Because Bernard was telling us that he decided with the committee to run summer times as opposed to winter times because of the heat so far. And they knew it was going to be hot here this weekend at Red Star. So
and a tight battle there with Benny Late and Bernard de Gouveia.
De Gouveia World Rallycross style there.
Keeping it all together, so that was neat.
There is a rallycross class that BMW is running in Cape Town. So if he gets it right over the grass, he can go and join those guys.
Always want to race in a different category. Why not?
All right, halfway stage is reached, 4 of 4, and 4 to go.
So Leon's still leading the race over there from Bob Neal, Fabio Fedetto in third. Andreas leading out Class B, but Renier Smith not far behind and doing faster lap times. Andreas Meyer in Class B, 2:03 last lap. Renier Smith, 2:02.8. So he's moving in, and you can see there.
Yeah, our gap's closed.
Did Andreas got a little wide there? So
a little wide?
That might be slowing down the lap time.
Class C breakouts at 2:07 according to what I got told. So nowhere near. Everstein on a 2:09 is still okay. Thanks for that, Paul. So just getting information there from our producer as well in my ear, saying the Class C breakout 2:07, so 2:09s are still okay. If he goes any quicker, then he'll be in trouble. But right now, he doesn't have to worry.
Look at the gap. Renier Smith is going to have an opportunity on the main straight now. So I think Andreas is going to have to take a defensive line onto the inside. Let's see what he does coming onto the main straight.
That back straight away is almost a K long. There's enough time to get a bit of slipstream as well from the car in front of you. So Renier climbs into that. We're going to try and get it under power. Never mind slipstream. He goes flying past so easily. That is a massive differential in power there between Renier and Andreas Meyer. So maybe Meyer's car still feeling the effects of that slightly overheated machine in race 1.
Not happy with the temperatures right now, so perhaps something else. But we know that the first race was obviously impacted by all that build up on the grill. So I wonder if we got some remnants from that over there. So he's still tightly behind Renier Smith. Let's see if he's able to maintain the gap, or whether Renier is going to run away into the distance.
Yeah, so we've still got 3 to go for these guys, and that means Renier Smith will have to still keep his wits about him if he doesn't want to lose out to the German. And Everstein still in the lead of Van der Merwe, Martins, Benny Late and de Gouveia. They have had a little bit of a fight of their own there amongst those top 5.
Everstein's got quite a comfortable gap over there. It looks like about 6-7 seconds, I noticed. So as long as he keeps the pace, he just did a 2:08 last lap, 2:09. So he's building a comfortable lead over there.
And he's getting close to that 2:07 bracket. That's the one thing he's got to take into account. Bit of white smoke out of the Krobler prep car there. It's not what Neil Reynolds wants, but he is certainly circulating a bit better than being parked on the sideline. And I think what Neil will be looking to do here is just survive. Get those probably 7 laps, because I don't think he's going to get the full 8 in. He might get caught and passed by the front-end Class A cars. But if he can at least get a result in with a slightly smaller field than normal, he'll still score some championship points.
So Gary has been putting pressure onto Hein for a number of laps now. Now we've got Benny who's joined the party. He'll be putting on the pressure from behind that Grease Monkey Motor Garage car. So that's going to be a 3-way battle now for second. Who's going to make a mistake? Is Hein going to be able to keep it together? Huge pressure from that diesel car, and now Benny is going to be doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
There we see our Class C leader at the moment, Jan Everstein.
Now look at the gap he's got. He's pulled nicely, almost 10 seconds ahead of Hein van der Merwe and Gary Martins, who are fighting behind him. So he's got a clear line of sight here. And if he looks over his right shoulder there, you'll actually get to see the second place cars. And they're almost sort of 2-3 corners back on him with that 10-second gap he's been able to pull. So if he just keeps it on the black stuff, there's a very good possibility he'll get the win here in heat number 2.
Just had our leaders cross the line, so Leon's still leading the race from Bob. Renier Smith still leading Class B, and we're just following our Class C leader at the moment, Jan Everstein, with a comfortable gap between second, which is Hein van der Merwe, but with big pressure from the diesel race car, and Benny Late just behind.
He's also got that pipe out the side of the door there. So he'll also start to feel the effects of a slightly hotter cabin.
Free workout,
than most.
right?
Yeah. Now they did have, I think, weren't they running an icebox challenge here today? That's where you guys should head straight after the race, man.
I saw that it was looking better than a cold Heineken.
2 to go for our Class C leader. Class A onto the short straight. Still Leon Loepscher. It's only 0.8 of a second between himself and Bob Neal for second. 25 seconds down to Fedetto. Oh! Andreas has got a problem. That's going to be a heating issue, I'm telling you right now.
Still limping. I wonder if he's going to be able to get that car off the track, or whether we're going to see potentially a safety car.
Right behind us here, I think. I think he's right behind us here. Yeah, he's right behind us here in turn. This is turn 3 behind us.
Andreas has just stopped right there. He's moving again, slowly, and jerking a little bit. I wonder if he's going to try and get that car into a safe place, or whether that's going to be end of the game.
You have to shut down completely to come out of limp mode, eh?
I believe so.
So he'll have to turn it off completely, get it back and start it again, and if it comes out of limp mode, he can possibly limp back into pit lane.
So double waved yellows into corner 4 over there. We only got 2 laps left. That's definitely going to throw a spanner in the works in terms of all these close battles going on.
Yeah, and where your strategy to overtake is going to be.
There we go. That car's going again, so I don't believe he'll get a safety car. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether he can circulate and again get some points.
Yeah. Lucky to get the car going again. A little bit of, is that white smoke coming out of the side of Leon's car?
Our timing sheet is showing Oz Baggioni at the end. Now he was doing very well in Class B, and he's fallen to the bottom. Has he pulled off?
Baggioni's
Has
had a
been
problem
incident?
somewhere on track as well. So the heat of the day is starting to have a major effect here on these BMWs.
This will be the last lap.
Kind of what I thought might happen, because we're looking at, it's about 32 degrees Celsius outside. That was my last check on the temperature, which means track temperature is going to be up close to the 40-degree mark. As I said, inside the cockpit, well over 40 degrees Celsius. You'll testament to that.
Bob remains within a second of Leon Loepscher there, onto the penultimate lap over here, the final lap. I think it's last lap, is it?
Yeah. Last lap, and this is where it counts. So Bob Neal's got to try and find a way through here. If he can't, it's going to be shared honours between himself and...
He's going to want to stay as close as possible, because when you share those points like that, there's going to be total time, right, that they'll count at the end of the day. So if you could be there, within half a second, that might be the difference between winning the day and
second place. 100%.
So that was the ailing car of Neck Makris they've just passed. I think it's allowed them to still remain very close to one another. But Neck, not a great day, and obviously we saw same thing with Andreas's car. Not a great day, struggling with some mechanical issues on that race car.
Leon just battling slightly there to turn it in to 7 and 8 into the dog bone. Saw him just have a double try at that entry point. I think he might have just missed his braking point slightly, which has given Bob a little bit of a chance, but then, as I said, that through the dog bone, he's been superb.
Update in Class C. Looks like Gary Martins has got ahead of Hein van der Merwe for that three-way tussle. So Benny will be looking to see if he's got any opportunities, or maybe Hein can keep him behind, or will Hein take the place back from Gary, who's currently in second in Class C.
And he's onto the back straight for the last time. Bob Neal going to put everything she's got down that back straight away, but he's too far off. And there you see what Leon Lopes's car is capable of doing. That top-end speed is very, very hard fought to be beaten by any BMW in the country. I can tell you there's not a lot of cars that are faster than that car. Bob Neal showed it in the first one, but he's going to have to settle for second. How close is he going to be behind him? That will determine the overall, of course, for the day. So it is Class A to Leon Lopes, Bob Neal. Vedetto's in amongst the Class B competitors. He'll still get third. Ryan Naka, unfortunately, not finishing that first heat. First lap. He went in after the first lap, even though we saw him out on track.
So it looks like Renier will take the double win for the day. So a 2 from 2. Great performance there, and specifically the reliability and perseverance. So not making up all the positions in the first corner, but keeping the car together, putting in some strong lap times, and taking home the honours.
A double win on the day here will also possibly move him, if I remember correctly, close to the top of
I
overall.
Think so.
I think with a double win, that'll be moving him right up to the top end of the overall championship. Yeah.
So Jan is going to take the honours for Class C. We've got Gary Martins with a comfortable space behind him and between him and Hein. And then Benny still very close, but it doesn't look like he'll have an opportunity to take Hein on that final stretch over there.
Everstein with a big advantage over the second place, and a nice run there from him. Of course, coming through there will be Gary Martins for the diesel team, Hein van der Merwe and Benny Late, wrapping up our second heat of BMW M Performance Racing Series. You've got some work to do still in the race car today, and then you've got some work to do next weekend, I believe, as well, on Sunday.
No, we've got a busy schedule ahead of us. So we've got our track day, which is really exciting, and looking forward to it. It's a nice opportunity for the BMW guys to get together on our own track day. We've got a couple other vehicles and brands that'll join us, but really it's always a great time at SWATCorp. So if you haven't entered, join us for the time trials. It's a fantastic opportunity to get into racing. You can really meet everybody and find out what it's about.
I want to throw something in quickly with you as well about the heats in these cars. Last weekend we sat on the line and we had Cristiano Verolini in his big BMW. It was, I think it was the M4 that he was racing up the hill, and there was a delay in proceedings and he was stuck on the line, and right behind him was one of the Mercedes-Benz. And I spoke to Chad, who was in the Mercedes-Benz, and he said no, he didn't have any aircon. He wasn't running aircon in the car for the weekend. They shut it off. But Verolini sat with windows up, aircon on, no worries at all, and just turned it off before he went up the hill. So that might be an option, eh?
The future of race cars is certainly with air conditioning, I can tell you. In South Africa, that's the future of race cars. I hope we can get there one
Nick,
day.
once again, thanks so much for joining me, buddy. It's always great to have your insight, and good luck for race number 2 in the art car. Up next, we've got Mobile 1 V8 Supercars, and we'll be back shortly with commentary here from Red Star and round 3 of the Regional Extreme Festival. Mobil 1 V8 supercars make their way back out into the circuit for their second heat. Inverted grid sees Warren Lombard on pole, alongside Thomas Reeb, and then race one winner Julian Familiaris behind him. You also see Stevie Herbst back on track with a slightly different liveried and a spray job from the PPG side of things. He leads out GT2. Alongside him will be Larry Wolford, and great to mention the fact that we've got 3 generations of the Wolfords racing here today. One of them racing was Larry. Terry should have been racing, so that would have been the second one. And then, of course, Josh Wolford is also involved racing later on this afternoon. So always great to see the family affair being shared and the flag being carried right the way through. And a chance now for Larry, hopefully to turn his luck around. Aki Kampan, by the looks of things, has not made it out yet for the second heat of the day. So Kampan was the man who won the first heat for GD2s. Unfortunately, he hasn't made it out yet, and Paul's just saying to me that there was definitely an issue on his car on that last lap, so he just survived the last lap to get the victory. So we're into the warm-up lap now for what would normally be known as the Rolling Thunder. Maybe just a bit of thunder out there right now. Not as big a field as what we normally see from the Mobil 1 V8 supercars, but still some class acts in this field, including that man, Julian Familiaris, race 1 winner. Thomas Reed will look to try and keep him out in the first of the Chevy-powered machines. He's in the Lumina. And Lombard will certainly look to capitalize on the pole position and look for his first victory. North to 140 in first gear. That's what they're capable of doing. Just over 600 horsepower available under the bonnet. And it's a lock diff at the back. H-box, gearbox. And on this circuit, 1, 2 and 3 are all you require. You hardly ever get to fourth gear in a V8 supercar at Red Star Raceway. Big welcome to guys and girls who have joined us earlier on. As I said, I didn't get a chance to mention you guys, but the comments weren't coming up for whatever reason. But I see my pops has joined us now to watch the second heat. Pep Boys Automotive, Gavin Wilkins Racing, and High Tech Mag Repairs Mustang out front, ahead of the Mobil 1 Grid and Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina. Gavin Wilkins Racing prepped DiMatteo Racing Corvette of Julian Familiaris, and of course the race 1 winner overall in third. It's the Fuchs and Schick Ford Falcon just ahead there, or actually just behind now, but he should be just ahead on the grid of the PPG and Pride Instrumentation Corvette of Stevie Herbst at the back there. Wilford, certainly one of the longest standing competitors in this class, and was one of the original, in 1984 days, competitors in what was then known as the West Bank Modifieds. West Bank Modified Saloons then changed to West Bank V8 Supercars. And Mobil 1 took over from West Bank as their main sponsor. Lombard upping the pace ever so slightly as they come through the chicane, trying to catch the two Chevys out there. They just slot in behind him. Now he will dictate the pace in terms of acceleration to the line. May not accelerate until those lights go out. Lombard drops the hammer, comes across over onto the right-hand side of the track, and just gets the whole shot, keeping out the Mobil 1 Grid and Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina. Thomas Reed in second. Familiaris in third. He hung on just to see what would happen into turn 1. Wilford got the drop over Herbst into turn 1 as well, takes the lead of GT2. Lombard with a big mistake. Big mistake into turn number 3, and that's cost him dearly. He's dropped from first to third into turn 4. Tries to fight back here with Julian Familiaris, but he has to just tuck in behind the Corvette. Lombard's day just went from bad to worse. He wasn't able to stay with the pace of the Chevys in the first one, had to set off a third. He's now back in third. And he'll be kicking himself for that outbraking maneuver. He outbraked himself into turn 3. Ran wide, opened up the door. Reeb said, I'll have that. And following right behind him was Julian Familiaris to say, yep, I'll have some of that as well, please. That's the kind of race action I like. I don't want to have to fight too hard. I'd rather just have it given to me. And Lombard did just that. Quasi will try and come back though, there's no doubt about it. That Pep Boys Automotive and Gavin Wilkins prep car is very fast. Let's see what he can do now on the straightaway. Maybe that forward power can give him a little bit of advantage to close things down again on the 2 Corvettes. Or the 2 Chevy powered cars, I should say. 1 Corvette, 1 Lumina. Definitely the fastest cars on track here this weekend out of Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. Lombard's data after race 1 showing it's just over the 275 km/h mark before they climb on the brakes into the final chicane. Bit of pressure now from Familiaris. He senses that there may be a bit of a chink in the armour there for Reeb. He wants to leave him in the clutches of Warren Lombard and maybe just get on with the job out front. Possibly looking to take the overall lead of the championship as well will be Familiaris and maintain it after Kyalami. Slipstream, but not close enough to make the overtaking maneuver. So Reeb just places that car just wide enough to stop Familiaris' dive up the inside into turn 6. Reeb, very good through the dog bone. Carrying great corner speed and maintaining that little gap that he's opened up now over Familiaris. Jules will probably try and close that down now. I'm sure the Corvette is going to have an advantage through the air here. A little bit more aerodynamic than the Chevy Lumina in front of him. You can see Jules is able to close up. Not able to get past. Now we saw a mistake from Reeb here into the chicane in race 1. Cars to get by. Jules possibly looking for a similar kind of maneuver as they head towards turn 1 again, completing another lap. This is a 10 lapper, this one, remember. 2 down and 8 to go. So lots of time for Julian Familiaris to plan his attack. Doesn't need to be too phased about getting by on a dangerous overtake. Rather be patient, keep the pressure on, force the mistake, and then pounce. I think that's exactly what he's trying to do here. He's going to show a nose into turn 6 here, but not going to overtake just yet. Reeb late on the brakes, down into first gear. Accelerate out. Second gear just as they exit. That little flick-flack out of turn 6. Into 7 now. Entry of the dog bone. Big double right down at 8. Into 9 and 10 now. They come onto that back straight away now. Let's see whether or not Familiaris is close enough to use that slipstream to his advantage. This time he's a lot closer. But he can't pull out to use the slipstream advantage. Thomas Reeb, who locks up into the chicane. That will give Julian Familiaris a little bit of hope, I'm sure. 7 still to go. Jules, looking on the inside. Thomas Reeb just ran slightly wide out of turn 1. And he's locking up a lot now. The pressure's on Reeb. And the pressure's not being soaked up, it's being felt in a big way. Jules continues to pressurize. Thomas Reeb for the lead. Look at that big Mobil 1 V8 flame out the side of that car. Hopefully one of our camera crew out there, still photography, going to get that massive flame. Inside line from Familiaris out of turn 5. Done deal. What a move though. Sure, that was amazing from Julian Familiaris. Reeb just opened up the door. Familiaris said, I'll have that any day of the week. And held that inside line. Slightly more nimble Corvette just got through on the inside of the Lumina and takes the lead. By doing that, he's already opened up a small advantage. Getting away from Reeb. Thought Lombard would try and get a little bit closer, but doesn't look like he's got the pace of the 2 Chevys out front of him. GT2 leader, the Fuchs Falcon of Larry Wolford. As I said, great to have 3 generations of Wolfords here this weekend. Larry, Terry and Josh all having their own input to motor racing and motorsport at the Extreme Festival Regional Championships at Red Star. Terry would normally be at the wheel of that Fuchs Falcon. Larry jumping into the seat this weekend. So it's Corvette Stingray, Chevy Lumina, Ford Mustang, your top 3 in GD1. Top 3 overall as well, as Lombard tries to bridge that gap. Closed down on the back end of Thomas Reeb. Unfortunately, Aki Kampan didn't make it out here for the second heat. He was our race 1 winner in GD2. Timing monitor slightly out as well. Still saying Thomas Reeb at the front end, but it's actually Julian Familiaris ahead of Reeb and Lombard. I think we're battling a little bit with the signal here with the heat of the day. So slightly delayed timing from our live timing today. Unless we didn't see the change of transponders as they went through turn 5 as well. Maybe they flipped out transponders, gave each other their own transponders. I hardly doubt that, but you never know. 5 to go, halfway stage reached. Let's see if the timing monitor corrects itself now. Yeah, no, there's definitely an issue there on the timing. It's telling us it's lap 3, and we're on to lap 4, or lap 5 actually. Incredible to see these cars in full flight down that main straightaway, that back straight, getting just over the 270 km/h mark. I always got that saying, there's no replacement for displacement. And V8 supercar power down that back straightaway is pretty spectacular to watch here at Red Star Raceway. Getting similar lap times to top superbike riders in the country that race here. Anything under 2 minutes around this track and you know you're flying. 154s and 155s in a big V8. Certainly knows that you know what to do in terms of your pedal power and how to get that car on the maximum out of the car. I'll just come out of the app completely and see if I can reload the app and see if we can get that speed hive to give us an update on timing, and hopefully it works. Bit of an issue as well. Yeah. So there's an issue with the timing, unfortunately, so we don't need to worry too much because there's only 5 cars. Thank goodness. But yeah, they're about 5 laps down on where they should be. Julian Familiaris is exactly where he should be, though. Front of the race, looking to maintain his lead in the championship and to retain that number 1 plate that he fought so hard for last year. Seeing the 6-time back-to-back champion Mackie Adlam retire and hand the mantle over to Julian Familiaris. Reeb, oh, that was a bit squirrely under braking there from Thomas Reeb. Lombard will be licking his lips going, hang on a second, is there something wrong with Thomas Reeb's car? Maybe I can get up onto the second step of the podium. Look for a double win and look for a second place overall, possibly. Double win is definitely on the cards here for Familiaris. And it'll also give him the lead of the championship with the double win, because he was 2 points behind Thomas Reeb coming into this, of course. So we'll wait and see if that's going to happen. Reeb must maintain second. Oh, and Lombard goes and puts a wheel on the dirt. That'll compromise his drive ever so slightly. He would have to come off the loud pedal there for half a second just to collect that car. But that just shows you how hard Warren is working. Lombard wants par with 2 to go. So Warren Lombard has seen a bit of a chink in the armour there in that Mobile One Grid and Cafe 9 automotive machine. Is that the Prime Instrumentation Corvette? It is. Stevie Herbst has gone off at turn 6 at the hairpin. Pulled a bit of rubble on there. That could potentially help out somebody if they don't get the line right there and get a bit of dirt on the tyres. Jules is heading there right now, followed by these two. Reeb and Lombard have always had some epic battles. And I think over these next lap and a half we may see a bit tighter battle here as Lombard realizes maybe Reeb is starting to feel the effects and those tyres are maybe a little bit more worn. They've gone through where the Corvette went off, so possibilities there that there was not that much debris pulled onto the circuit by Steve Herbst's off-track excursion. But look at that, Lombard now definitely within striking distance. Little slide from both of them out of the dog bone through the left flick. Into turn 11 they come. Back straight and Slipstream City. Can Lombard get into that slipstream and get past? It's just outside of it. He's not quite close enough. He's only got one more lap to try it. Is he going to try and force a mistake once again out of Reeb under braking and squeeze through? Well, he'll have to try it on this next lap, otherwise it's all done and dusted. 1 to go. Inside line from Lombard. Lock up from Reeb. Lombard has another big look on the inside there, trying to find a way past. No, can't get there. Reeb just puts his car right in the middle of the track. No breathing room either side to get past. Lombard once again closes on the back end there. That Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobile One Grid Chevy Lumina. Pep Boys Automotive, high-tech mags. And both cars prepped by Gavin Wilkins Racing. So Gavin Wilkins Racing here, going at it, Ford versus Chevy. Now here comes Lombard onto the short straight. This is where he's got to try and set things up. He's got to be closer to Reeb under braking, which is what he does. And now we'll have to try and follow Reeb through the dog bone and be close enough to get into the slipstream onto the back straightaway. And then apply the pressure on the brakes if he can't use the slipstream to force a mistake out of Reeb. Here we go. Closes again underneath the rear wing of that Chevy Lumina. He was a lot closer on the last pass, but he'll close things down again now as they just tap off, bang it up one gear. Second gear through here. Big drive onto the back straight. Here we go. Lombard is going to have a go. Lombard is going to have a go here, that's for sure. Here he comes. Julian Familiaris into the chicane. Behind him, though, look out for a possible overtake and some pressure being applied by Lombard onto the back end of Reeb. Lombard has gone inside. He's got him. Lombard has got him. Lombard has found a way past as Julian Familiaris comes through. Lombard has got through to second place. What a move there from Wazzy. Comes through and the same corner forces another mistake out of Thomas Reeb. That is definitely going to give the lead of the championship now to Julian Familiaris, with Reeb only finishing in third. So tremendous effort there from Julian Familiaris. 2 wins out of 2 starts in Mobile One V8 Supercars. Warren Lombard, brilliant effort there from him as well to get through on the last corner as we expected. Nicely done there from Lombard, beating out Thomas Reeb. Good top 3 in GT1. Larry Wolford hangs on. He's going to come through to take GT2s. And Steve Herbst will be there in second. So that is our Mobile One V8 Supercars all sorted for the day. They are done and dusted. We're now moving on to our second 10 lapper, if I'm not mistaken. I think we're moving to the DOE Formula Vs. Just want to double check. Yeah, DOE Formula V partnered by CIM Lubrifuel. They're up next for a 10-lapper, and I'm hoping that my good friend Theo Vermaak is going to come join me for some commentary for that. But until then, we will see you shortly. And after that, we've got M Performance Race Series classes D and E, where I'll have Bernard de Gavea alongside me, and Paybar Volkswagen Challenge, possibly with Ian Walker, if he has not been able to get his car sorted out for race 2. We'll see you shortly.
but all of them following under the rule. They also run a mono shock on the back where cars like.
So it's DOE Start My Car, Formula V's powered by and partnered by CIM Luby Fuel. And a man who should be out there, but of course changed his whole car setup to go and have some fun up the hill last weekend at the Somali Hill Climb. Theo for Mark joins me for commentary. Big welcome to you, Theo.
Thanks, Greg. Good to be here.
Dude, I've got to say, first of all, before we even get into race number 2, you certainly showed everybody what a Formula V can do up Somali Hill Climb last weekend, and hats off to the job that the team did, putting a 2-litre into it and being a serious contender in a single-seater class.
That was very humbling, let's put it that way. To go in a little V with a 2-litre, going up against Ian Schofield in his Formula Ford that's been tricked and tuned to the T. He's got more of a big wings on it, slicks, special U-climb tyres.
Just put it about there. Just there's about good.
Sorry.
Not a problem at all.
Yeah, and he's got paddle shifts and launch control. I still have my left foot for the clutch, right foot for the petrol, and
a real race car, in other words.
Yes.
A real race car.
Let's put it that way. No ABS, no nothing, but it was.
And road tyres.
And yes, still on the
road
Dunlops
tyres,
that
dude.
we
I can't believe it. That's amazing.
That we run here.
But on the podium, and congratulations from all of us here at Extreme Festival.
Yeah,
you certainly flew the flag high for Extreme Festival and for Formula V.
Yeah. I did my sponsors proud. I did my dad proud. So if you check on my car, if you go look back at the footage, I've got a little number 10 on it.
Yeah.
So I did it for Ben Pinard.
There you go. That's the way to do it.
Yeah. So that was for me a tribute to him.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Take your time, it's fine.
Big part
You're
of the
allowed to get
family.
emotional. Motorsport's emotional, mate.
Yeah.
We're going to get emotional in about 2 races' time when we get Mikey Safirio coming on with the video.
Yes.
I've got his video loaded.
Is
He's
it?
going to tell us all
awesome.
about his recovery. So
that's
motorsport, if you don't get emotional about it, then you're doing it wrong.
Exactly.
So I'm so glad that you had fun, and I'm so glad that you showed what the Formula V's can do up there. Anyway, we got Formula V's on track right now.
Yes.
And you got a little bit of an update in terms of how the points are standing. So just run us through that one quickly. If
interesting.
You can, with Lendl's first win, and Brandon and Peter on his tail, there must be a bit of a shuffle up there.
There's a big shuffle, So for the rest of the season, unfortunately, Jakob Strix is out for the rest of the season. He had a knee op after Kailami. So the points as it stands with Lendl's win at the first heat, he's standing on 83 points. Peter Hills on 66, Brandon Hills close on 59, Kyle Watt on 52.
So that's all to play for now as that 30-second board comes out. And everybody going to try and get to the front end. Lennell Janssen seemed to have the ability to get off the line nicely. New livery on that car as well.
Yeah.
I said he's gone very much Aston Martin-esque.
Yeah.
And showing that he's probably a big supporter of that F1 team. But he's on his own. And he's got Mangaza Racing all over the back of him. 3 of them, in fact, trying to hunt him down.
Another good start by Kyle as well.
It was a good start, but even better start from Brandon. How's that up the inside?
Yeah, lekker.
Brandon Hills hole shotting and getting through. That's going to just throw a cat amongst the pigeons there, and maybe just spoil what Lennell Janssen's plans were in terms of the double win.
Yeah, I had a bit of a chat to Brandon now in the pit. I said to him, why did you and Kyle fight so much? You guys were on Lendl. And then he said, no, they were a bit over-eager, the 2 of them, so he's going to try and stick to Lendl now.
Yeah.
See what he can do.
I kind of mentioned it in the commentary as well. You know, the in-house fight amongst the Mangaza boys actually dropped them off the pace that Lendl was running. And it kind of what happens in single seaters. If you get into a little bit of a fight and you're trying to close on somebody, that in-house fight might slow you down, and then of course you lose that little toe, and that's it.
Exactly.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, in V's, if you lose your strip, your slipstream, then it's tickets. You can't gain that.
Peter trying to get into the slipstream there of Kyle Watt now, and he closes rapidly onto the gearbox of Watt under braking for turn 6. He's right there with his teammate. Oh, a big inside line as well from Lendl. It was a slightly different line. Hey, he went wide into 6 and cut on right on the inside corner.
Try the undercut there.
Didn't quite get there though, but certainly showing he's got a couple of arrows in the shiver there.
In his itinerary.
Yeah, he's still going to have a little go here. So the Bull Securities car in second place. Mangaza racing up front with Brandon Hills leading for now. 10 lapper, so 2 more laps to play with than in the first heat. So the strategy is going to have to come into play here big time.
Yeah, wait your time. I mean, on Red Star, our tyres overheat quickly. So if you're too early on the power in this race, you're going to struggle in those last 3 laps.
I was about to say to you, we've been chatting about the heat of the day. We've been chatting about the fact that the closed cockpit cars and the saloon cars are taking strain, and Lendl Janssen just shows us who needs slipstream when you can just drive around the outside. Just drove around the outside of Brandon Hills there. What an amazing bit of driving there from Lendl. Something went off there. That was a nose cone, I think. That was nose cone on Brandon's car, I think. I just saw it gone to the side. Well, we have a look as they're going to turn number 1 now. Let's have a look and see if there's a nose cone missing there from the front end of his car. It looks like there might be. And if that's the case, he might have gone over the rumble strip and then just broken that nose cone off. That's certainly going to affect his ability in terms of slipstream.
Can be that Lendl maybe cut in a bit early.
Yeah, there you go. Cone's gone.
Well done.
Brandon going to have to try and work now with additional air conditioning.
Yeah.
He's definitely going to be loving life right now with that air conditioning being supplied.
Bit of cool air blowing through the cockpit over there.
I say open cockpits. We're talking about the saloon cars being. Nick Herbst was just saying they got up to 60 degrees Celsius inside the BMW. You guys open cockpits. You've got a bit of wind coming through. You don't get as hot. But of course, you've got the heat of the sun baking on your race suit.
Exactly.
So you're still going to get pretty warm out there.
Yeah. No, look, we still suffer in the open cockpits. Like you said, the sun does beat down on us. There's no protection from the elements. You feel everything. With a saloon car, you're enclosed inside the cockpit of the car. Where was us? If it rains, we wet.
You get wet.
Yeah. So we're in the elements actually the whole time.
We like it in the elements.
Yeah.
We like it in the elements. Real racing. We mentioned the fact that this circuit was purpose-built for superbike racing. I always say V's are like 600 cc's. There's no doubt about it. It's that close to racing that happens. You guys are willing to bang bars. You're willing to bang wheels. You get up close and personal. It's a pity Jaco's not here.
Yeah.
And we wish him a speedy recovery if he's watching us on the sideline. But, any one of these top 6-7 drivers have got a chance. And you've got some new guys coming through. I mean, look at Jaden. Jaden Trump has had a phenomenal day today.
These two kids have been phenomenal. When I checked the times of quali this morning, I think Jordan did a 10 or 11. And today already he's there with the big guns, playing with the big boys. From a 14-year-old kid. So, no, there's no...
potential in Formula V is looking good.
That's
good. We also mentioned, there's a big family affair. There are, I think, 3 of the 5 fighting today in the Hills family.
Yeah.
So 3 of the 5 out there: Brandon, Peter, and Vaughan.
Correct.
So they're all involved in the same team, of course, with Mungaza Racing. Each with slightly different liveried cars, different coloured cars as well. Peter's through there on Carl Watt, and then Sean van der Linde.
He's still in
Didn't say a lot about him in the first heat, but he had a fantastic first heat.
Yeah, I think he also had a bad start and got stuck behind. I think Marcel, someone slipped a gear somewhere, and the pack got a bit jumbled up. And like I said, if you lose that slipstream, then you can't gain it.
Not going to get it.
Yeah.
You need help.
Yeah.
Clinton Kane at the back end of the field there. Well, not quite at the back completely. He's still got Helder Gavea, Raymond van der Linde, and of course. That's the back end of the field. Chloe didn't make it out for the second start, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, she blew her motor in the first race, so there wasn't enough time to put in another motor. And Mr. Vaughan Heels broke his clutch pedal in the first heat.
Heavy on the left foot then, eh?
Yeah, so they had a quick fix in the pits.
I would check that left race boot of his, eh? Maybe they're looking for some hill climb knowledge from you. They're going to do downhills. Going to put some additional weight in the left pedal. Anyway, that's good to see him back, and he's managed to get it sorted. That's the important thing. But he had to start further back than what he'd like, and he's only got himself up to 8th place at the moment. Looking to close things down there on Chardon. So Chardon Tromp, as I mentioned, fantastic effort so far from the youngster. 14 years of age and already into the top 8 of Formula V.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. His first race at Kyalami, just try to say to the kid, just race. Don't worry about where you come, just finish it. And he blew us all away.
So he's certainly got a big future in this class, and I think he might be a man to be looked at from other single-seater championships if he wants to go the single-seater route. There is the championship up for grabs here, of course, with you guys, and you guys put on an amazing championship with lots of prizes and funds that go towards the drivers. But the big one is moving across the Formula 1600 and fighting for that nice little prize purse that Ian Schofield, your arch rival, puts up at the end of the year.
Well, look, we don't have that much money yet, but I do know that is their ultimate goal, is to, Formula V has always been a grassroots category, so it's a stepping stone. you spend your 2 years, 3 years in V's, and then you move up to the next.
And learning to drive a
Correct.
single seater. That's where you get a huge amount of experience in V's.
Yeah.
The other interesting fact, which of course I'm sure you're well aware of, this is the longest standing single seater championship in the world.
Correct. Yeah.
So an amazing effort there from your team and from everybody behind the scenes. And you can see also a big effort being put in here into the sort of the midway part of race 2 from Brandon. He's not let Lennell Janssen get away, despite him not having a full set of aerodynamics on that car.
Yeah, like you see him now just trying to stick in the slipstream there. Just stick on Lendl and you're there.
There or thereabouts right now. You want to be there maybe with about 2 laps to go.
Correct. Yeah, I don't want to overdrive the car now.
But other strategy here, of course, is on a similar vein to what we saw at Makisa. That slipstream effect is certainly something you can use to your advantage.
No, of course.
And if you're in the right place at the right time, you can capitalize on it.
Yeah, then it works to your advantage. I mean, if you're going to be Brandon now, I will stick behind Lendl for this whole race, be on him, and on the last lap.
Wait for the last lap. So he can't come back at you.
Yeah.
Not a bad plan there, not a bad plan. Your car's going to be prepped and ready, I'm sure, for the next round, eh?
Correct, yeah.
All right, that's good to hear.
I was going to come in the 2 litre, but then I thought, no, I don't want to embarrass everybody. No.
I would have just said I've changed the engine and gone out there and just had fun, and then just exclude myself at the end of the day. Who knows?
Yeah. So
keep the cover on the box the whole time. No one can see the difference.
No, they won't see the difference because on our motors that we run, it's a 1300 block, and my dad, as nifty as he was, the 2 litres are 1800 block. But on the side it says 1.8, and he just grinded the 8 off, so it still says 1.3.
Lovely, lovely. Oh man, I would have brought it out just for some fun. You can always just in the race, walk away and go, listen guys, I excuse myself, I just want to have some fun and see how it goes.
And I'm sure our members...
Is it something that you could look at though? I mean, I know how reliable these motors are.
Yes.
But there has to be some kind of development, I'm sure, in the future. And you've already seen that by putting that 1800 or 2 litre block in, the capabilities of the car go up by about 2 or 3 seconds. So maybe that's a plan for the future. Yeah.
We are looking into the future of engines and what we can do on that, but I feel it's going to be like going back to slicks. It's going to spread the whole field out
too much.
Okay. Whereas with the 1400, with the regulations we have now, everything is limited, so we can't do much. So your horsepower is the same throughout the field.
So your driver capability and your skill
Correct.
comes into play more.
Correct.
Okay. No, that's understandable. I do like to see how they play around, and I look at what happened with Super V, for instance, where they went and put wings and slicks on and tried something different. I'm not quite sure if it's working just yet, but it certainly has some potential.
The formula isn't finished yet.
Yeah.
It's still a lot of refinement to do. I give them their little bit of sun. Go for it. It's awesome that they want to try something different in a V. The formula is not 100% correct yet.
So I've got a little bit of tweaks to work out, maybe a bit of spit and polish, and then we'll see what they're capable. Maybe about a year's time we'll have the same chat and see how it goes. Right, at this point in time though, Lennell seems to be pulling slightly away from Brandon Hill, so just keeping an eye on that little battle as we go further back in the pack. Child and Tromp, I've got to say, this youngster is just impressive.
Steady. He's a steady driver.
So he's moved to 8th, he's lost out there to Vaughan. Vaughan got back at him. Jaco Smith possibly closing down on him in the closing stages here, but still a little bit of work to do for these top 2. As they come over the line, they're going to have 5 to go. So the halfway stage now reached for V's.
Still there. Brando's still there.
So Brandon Hill's on to the back end of Lennell Janssen, just maintaining the pace, maintaining that gap, not letting Janssen get away, and giving him a chance now to just feel a little bit more pressure into these last 5 laps.
Bit of a gap going back to Peter and Kyle and Sean. So I think top 2, these oaks, that's it's set in stone if something doesn't happen. But I think Lendl.
I think Pete and Kyle would like to be a bit closer. So if something did happen, they could probably capitalise on it, because usually if something happens, it's one car that's affected, not usually both cars. But you never know. We have had occasions where 5 cars were involved with you guys.
No comment on that one. I took out, was it 2 oaks in PE?
I didn't want to go there, but you did, hey? I opened the door, I said go, I held you back and you went.
Yeah,
that's awesome to see as well, the CIM car.
Car looks stunning on the track. Marcel also a bit off the pace, but I think he just struggled off the line.
And also I just see, I was chatting to Nick, he's picked up CIM as his personal sponsor on the BMs as well.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
it looks like there's a bit of networking happening amongst the drivers in Extreme Fest, which is good to see.
Correct, yeah. CIM, when we were on the national tour, I think it was 2-3 years ago, CIM also walked in there at Swartkops. They walked through all the categories, they checked everything out. They came to us and they're like, we want to be with you guys.
You guys looked the part.
Yeah, and then from there it just spread for them. They're involved in off-roading.
Yeah.
With the BMWs, they've got a few cars that they sponsor as well. So, at the end of the day, it's to get the exposure out there.
Yeah, it's capitalising and getting as much leverage out of their sponsorship as possible, which is good to see.
Looks like, yeah.
And I know that you did the same thing for DOE and Start My Cars with running that livery at Hill Climb.
Yeah.
No one knew about what that livery was, what they were all about. Boss lady came and chatted to me. She was like, oh my God, I can't believe you mentioned it. I said, well, this is what the car's called. I have to call it by that. I'm not going to change its name just because it's at Hill Climb.
Yeah.
So as they head down towards turn 1 again, 4 laps still to go here. Looks like Glendon might be just pulling slightly away from Brandon Hills at this point.
I think he's opened the NOS button now.
Timing is back up and running and we can see what that gap's like. No, doesn't look like it.
Still off.
Yeah, we're battling with signal here with the timing. There we go.
Come
Paul
Brando.
seems to have it directly, but what's the gap there, Paul, if you can? What are we sitting at there? It looks about like 0.7, 0.8 of a second. Yeah, not bad, 0.62.
0.6.
I said
Yeah.
0.7, 0.8, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you've
slightly
got a trained
out.
eye.
Yeah, a little bit. Done this on a few occasions. Right, so onto the short straight we go. And immediately goes defensive line. And comes back again, stopping the slipstream effect there.
Yeah, you want to break.
He doesn't want Brandon to get into that slipstream because Brandon's actually going to use his car to negate the nose cone not being there.
Yeah, correct.
So he's spoiling the opportunity there, unfortunately, for Brandon to capitalize on the slipstream that would come from Lendl's car. But as I say that, Brandon closes into the dog bone big time.
Brando's a lot quicker on the infield than Lendl. Lendl's got the top end speed, but it looks like Brandon's car is handling a lot better. So maybe that nose cone that's off has done some adjusting to the car in front. Who knows?
He also is cooler.
Yeah.
He's much cooler, so he's not feeling the heat as much. That's possibly why Brandon hanging in there for second. Lionel Janssen, though, is the man to beat. He's already taken the first victory earlier on today. 2 wins here today will certainly cement him at the top end of the championship. And it's going to be a bit of a fight on between the Hills boys, Carl Watt and Sean van der Linde, possibly to still wrap things up here for the top 5. Van der Linde seems pretty much set in top 5 at this stage. He's ahead of Marcel Bluchnote, who's got a bit of a margin over Vaughan. Vaughan's got some breathing room over Jaco. Jaco's now got ahead of this young man. No, yes,
Well,
no, that's Peter.
Not young, but he's still in the hunt.
Yeah. Still in the hunt there. So he's lost. Carl Watts actually lost a bit of ground there.
Yeah.
That's what caught me out. I thought it might, because of the light we had on the camera there, I thought it might have been Charan that we were looking at, but it was actually Peter. And Peter's now pulled slightly away. So still some maneuvers to happen here in the next 2.5 laps.
Oh, bit of an error there from Brando.
So 0.7 of a second there between Lionel Janssen and Brandon Hills, maintaining that gap. Is this Jaco being closed down by Tromp? It is. Tromp coming back at Jaco.
See, Trump is so light, he can get on the brakes later than everybody else.
Yeah, power to weight ratio.
Yeah.
Power to weight ratio is a massive, massive win in single seaters.
Let's see if he's going to take the run.
Size of the driver also makes a big thing. Those cockpits are tiny.
Yeah.
You know, and he's being a little guy, he's got a lot of room in there to play around, whereas slightly bigger guys, like yours truly, who's been in a V, not a lot of room to play in there. Not a lot of room to play.
When did you get in a V?
About 2006, 2007.
Okay.
It was in one of the sort of original Vs, but I had a chance to drive it. It was with the Beetle engine, not with the Polo engine.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, an incredible opportunity. I had one race in it. Absolutely loved it.
Different kettle of fish.
But unfortunately, you know, it's not conducive to my size.
No,
I couldn't get into it. I even tried Formula Volkswagen. I did a run in a Formula Volkswagen at Stotkops. Mike Rowe gave me a chance to have a go in one of those.
Okay.
They actually had to take the seat out. I sat on the floorboard, which was not the most comfortable thing to sit on, but needless to say, still got a chance to experience what those cars can do, and the high downforce and the grip available to the slick tyres just gives you an indication of what these cars can do. So when I say I talk from experience, yes, one race is a little bit of experience, but I know what it's like to be inside that cockpit. You know?
Yes. Yeah, so what we've done, we run the Forza chassis, me and my dad, and we've adjusted the chassis to fit bigger people. So it's a bit more higher, a bit longer, a bit wider. Still the same car. We just want to accommodate the bigger drivers. So we call it a jumbo. So if you want,
I think we must get into the jumbo car again. Have a go.
We'll get you one.
I think we must have another little test run when you guys go testing and just kind of some fun again.
Right.
See what the new one's like. And put the 2-liter in for me, okay?
We'll
Don't waste my time.
No.
Just put the real engine in. All right, so we've got 2 to go. And the gap has now opened up. And I think this is where Lyndon Jansen's decided, right, time to go. Let's get away before Brandon has a chance to have a dive somewhere out on track. Into 4 they go now. And that gap's opened up to probably over a second and a half now, as opposed to the 0.7 it was earlier. Peter Hill's still in 3rd. You can see him just in the background there, and you'll probably catch Carl Watt maybe in the background shot as well, but he's not quite up there with Pete at this stage.
Yeah, I also spoke to Carl. He said in the first heat his tyres overheated. That's why that gap got away, and he slipped a gear going into.
He did, yeah, no, I saw that.
Yeah.
We actually got it on camera where he missed the gear. He missed the gear big time there and opened up the door. So yeah, that little mistake cost him.
Yeah, I was watching the race, and I thought maybe it's a little bit of tactics just to get Peter more points for the end of the year championship. And then he said no, he just slipped a gear. So
yeah, but there is that. We need to take into account that they run no team orders in Mangaza Racing, but when push comes to shove,
not yet.
They will start to play the game.
Yeah.
The team game comes into play big time. So as they come onto the back straight for the last time, no worries at all here for Lyndon Jansen. 2 wins out of 2 starts. I'm hoping to see the other 33 in this position by the end of tomorrow's MotoGP, and maybe in about 20 minutes time as well after the sprint race. But I don't think that's going to happen because Brad's going to have to come from the back. Coming up on the back blocker. Is that Kaiser? Or Helder? That's Reinhard van der Linde, yeah. There you go. There you go. Flag out.
Yeah,
no, 1 to go by the looks of things. Spin. 1 to go, really? Okay.
1 more to go. Spin there by
last lap there. Sorry, apologies on that. I thought it was the last one. So we got 1 to go. Peter, Carl across the line. They go through just outside our commentary booth here at Red Star Raceway. And Sean maintaining 5th. Big gap over Marcel Bluchnout, but he's got an equidistant gap over Vaughan Hills and Jaco Smit. Although Smit's got a little bit of problems of his own with a late charge coming from Chard and Tromp.
It looked like he had a bit of a spin there.
Someone spun out, that's for sure. Somebody maybe just over our shoulder here. Yeah, there's definitely a car on the sideline. Let's see where it is. It's just through there. I think it might be Clinton Kane. It's Clinton Kane that's parked on the sideline. So yeah, he's unfortunately dropped right to the bottom. So Kane on the sideline, by the looks of it. Not 100% sure, but there you go. 1 car stricken, which is not ideal. I don't know if you can see it in that sunlight, but it's the low sun of the late afternoon here. Probably won't be able to check out what the livery is on the car. So
the Red Star Sun.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, you know it goes. Right, into the dog bone for the last time. And it's about a 2-second gap now between 1 and 2. Brandon is going to set off a second.
Looks like Helder Gavea. So there goes Kane, Geiser, so Mr. Gavea. Helder. Yeah.
It might be Helder Gavea then. Helder Gavea there. The car that's got the problem on the sideline there, because we watched them go over our shoulder here in the commentary booth. So back straight for the last time.
3 corners.
What do you get to top speed here in these?
Oh, yes, 190s around there.
Wow, that's impressive. A little 1400cc, that's pretty decent stuff.
Yeah, with us getting the slip from the last corner there into the straight.
So into the chicane for the last time. Double win on the cards, and it's definitely done. Here we go.
It's a
full securities. Full house of points as well for him.
Well done.
Great job from Lyndon Jansen. Beats out Brandon Hills.
Clean sweep.
Yeah, clean sweep there for the weekend. That's
Pole
good.
position, fastest lap, and 2 wins.
And possibly fastest in this one as well. So that's the way we do it. Perfect weekend there for Lyndon Jansen, beating out Brandon Hills and Peter Hills. Carl Watt and Sean van der Linde making up the top 5 here in DOE Stock My Car Formula V's powered and fueled by CIM Luby Fuel. Fantastic effort there. Theo, thanks so much once again, buddy. Awesome to have you in studio.
Thanks for
so
having
nice
me.
to have you here for a change
Yeah.
as opposed to watching you out on track. If you ever get another opportunity and you don't feel like racing,
Definitely.
I'm available to race. You can come do this job for a while.
Okay, yeah, we'll swap.
All right, dude. Thank you so much. Theo for Mark joining me up for commentary. And we move on to BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D and E. Up next, the second last race of the day. So it's race 2 for BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D and E. And as always, joining me in commentary for this category is the man who's just climbed out of his race car. Did it get up to about 60 degrees Celsius in that cockpit, Bernard de Gavea?
Maybe 600. No, it wasn't as hot as normally, but yeah, I cooked my brakes a bit. So
but you don't run an exhaust pipe that comes out of the side of the car. You run a standard exhaust out the back of the car.
Yeah, I might be from the East Strand, but I'm not from Brakpan.
There you see. See, Nick was telling us that the exhaust pipe that runs out of the side of the car cooks the cockpit temperatures right up to about 60 degrees, and both of his GoPros actually stopped working, similar to what my iPad with the ice pack behind it.
Yeah, and I've got a normal exhaust coming out the normal place.
There
it's
you
an
go.
M3, but a single pipe, not a 4-pipe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Straight through pipe.
Yeah, one pipe.
There we go. Shane Krobler on pole on the reverse grid. Kobus Boma is alongside him. And then you're going to have Roland Hopkins fighting with Nick Hapst and looking for a chance to possibly get a double win on the day just behind him as well. So there's a bit of a fight on here for Class D. Class E will also be fought as hard, because in Class E we had Tiaan van Rooyen taking an easy victory. Johan Miller battled a bit to stay with him, and here Sidat also trying to find some extra pace here possibly. Maybe the reverse grid will help them out.
Yeah, no, you'll find now the reverse grid, it's not so easy to get through. And well, we'll see. Sometimes some of the guys get through quite quickly. So, but I think it's going to be a nice ding-dong battle for them to try to get back into first. You know, from being winning the previous race. So the top 5 gets inverted.
If you look at that picture right there, you can also see the wind has picked up in the late afternoon slightly as well. So some corners you're going to have to watch your braking. Some corners you can watch your acceleration, because you can brake later when the wind is in your favour, which will help on the heating of the brakes as well. So you can help out big time. You don't have to go as hard.
Keeps the cars a bit cooler as well.
Yeah, cars around a bit cooler too. So let's see. CIM car is our fellow commentator. He was with us earlier on. Nick Hapst running in that BMW art car colour. And then behind him will be George Economides.
Another
race
famous
one
one
winner.
as well.
Fina colours,
yes,
Fina BMW.
Yeah.
Straight out of DTM, or originally German touring
and
cars.
then a plain white car.
Yeah.
So we got
Stock
everything.
standard, plain white,
and
no
then
worries
an
at all
American
there.
taxi.
An American taxi out there, straight out of New York. A couple of carbon options, saltwater cars as well. So yeah, it's a good array of BMWs, and of course a good array of the different variants as well. Most of these are either 30s, 36s or 46s that run in these two classes, as you mentioned earlier on.
And I think they're all naturally aspirated.
All naturally aspirated?
Yeah, these ones all naturally, At the moment there is 1 or 2 turbo cars, but they're not here today. So yeah, all naturally aspirated. Basically 328s, 330s.
There we go.
And some 325s. Oh, and Karen in a little 318.
318i. Yes. Yeah, she had a good one as well in that new livery for her. Having a little respray. Kobus Boma. We mentioned the fact that he might be on the front row. He's not on pole, but he was on pole for the first one, and it didn't go according to plan for him.
No, so let's see if he can keep it on the black stuff. And then there's Ari as well. I spoke to him. He hasn't been feeling too well. I think he's got a bit of flu or something, and he said his body was just like so sore in that first race. So yeah,
That's where the mistake came from.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Hopefully he can keep it all together for the next 8 laps of race action coming away here from the Regional Extreme Festival at Red Star Raceway. It's round 3 of the championship.
Well, let's see now also if Roland Hopkins doesn't jump start. He actually jump started the previous race by a country mile. He was supposed to be behind Nicholas Herbst.
Yeah.
And he was in front of him.
Nice.
So he got a 30-second jump start, and so did Eddie Rodriguez. Also jump started Tiaan van Rooyen. So
Maybe a little eager on the right pedal there.
So we've got that rule where they're not allowed to overtake until the white line. Your front bumper must be behind the car in front of you's back bumper. The main reason for that is so we don't get all the cars jamming into turn 1 and creating
havoc.
So just to spread the field slightly. Yes, it might look a bit more spread out, but at least we're not going to have a big pile up hopefully a big pile up into turn 1.
That's for sure.
So that's the main idea with that rule. We've had that rule for quite a few years now.
And it works.
Yeah. Just the odd time that cars jump start, they don't the red mist when you put that helmet on.
No, I don't know about that. I've never heard about it.
Yeah,
Tell me about it.
Yeah, no. They tend to. They can't count anymore. They don't know where they go on the
They don't know how to turn left or right either. There's a big mix up there when they get that. I always think turn one is a right-hander when it's actually a left-hander, and that's at Swartkops, but yeah, it's a right-hander. And then they come back later in there and they go, hang on a second, you said way. Turn right at turn one, now we're turning left.
Yeah,
how does that work?
Then they go the other way when they come
Exactly.
back. Yeah, so October when we come back, it'll be anti-clockwise.
Right, so here they come, rolling into position. Krobler going to set the pace. As I said, Boma would like to try and capitalise on that inside line. That inside line is actually the line to be on because it has got a little bit of a dirtier feel to it, but there's a bit more grip there.
If you can brake late there, you can take
advantage of it.
Yeah.
We've got lights on. We are under starter's orders. The lights are about to go out. Listen for those revs to pick up. Krobler with a great start. Perfectly done. Boma into second by the looks of it. He comes across over onto the nose and cuts off the third place car there of Hopkins. So Hopkins has to settle for third into turn one. But the Pepper Shield BMW now going to try and close things down there on that Krobler Motorsport BMW out front. So nice start there. Not quite a good start. Who was at the back there?
Eddie Rodriguez.
That was Rodriguez.
Yeah,
he was caught napping there a little bit.
I don't know where he was.
I think he came out of the pits, to be honest. I don't think he was on the track.
Possibly.
So he's going to have to come right from the back of the field. On a similar vein to what we saw in race one with Craigie.
He should have been somewhere in the back of the Class C. Yeah. But you can see now the guys are starting to bunch up. They're now going to start fighting to try to get back to the lead. With the inverted birds. So I think we're going to look at that, like almost 4 cars through the one corner.
That's what we'd like to see. Van Staden trying to get on the inside of Van Heerden, and on the inside of Trevor Long, and on the outside of Craig Herbst.
Roland Hopkins trying to outbrake, and he's going to get it. I think that's a little short.
It's a tight one.
Short straight.
And he makes it stick. Nicely done. Ooh,
someone
locked up there big time.
Someone's
got off.
Who's that?
Never mind, locked
it's Herbst.
That's Herbst.
Craig Herbst. All that hard work and then he goes off.
Craig Herbst working hard to try and get through the field there. And unfortunately, it's all gone haywire. He's gone to the back of the pack. I think even Rodriguez came through on him, so he's going to have to work again from the back. He eventually got up into 6th place overall in race number 1, so it was a valiant effort there put in by the Victron Energy car, but I'm not quite sure he's able to do it from that far back.
And the taxi's actually doing quite well. He's in front of Trevor Long, which is a Class D car. So the Class D and E guys are mixing it up at the moment. That beautiful E30 there, that's Devil Smith. It's his spare car that he brought today.
Also in famous colours. That's Warsteiner colours, if I'm not mistaken, eh?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Another German touring car team that ran for a while.
We don't have
what was German touring cars as opposed to DTM.
Yeah, we don't
and then you got Rob as well.
But he's not here today, so he's got awesome. It's actually a 335 motor in there.
Yeah. Strong car that's for sure. So listen, we speak about breakouts. Were there any in race number 1?
So far, no breakouts. I had one of my competitors complaining because we changed the breakouts from winter to summer, and he was like, "No, it's wrong." It was worked out perfectly. No breakouts. It was awesome day. Yes.
Boma under massive pressure now. Look at that.
3 cars into one corner there.
Oh, Economini's on the inside of Haps. Haps going to have the inside line for the next corner. That's why he held that line. And he'll try and force Economini. No, he won't. Economini's drives around his outside.
Well done, yeah.
Slots up right behind Boma. And Hopkins now looking to dive through on Krobler. That's for the lead.
Where's he from again? What do you call those?
Ran Francisco Fontaine. No, that's where he's from.
Let's see if he keeps it on the black stuff this time.
He's a long way from home, bud. Ran Francisco Fontaine is a long way away from here.
Very far. I know very well.
The wild, wild west. But needless to say, he's still in with a good effort here. So good race action between our Class D leaders. Shaney hanging on for now.
Yeah, he's doing quite well with that car. He's had to develop the car a bit, but looks like he's got some of the issues sorted there.
Certainly looks that way. Now all he's got to do is try and keep out the 4 cars behind him, because the other 3 are about to join that pack. Going to have a 5-way fight for the lead. That's what you want.
I think that's going to look good on TV. That's going to be awesome. The spectators are going to love that.
Nice to see some spectators actually at Red Star as well. Not a huge amount. They don't normally get a big crowd here at Red Star Raceway, but there's a lot of supporters for the teams that race today that have filled the stands, and that always looks good when you're watching from the sideline. Good effort here though from Krobler. He's not giving up. He has a move on the inside, though. Hopkins has got good drive.
Drive out coming out of that corner. That's a long straight.
And they are wing mirror to wing mirror, mate.
You'll outbrake him now. He's past him already.
He's past him.
Yeah.
Done. Gets to the front under his own power. Gets on the brakes. Doesn't lock up.
And that's
here's Bowman coming along for the ride as well.
And that's an ex-Traubler motorsport car as well.
So yeah.
He's just got overtaken by one of his old cars.
One of his old cars going past him going, hang on a second, why did I sell that car? It was the other car I was supposed to give him, not that one. Hopkins ahead of Traubler. Boma, Economides, Hapst.
I think
so Economides around the outside of Boma here.
We're going to have a good dice here now.
And drives
George
past.
on the outside, that's well done.
That's it.
Well done.
Good bit of driving there from George Economides.
Now we've got about 4 cars joining in one fight here.
Possibly 3 out of 4 wins is what Economides is looking for. He's taken the win in the first heat. He took a win in the first heat or second heat, I should say, of Triple 1 Sports and Saloons.
Oh, today, including his golf. Okay,
so if you take the golf field, go with 4 wins, 3 wins of the 4. He just didn't quite get there in the first heat where Philip Mayer beats him in the BM.
I know he had a bit of a bashing yesterday with his golf, and they sat till late last night fixing the car.
Yeah.
Replacing bumpers and all that.
Craig does an amazing job, though. They really do a good job in prepping that car. There goes Maddie.
No, Manny's not there. It's Manny.
That's what I said, Maddie.
Oh, Matty. Okay,
Maddie Wadley. No, not Manny. Manny's not there.
Manny's out this year.
Manny's having a little sabbatical.
Yeah,
he's just taking his time. How are you doing, Manny Ribeiro? I hope you're enjoying all the action. I'm sure you're watching on the live stream thinking, that could be me. That could be me in that car.
That car gets that car sideways.
I keep thinking to myself, that could be me in that car, Banner de Gavard.
One day.
One day when I'm big.
We'll make a plan.
Alrighty, so the track taxi doing a superb job there. Currently sitting, where is he overall there? 8th overall. That's decent. And leading Class E. Yeah, he's leading Class E. Exactly, he's got ahead of Tian.
Yeah. Well, starting ball?
In E, it would have been.
I think he's held it off.
So you had the win going to Tian, Johan Miller, Matt Wadley, Mark Krobler, Eddie Rodriguez. Rodriguez was kicked out, so it would have been. Yeah, it would have been Krobler and Wadley on the front. Tian van Rooyen's come through. He's going to try and close him down now. As we get into the second half of this race, he's got a good chance of doing that.
I think if he keeps going the way he's going, he's going to eventually break out into Class D. Probably, I reckon the next race at Zwartkops, that car probably going to Class D.
Yeah.
He's doing quite well there.
Yeah, he's certainly enjoying life out there.
And there comes Miller. Miller time's coming. He's chasing them down. The old man is going it.
3 down and 5 to go. As you said, Miller on the move.
Ferdy van Staden has fallen back into the Class E, guys. He must have fallen off somewhere. Shane has gone down into 3rd, according to the timing monitors.
Yeah.
So George is passed down.
Economides getting through there on Shane Krobler, so he's sneaked up into 2nd now, looking for a chance of maybe stealing that overall victory and 2 wins on the day. Roland's going to make it difficult for him as they get onto the short straight.
And Roland, I think, has got a couple of years of experience behind him as well, so I think it'll make it difficult.
Yeah, it'll be a nice fight because I think there's similar experienced drivers here between those two.
And they're both 330 motors.
Evenly matched.
Except one's E36 chassis and one E46.
The option, of course, is one's got the wing, one hasn't. And it definitely showed in the first heat, and particularly with the wind.
The wing,
it might just help out with the downforce, but it does stop the straight line speed.
No, man, the wing's about 25 kilowatts.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. I like to hear that.
It's 25 kilowatts down the main straight.
I would have gone at least a little bit more than that, eh? I know if I put a wing on my road car, it makes it go at least 40, 50 k's an hour faster. Even though it doesn't. Depends on who preps the car, though, I suppose. Yeah, there we go. So let's see. Can we get Roland Hopkins out front and keep him out front?
That's a drag race down that back straight.
Let's have a look now. Here we go. Slipstream. Will he get into it? I think he might just get sucked in right at the end.
I think that
too late, though.
Helping him.
Here we go. No, it might be enough. Economides is late on the brakes, and he's got through.
Yeah, he's got it.
Sure, that was good stuff.
Well done, George.
Georgie sneaking through there and taking the lead ahead of Roland Hopkins. So
it was a nice clean pass.
Perfect.
Very good pass.
Perfect
Well
pass.
timed. Bowman's still in third. He's overtaken Shane. Shane's falling back a bit now.
Herbst's about to dive on the inside into turn 1 as well as across the line there. So possibility that we're going to see Shane drop down 1 position more into 5th. Let's try to come back here.
A bit of late braking there from him.
Oh.
There's Mark Bond.
Yeah, Mark James Bond. 100.
Closely followed by Ziad Ismail. He had actually an issue yesterday. His side shaft snapped. He was so lucky.
Sure.
It snapped, no damage to the car. They replaced it over yesterday afternoon. And
Lucky man.
he was out when they got the car off the trailer. The wheel just came off. So he was very fortunate.
Oh, there's a spinner.
30
spinning out. Well, that's one way we can easily spot him. It's the unliveried car, all white car.
The plain white, yes.
You're lucky you're not doing commentary in 1997, man. Production cars, there were 9 white cars like that.
But didn't they have different color wing mirrors?
No. Because they didn't have enough time to get them painted. They didn't do them wrap anymore. They used to paint them in the old days.
Do you remember back in the day the BMWs had different wing mirrors and grills for the different drivers? So that at least helped you guys.
That helped us out a lot.
But I think you were lucky back
But that was
then.
that was when you could see the cars in race number 3 of the championship, when the livery had been painted on them.
No, but you were in
By race 1,
you were lucky back
No,
then.
no.
Roger was doing it back
Roger was doing it with me in 97. That was my first year. And my first commentary ever was production cars Class A with 9 white cars on the grid in the rain at Kailon.
Must have been fun.
So much fun.
And there's Miller Tom. He's also
Hey, Miller's on him.
He's passed
Charge.
two.
He's got through on Tian.
And
on
taxi.
Maddie. He's taking the lead, baby.
Yeah, on
Miller
the
on a flyer here.
monitor, he's still behind, but he's gonna, when he crosses the line, he'll be in the lead.
Hello, Mr. Photographer guy. Hey, Davey. Good. Doing some work out there. I like to hear that. Our still photograph boys putting in effort there outside as well, doing an amazing job to give us all the coverage on all the various social media platforms and media that cover the Extreme Festival.
Now, if you look at the top 6 guys have now bunched up into 2-2-2. We got the leaders there. You have the last pack of the 3 there.
Yeah.
Shane's falling back a bit. Ari's managed to get past him. Then just in front of them, it's a shot that went past. There's 2 cars. There's 2 cars and 2 cars. So they're now grouping together and having their own little fight.
And I think what you're seeing now is the effects of the heat. Cars starting to overheat slightly, maybe not producing as much power.
And I hope their brakes are still working well.
And
I had
if
a bit of
brakes,
I had a bit of
big
brake
factor.
issues. So yeah, it was getting a bit hot, and then the brakes don't work. It's not fun.
Maybe not as hot as when you guys were out. It has cooled down.
But Roland's not giving up.
No, he's not.
He's bumper to bumper there.
He might have a go into the closing stages, that is for sure. So Hopkins still in with a chance here.
And the next 2, I think, also should be quite close. There we go.
Herbst on Boma.
Herbst having a tough time today with Boma. But they always have a great race together. Clean, and they don't sit bumping each other. It's nice, clean racing.
Yeah. It's you were saying a bit earlier on 2x2, hey? It's like Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
2x2 racing, yeah.
2x2 BMs.
Just seeing if our timing has come back again. So we got some kind of indication. Oh, there we go. That's where we want to be. So according to our timing monitor, we're on 2.5 laps to go. And Roland Hopkins is not giving up yet on George Economides.
Now it's a drag race again. Let's see if that wing helps at all. I think George seems to be pulling away slightly.
You can get through the air a lot quicker without that big wing on the back.
But you get through the corners.
You can, for sure. But there's 2 big straights here. Well, actually 3.
Yeah.
There's 3 long straights, and those tend to be the defining factor at the end of the day. We saw it with Economides being able to just get past him on the straight line. Lap done. 2 to go.
And here's our leader in Class E, Johan Miller.
He's had a really good second heat, there's no doubt about it.
The man's really enjoying this racing. Like I told you earlier, he came from drag racing and he says, no, it's just so much more fun. You know, drag racing, it's at 9-10 seconds.
And you're done.
You're done. Whereas
You wait
this,
for
it's
an hour.
constantly, for 15 minutes or whatever, you're constantly on it.
Yeah, I have to agree.
especially the start. When you got like 20 cars all going for that same piece of tarmac, it gets quite hairy.
That
but it's
adrenaline
fun.
rush is
Yeah.
pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
It is. You don't know it unless you're in that cockpit and you feel the pressure of cars all around you.
I think these two are fighting. These two E90s are fighting, and Ari's catching them. Little
He is.
Boxy's coming.
Yeah.
He's coming after them.
Oh, that little box is not too far behind.
Maybe he's feeling a bit better now. They can chase him down.
Well, if he survives and gets close, he'll have a go. Certainly looks like the body language is pretty still on it at this stage, as you see him turn into turn 6. Trying to get onto the back end of that CIM car of Nicholas Taps, and he's closing things down there on the Pepper Shield machine of Boma.
Yeah, this is now the tricky section, the dog bone. That's left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right.
It doesn't stop, eh? You don't think I'm going to get out of it? No, still got one more. Oh no, there's still one more corner to come.
And in the background there we see Eddie Rodriguez is catching the taxi, so hopefully let's see if he gets past him as well.
It'll be a good recovery for him. Right, onto that back straight away for the penultimate time now.
I think he's got a bit of a gap. Maybe he decided, like, this is a bit too close for comfort, and let's just pedal to the metal and go.
I'll get a bit of a breathing room for myself. I don't need to be fighting that hard. Also, that means he can just be a little bit easier on the brakes, easier on the gear changes. Just give himself, save the class, and secure the double win. 1 to go. Rodriguez, as you said, closing big time here on the back end of Matt Wadley.
And once again, that's two.
And he's going to have a go.
Sport cars basically. So let's see who wins there.
He's going to have a go into the chicane.
Tian knows on his own. I think Miller's checked out. I think Rodriguez might just have him. I think he's outbraked him. Yes, he has.
Yeah, he's got him. Got him down into the chicane. Up in the third place there for Eddie Rodriguez.
We haven't seen Craig Herbst. What happened to him? He went off. I think he's come in. Yeah, he's sitting last. I think he's a few laps behind.
Yeah, he's not coming up on the board at all.
Yeah, he's come in.
He must have come in.
He must have broken the car again.
Onto the braking point down into the hard left-hander.
That route looks rather slow.
There's something wrong there.
He's run out of fuel or something probably.
Or has a fuel surge issue. Maybe he didn't put enough
Possibly.
fuel in the car and the pump is not picking up the fuel.
Generally with these cars we do put 2 pumps in. If they like those will run standard road car tanks. We put 2 pumps, one on each side. So just for the fuel
Just in
surge,
case.
yeah.
I think you need to. Nick was saying that, that with the amount of directional change that you have at this track, sometimes those electronics don't pick up that there's actually fuel in the tank.
Yeah, we generally just put on both sides, and because the one side is just blanked off, so we'll just buy another pump, put it in there, and both
Then it should
pumps
work out.
yeah.
Okay, cool. There's confirmation of what we were talking about earlier on with Nick. Coming onto the back straight now for the last time, and it's a double win that's on the cards here. I don't think Roland Hopkins is going to have a go here. He's too far back.
And I think George has got the experience not to stuff this up.
Yeah.
He's got a nice lead, so yeah, it'll be great for them.
It's always nice to see a blue flag waving at the open second. Hey, I'm fighting here.
And I think this will be Roland's first podium in our series.
Yeah.
So welcome, Roland, from Ran Francisco Fontaine.
There you have it. Ran Francisco Fontaine, massive
There you
in the
go.
house. Economies with a double win. The Wild Wild West represented in second. And oh, here we go to the line. Boma and Herbst, and it's Boma.
And it's half a car.
Half a car length there between them. Brilliant.
And here comes the, I think he's just going to try finish off the lap. Car sounds fine.
Yeah, he's got through. Long finishes up as well in 7th.
Oh, Tian spun. Tian has spun. In the
Tian
last
spun
corner.
and Miller gets the win.
Miller's gone through. Nice. Is he going to be able?
Oh, yeah, comes Rodriguez around his outside. Matt might get him as well.
Let's see,
Rodriguez gets through. And Wadley does as well. Brilliant. What a finish.
Well done, Matthew.
Wow, Tian van Rooyen with a mistake in the chicane there. And that cost him nearly, dropped him from second, in fact from the lead.
No, he was second.
He was second behind Miller. Second to fourth in that one. So there you have it. Another good day's racing for you guys.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, fifth. Fifth in Class E.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. a little spin.
Nothing
from
wrong with
second
that.
to fifth.
That'll work.
So yeah, unfortunate for him.
So Ducati, Medes, Hopkins, and Boma, your top three. And then further down there, Miller from Rodriguez, Matt Wadley, top three in Class C. Another good day's racing for BMW M Performance Racing.
Yeah, no, it was a great day. Thank you to all the supporters. Thanks to all the drivers that entered. And yeah, no incidents today, so I'm a happy man.
And looking forward to next Sunday.
And yeah, next Sunday is our track day. So yeah, if you guys want to come out to Swartkorps, any car, any race car, road car, whatever you want, pull in. We've got a space for you. And then yeah, I just want to mention Michael. I believe he's
Mikey's going to be coming on soon.
He's been discharged, and I actually saw he was at Kailami today.
Yes, he was. And we got his video loaded up just after this, so we're going to have a quick chat with him.
A speedy recovery to him, and we wish him well.
Thank you for that. Bernard de Gavea joining me for commentary. We'll be back shortly with the last race of the day, coming from Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Right, so we've got Paybar Volkswagen Challenge making them out for the final race of the day and the final race of round 3 of the Extreme Festival Regionals. We managed to catch up with a couple more drivers, and we also got an interview with Michael Zafiro.
Andy, back to Red Star, Class C in the challenge, Play by VW Challenge. How's it been going this weekend?
It's not bad. We've only done one session. We're doing okay. Our car's fine. The other guys are really coming fast. The younger guys, which is great to see. I think there's about eight younger new guys. But we're going to have a great weekend, I think.
And Class C has really picked up, eh?
Yes, it has. There were 12 cars at Kyalami, which is interesting, very nice. There was unfortunately quite an incident there, but these things happen in sport, and I think all the best to Michael.
Guys, I just want to say thank you to all the love, support, and the constant caring. By the grace of God, like I always start here, and super blessed to be back at the track to relive the moment. It's given me a newfound perspective of the team that was around me, the love that was around me, the support that was around me on that day. And yeah, I mean, it's surreal. I'm standing exactly where I went into the wall, and I just feel extremely blessed, extremely privileged, and I just can't stop thanking God for every single minute that I'm alive. And I just want to say thank you to all of you once again for all the love and prayers. It means the world to me. And I love you all so much. In 5 minutes, I'll be out of the knee brace. I'll be out of the neck brace. I'll be back on my feet and back in the car. I love you all.
Oh, Marky, that's so good to hear, buddy. Hopefully you're going to be out of those sexy slippers as well, bud. How awesome is that? I mean, that kid had one of the biggest crashes I've ever had to commentate on in my life coming out of turn 13. Smashing into the wall, taking out another 3 cars in the process, ripping the engine right out the front of the car. And there you see him standing at the scene of the crime, and all good to go, and looking pretty positive in terms of his chances of getting back into a race car in the very near future. We wish him all the very best here from all of us at Extreme Festival. So it's classes A, B and C going at it again with a couple of Class X cars in there. I forgot that Wayne Masters actually is in an X car. That's one of the development cars that they are playing around with in terms of the new look and feel of what Paybar Volkswagen Challenge is going to look like in the future. We were chatting to Theo van Mark about that earlier in the V race, saying whether or not there should be maybe a development of those V motors, and are they going to try and look at that. Great to see that OMP and Fast 5 Motorsport Classic Polo back on track. Mocha Rodeo was pulled off the circuit literally on the grid in race number 1, so Lee Thompson has done his magic and got that car back up and firing, and hopefully going to be in contention for at least a class win in his category. Wayne and Bevan, of course, swapping out in terms of how they finished up. Bevan was the winner of Class A in race 1. Wayne will be on pole. Miguel Diaz and Mighty Mfana behind them. I just got a WhatsApp coming in there from Feathen as well, saying he's going to buy me a pair of those sexy slippers. Oh man, I look forward to it. I just can't wait to see my boy again. It really is great to see there. And also we managed to catch up there with Andy Gossman, of course, and it's his birthday. So happy birthday, Andy. I'm sure we'll make some noise for you at the prize giving. But nice to catch up there with Andy and some nice words from him in the lead up to this race. So let's get into race mode now, as we are looking forward to the final heat of race action here at round 3 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport Regional Championships at Red Star Raceway. We mentioned Class A and X fighting at the front, but Class B initially was led out by Ian Walker, and I'm not quite sure if the Stalkers got back on track. I'm looking down on the grid and it looks like the Cycles and Melavello Cycles machine is on track. He's tucked in just behind, was that Martin de Beer or Dierval Teron? No, it's Dierval Teron. He's just in behind there, so they must have fixed whatever the issue was there on Walker's car. Back of the pack, you see Dino Smith, Philip Cruiser, Chris Tate, Carl Peterson, Cody Peterson, Tyron Pillay. I'll be hunting down for what we heard from Andy Gossman in Dave's interview with Gossman. Has become a very, very exciting and showing some new prospects in Paybar Volkswagen Challenge coming through the ranks of Class C. 12 cars at Kyalami. And today we're sitting on 8 cars at Red Star Raceway. So awesome to see big effort being put in. We are coming under starters orders now. 30 seconds changes to 5. 5 seconds changes to lights on for Class A only. They'll drop the hammer and get away. And once again, looks like it's Bevan Masters who's outgunned his brother Wayne. And Wayne having problems off the line because Miguel Diaz and Mighty Mfana have got through as well. Mo Carodia was on pole position for Class B alongside Ethan Kutsia, his ex-teammate. And the two of them going to turn 1 with Kutsia on the inside line, just squeezing the Polo Classic out. And then in that mid-pack, it's Charisse Piazzamusso, Ian Walker in the Cycles United car, Class C heading to 1. Who's going to have the drop here on the Class C competitors? Tate looks like he might have it. No, around the outside. A bit of a change up there between Tate and Judd Berthold. Berthold looking for the whole shot possibly for Class C. So we'll try and keep up with all the action in A, B and C out on track. Tate side by side there as they came out of turn 2. Mighty Mfana still keeping out Wayne Masters, but that probably will change along the straightaway here. Wayne will use the experience, probably Oodle's more experience, and Mighty's got to take nothing away from Mfana's skill in a car, but when you've had nearly 40 years of racing experience under your belt, Wayne Masters is going to maybe have a slight advantage on you. Mfana tucks into 4th place in Class A. Little lock up from Bevs as they go into the dog bone for the first time. Also just watching for this low light now. From this side of the circuit, you can pick them up really easily. From the other side with the low sun, not as easy to pick up on all the competitors. Judd Berthold leading things out over Christopher Tate Gossman, the birthday boy, ahead of Peterson in Class C. You see in the foreground Class B out of the dog bone, and C's heading into the dog bone at the same time. So it's a nice little spread here amongst the Class A, B and C competitors. But it looks like Judd Berthold was putting his head down and trying to get away. First look at the top end of Class B, and it is Carodia in 2nd, Mack in 3rd, Diavolteron in 4th by the looks of it. On his tail, pushing to the limit to get through. Always easy to do that because of such a big class in Bs, and more importantly, such an evenly matched class in Bs. So all the cars are so evenly matched in terms of lap times. The skills of the drivers have to come into play. And experience will certainly come into play if you look at what Gossman's doing there. Trying to find a way through there on Cody Peterson. On Kyle Peterson. Somebody off. PSA car, 117. So losing out Nicole Lombard, Nicole Lombard in the PSA car. She's out. Fortunately out of harm's way. She's parked it, I think, in the gap between the 2 tracks there, if I'm not mistaken. Watching Ethan Kutsia controlling things at the front end of Class B. His former teammate on his tail in the Polo Classic. It's the only Polo Classic out there for Fast 5 Motorsport. Lee Thompson prepping that car. JRT prepping the car in front. Dub Korkov, Shun Rajpal now putting pressure onto Lessing. And Lessing doing the same thing onto the back end of Charisse Piazzamusso. Diavolteron still maintaining a nice margin there over Josh Wolford. What a run here from Josh Wolford. The Super Quick car having an amazing run here for CTSA and Super Quick. That's the way you want to do it. I mentioned the fact that we've got 3 generations of Wolfords fighting. We've also got, of course, Ray Wolford in the house as well. Great to have him here. I just caught up with him just before the race. He was on the grid. He came to say, how's it? Haven't seen him in ages, and it's so good to see. Long-standing relationship, of course, with that family, having been involved with Larry and the team since 1984, and Westbank V8s, which were originally known as the Westbank Modified Saloons. So that's where our relationship runs back to. Long way. But awesome to have Ray here supporting Josh. I'm sure that Terry and Larry are doing the same thing on the sideline here, watching the young Wolford come through the ranks. Masters versus Masters. Here we go again. How many times are we going to see this through this season? They literally are the class of the field in Class A. There's usually a couple more contenders in Class A, but remember there's a development class that's being played around with, and a couple of those cars not quite up to scratch just yet. So these two are going to fight it out until those cars come along for the ride. We did see Chris Dale in a former Paybar car earlier on in the Triple1 GT Sports and Saloons. And of course Ferro Energia jumping on board as the sponsor there. Ferro Energia, of course, is Wayne Masters' sponsor when he pilots his Super Cup Polo, which will be next weekend at Zwartkops. It's part of the South African Touring Car Championship. Wayne joins Luigi as a teammate in the Super Cup class. All parked on the sideline. Is that... I didn't quite get to see who that was, unfortunately. It might be Philip Cruiser. I think it may be Philip Cruiser there in the ATE brake machine with some problems. Bevan getting away slightly now from Wayne. Both of them pulling away from Diaz. Into the dog bone they go. Possible change up in Class B in the background as well. There was definitely a move on the cards there from Mocha Rodia to try and get through on Ethan Kutsia. Just saw them heading into that hairpin. Very evenly matched. Might have been a dive or just a block being put on to Mocha Rodia's attack. Oh, no, definitely there it is. Confirmation. Karodia's at the front. So he made it stick through the sharp lefty at the hairpin. And turn 6 has turned out to be where the Polo Classic comes into its own. Ethan Kutsia into second. Pressure coming from Mac now. Joining the party is Dierbold, Josh, Charisse. Nice run there from her. Now look at that. I mean, there's literally 8 cars and they split by about a second and a half in Class B. That's how tight the battle is for Class B. Mac around the outside of Ethan Kutsia. Kutsia's going to have to be late on the brakes into the chicane. He is. He maintains second just ahead of Stuart Mac. Mac had a little bit of defensive work to do as he came in there. Devon was looking to pounce. Josh Wolford maintains over Shrews Piazza, Russo Lessing, Shrun Rajpaul and Walker the Stalker. Nice to see that Walker's car got sorted out in between the two heats. They had a little bit of time, fortunately. Got that car sorted, hopefully can stay on track. He had a nightmare at Kyalami and didn't have a finish in the first heat, so he'll definitely want to at least finish the second heat of the day's racing today for the Mellow Velo Cycles and Garmin car. Goes through shot. Behind that is Jacques Hayes. Hayes has got some problems of his own coming in the form of Tenay and Kube. Francis Aldrich and Martin De Beer just behind them and bring up the tail end of Class B. Front end of Class B. Through the triple left-hander, taking onto the short straight. Look at that Polo Classic. It does seem to have a slightly better aerodynamic feel to it, that Polo Classic, compared to the hatches. And when we chat to the guys even in South African touring cars, Michael van Rooyen was saying, you know, how good the Corolla hatches are and how good the hatch cars are, but he certainly preferred the saloon car option because it was a bit better through the drag coefficient that you need. And there you can see plain sailing how good that car is. The original Polo Classics, of course, were the original Polo Cup of this championship. Well, not of this championship, but of Polo Cup in the start 28 years ago. Slightly different look and feel to the one that's out front of Class B, though. But based on a similar sort of format. And of course, now going into its 28th year of running next year. The third round of that championship kicks off at Zwartkops. So it's Masters and Masters across the line as we're watching Judd Berthold leading out Class C. He's down in the dog bone and he's got a nice margin over Chris Tate, Carl Peterson and Andy Gossman. Christopher Tate has managed to hang on to second place, but he has got Peterson slightly off the back end of him now. Give himself a little bit more breathing room. See if he's able to keep him at bay. There you can see the gaps opening up there between the Class C. Big gap down to Gossman for fourth. Peterson's pulled away there from Andy. So it looks like the youngsters are not going to give the birthday boy any room for a little bit of a present of a podium today. Here comes Gossman. That's the gap he's got to try and make up in these closing stages. We're at the halfway point. 4 out of 4 done. And 4 to go. Martin de Beer all on his own sim there in the mid-pack of Class B. He's trying to find a way to maybe close the gap down on Aldrich. But more important is he doesn't want to be caught by those Class C competitors behind him. Masters and Masters into the dog bone. Come along the little sweep. It's a left-hand flick. You set the car up, down the gearbox, up a right-hand off camber. It's almost a double right-hander that you go up. The car drifts slightly wide, not too far. And then it's everything she's got down that back straightaway. These cars are going to get to just over the 210 km/h mark before they get onto the brakes. Slightly more powerful engines than the V's, and there you can see the power coming from that X car of Wayne Masters. Although he might have gone a little bit hot into the chicane. Ethan Katsir under attack now for second. Mo Karodia's pulled away like Stuart Mack did in the first heat. But Katsir is keeping Stuart Mack behind him for now. Mack on the attack though, bringing Teron and Wilford along for the ride. Oh, he goes around the outside, but that's going to be closed off by Ethan Katsir. Very, very knowledgeable on where to place a car to not allow an overtaking maneuver from the outside to happen. They come across the line, they've got 3 to go. Let's get a nice mention out there. Oh, Mack out of shape. Mack went a little bit too hot. Dierwold Teron going to try and pounce on him now. Josh Wilford going to capitalise. He goes inside of Dierwold. CTSA and super quick car moves up 1 place, gets through there on an amazing dive as Mack Attack got out of shape. Stuart Mack got a little bit squirrely coming out of turn 1. That caught out Dierwold. He was going to have a go. He went the wrong side, and Josh Wilford said, okay, I'll show you where to go. Inside. Got him. Now Wilford applying pressure. Possibilities of Josh Wilford getting his first podium. If he can get through on Stuart Mack, he will be on the podium. And that'll be the first podium finish there for the youngster. It's an amazing bit of manoeuvring there from him. Lee Thompson, of course, running Josh Wilford and showing him the ropes. And here comes Charisse. Dierwold's got a problem. Charisse Piazzamusso dives on the inside. Oh, a late dive from Lessing as well. Lessing comes from so far back and gets through. Rushball going with her and goes on the inside of Charisse Piazzamusso. She cuts him off. Not going to let that Dubkill car come through. And she runs wide into the entrance of the dog bone. Lessing capitalizing big time there. Came from about 10 cars back with a late outbraking maneuver. Superbike style, as we know from Lessing. Dives up the inside and squeezes through. So we've got to fight for the lead of Class B. We've got to fight for about 6th place in Class B as well. Lessing leads that charge. Rushball trying to get on the inside of Charisse Piazzamusso as they get onto that back straight away. Well, it seems that they've kept the best to last. There's no doubt about it. In my opinion, this has certainly been one of the best races we've seen all day long. We've had some fantastic race action. Take nothing away from any of the classes yet today, but this certainly has been top class action from Class B, particularly in Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. So Rushball now going to try and get through on Piazzamusso. There goes Karodia into 1. Coetzee behind him, Mack in third, Wolford in 4. How far is Wolford off? Quite a long way still there for Josh. And he's only got 2 more laps to try and catch Stuart Mack if he wants that podium. The Masters boys go at it with Bevan still in front. Little slipstream there from Wayne. He's late on the brakes and he goes past into turn 6. Comes across slightly on Bevan. And now Bevan tries to do the cutback. He saw what he was going to attempt there, came in a bit later, changed the line of the apex, got out, got a slightly better drive. That might help him get to the front. Berthold, Tate, no change there. Peterson in third, Gosman in 4. C remains the same. Seasonani Plastics car, they're doing a superb job. Double win on the cards here for Judd Berthold. That'll be a nice turnaround because he was one of the cars involved there with that incident with Michael Zafiro, of course, at Kyalami. So to come back with a double win at Red Star, certainly going to bode well for him. Berthold hanging on. He's got a decent enough margin over Christopher Tate in second. There you can see the gap between them. And there's the gap to third, the blue car of Carl Peterson. Across the line go the Masters for the last time. They start their final lap and it's Bevan up the inside. Gets back to the front for CPS Warehouse. Putting that Performance Masters Polo into second. PMD Motorsport of Miguel Diaz is still third. No change up there for him. He's all on his own though. There's no one even in close to him. Looks like we've lost Mighty Mfana somewhere on track. Yeah, I think so too, Paulie. It might have been that car. Yeah, there he is there in shot. Actually, Mighty might be that car that's stuck in the middle. There it is. Yeah, it is. So he's stuck on the sideline with a lap to go, or half a lap to go for these cars. They're heading towards turn 6. Back markers coming into play now. Bevan going to use them to his advantage. Coming up on the inside of Peterson, getting through. Both of them get through relatively easily. No worries at all there. So he couldn't quite use those back markers to his advantage. Wayne, though, is not giving up. Wayne knows he's got a chance here and he's not going to give up without a fight. It's always great to see these brothers fighting. They fight so hard. Not only their brothers, they're probably best mates off track as well. There's no doubt about it. There's lots of camaraderie amongst the Masters family. Oh, and a good move. How's that? Masters seeing the door open up. I think you saw that last time out, where Bevan ran slightly wide out of the dog bone. He thought to himself, if I can just get up that inside line, which he did, he can make it stick. Now, can Bevan get in the slipstream? Bevan's going to try for a slipstream maneuver here on the last lap. He's got to be closer. He gets the power down. He's going to try and fly past his brother Wayne. They're going to come wing mirror to wing mirror under braking. But Wayne Masters, I think, is going to have enough here on the brakes. He is. Wayne Masters timing that to perfection. He's going to come through. If he doesn't mess it up to the chicane, and he doesn't, he's going to come through for the second win. So it's advantage Wayne in race 2. Checkered flag is out. Bevan comes alongside him. Formation flying for the Masters boys in Class A. Bevan, second place. Wayne first. And fantastic effort once again from Miguel Diaz in the PMD Motorsport car for third. Let's go back to Class B and Josh Wolford still pushing hard. Looks like he hasn't had enough there to try and close down on Mack. Mack is closing on Ethan Coetzee. Coetzee's got a problem. Ethan Coetzee's got a problem here. He goes defensive into the chicane, even though he had a slow car. Whatever went wrong, he seemed to have sorted it out along the straightaway, and he keeps Mack out. Across the line goes Mo Karodia for the win. Second place is going to be exceptionally close. It's going to be Coetzee, but only just. He beats out Mack, and just off the podium, Josh Wolford with his best finish ever in the CTSA and Super Quick car. Brilliant stuff. What a great dice there. Judd Berthold onto the back straightaway for the last time. Seasonani, Plastics Polo, looking for a double win on the day, ahead of Christopher Tate and Carl Peterson. bring him to the line and wrap things up here from round 3 of the Regional Extreme Festival Championships at Red Star Raceway. Berthold going to win things out. Here he comes. Checkered flag waving, waiting for him to cross the line. 2 wins out of 2 starts. Well done, Judd. Chris Tate, superb effort for second. And Carl Peterson looks like he might. No, Gosman's through. Gosman has snuck through and got a podium on his birthday. Oh, that's brilliant. Andy Gosman sneaking through on Carl Peterson in the last chicane and gets himself a podium for his birthday. That's the way we like to wrap up a race day, with some fun and nice news for a change. There you go. Okay, so confirmation of the results there. Unofficially, of course, it's Wayne Masters, Bevan Masters, Miguel Diaz, your top 3 in Class A. Mo Karodia wins out over Ethan Garcia and Stuart Mack in Class B, with Anthony Lessing getting through there, just behind Josh Wolford for the top 5. And then down in Class C, it's Judd Berthold who wins out over Chris Tate. Andy Gosman sneaking through and spoiling Carl Peterson's day, but giving himself a really awesome birthday present. We certainly hope you've enjoyed all the action here from Red Star Raceway. It's been round 3 of the Extreme Festival of Regional Championship side of things. We head to Swartkops International Motorway next weekend, and the International World of Motoring will bring you Extreme Festival National Championship action at that incredible circuit just west of Pretoria. Make sure you come and join us here on the live stream next weekend. We'll bring you all the action from our top national competitors, and looking forward to that one as well. On behalf of everybody on our live stream, massive thanks for you for joining us. Thanks for your support. Thanks for liking and sharing and passing it on to all your friends, fans and family all around the world. And of course, on behalf of our team and our cameramen, we do appreciate your support. And then a shout out to the race control, the marshals, the medics, and everybody behind the scenes, Tanya and her team at Swartkops Raceway, for what they bring in the Extreme Festival. We can't do it without them. And on behalf of yours truly, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, take care then. Bye-bye now.